It's time for practice 5 of the Indy 500, the 108th run-in. We are green and cars are out on track as well. Hello everyone and welcome to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the greatest spectacle in racing. We're just waiting for the timing screens to sort out, so while they sort out, let's go on to the battle screen as well. And it's Joseph Newgarden out on track alongside Pato O'Ward. And it is Newgarden going through turn 1, 6 hours scheduled today here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Fast Friday, and we are meant to well, we're expecting some rain today as well. Hopefully that does not stop running for a extended amount of time, as we have already lost a significant amount of time to weather delays and moisture. And Newgarden goes across the line once more. Pato O'Ward also circulating, but we're focusing on Joseph Newgarden currently, with 2.5 minutes into this session. And 235, 237 miles per hour, 239 miles per hour. Does he hit 240? Yes, he does. He just hits 240 as he goes into turn 3 and out of turn 4 on the back straight in 5th gear still, and goes across the line, and it is a good lap time there. And let's just configure the columns for you for best lap. There we go. And it was a 232.383 lap time. That was for O'Ward. 233.868 for Newgarden as well. And he comes across the line once more. And continuing to circulate in the early running of today's session. I am covering for Josh B while he finishes off in Formula 1. Then he will take over coverage in around 10 minutes time for practice 5 of the Indianapolis 500, and I will go back to co-commentator. But this is how we shall roll for this time currently. And there is your battle screen set up now as Joseph Newgarden heads round. Graham Rahal has also headed out on the track, as we're still focusing on Joseph Newgarden, who will come down pit road this time. So Joseph Newgarden down pit road after his first installation laps. 233.868. Will Power also out on track as well with Team Penske. And in Gasoline Alley right now, unfortunately, probably the most silly thing that I could have forgotten is the wire, so we can go down to the world feed. We're having a look at the replay of the accident that we had with Marcus Ericsson, practice 4 of course, which went onto the curb on the inside of turn 4, then slammed into the outside wall, then bounced back over the track into the inside wall and then into the attenuator as well. Now Marcus Ericsson, they're still working on his car, and it is a whole new tub, I do believe, as well, for Marcus Ericsson as well. And Pato O'Ward and Joseph Newgarden currently in pit road, while with Graham Rahal and Will Power in pit road as well. Will Power completes another lap and continues to circulate round this 2.5 mile Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as well as Joseph Newgarden goes down pit road one more time, hopefully heading back out on track momentarily. We wait for the status to update if necessary, if he was pitting or if he was heading out on track. Will Power was heading out on track, by the way, and we pick up with Graham Rahal, who is circulating 231.236 as well. Full Friday already in full swing as he heads down towards the yard of bricks. 231 miles per hour, 233 miles per hour as he goes into turn 1, hitting 236 miles per hour as well. Up into 6th gear is Graham Rahal. Now, we don't see that a lot, only when they are absolutely pushing, is Graham Rahal, and heads into turn 3. Now, Nolan Seagull looks like he is also pushing out on track as well, is the number 18, Tom Blomqvist. His transponder has also woken up as well, so he should be heading out onto the track momentarily. Only 6 cars have their transponders on, so they are in pit road and ready to go, and only 2 cars out on track currently. Will Power and Graham Rahal. Graham Rahal going through turn 4 onto the front stretch, and Will Power going through turn 2. But Graham Rahal goes across the line once more, and it is a 231.236, his best speed at this early stage of Fast Friday. Changing some settings as he goes into turn 1 and turn 2 is the 15 of Graham Rahal, and Scott McLaughlin and Alexander Rossi have also joined him out on track with Will Power and Graham Rahal as well. And for Graham Rahal, a qualifying sim of 230.868. Lap 1, 231.236. Lap 2, 231.011. Lap 3, 230.594. And I just unfortunately missed lap 4 as well. The first 10 minutes done of Fast Friday here. Still got 5 hours and 50 minutes to go. And we pick up the Pennzoil car of Scott McLaughlin, who exits turn 4 with a slow Graham Rahal, who looked like he was going down pit road, but then pulled out onto the low side of the front stretch. Scott McLaughlin into turn 1 and up towards turn 2 now in the Pennzoil car, one of the many primary colours of yellow that we have here. The other, of course, being the number 10 entry of Alex Palou as well. And Graham Rahal, Scott McLaughlin, Alexander Rossi and Christian Rasmussen are your 4 out on track. The 5th just joining them is Will Power, who just did a run through pit road as well. And hopefully in a couple of minutes we should have Josh Birch taken over the stream and joining us for the main coverage as well. As the fast lap speed, Newgarden top 233.868, Power, 232.881. O'Ward is third, 232.383. And Rahal is fourth with 231.236 as Scott McLaughlin comes across the line once more on his qualifying sim. He goes second with that fast lap speed, and it's a 233.280 for Scott McLaughlin. The second one to pull into the 233s. The third driver to go into the 233 fast lap speed is Rossi with a 233.741. Christian Rasmussen is out on track, by the way, but Scott McLaughlin is absolutely flying. He goes across the line once more. Does he improve on his time? He goes top for 233.932. So Scott McLaughlin on a very quick and a very consistent qualifying sim. His lap 1 was a 233.280. His second lap was a 233.932. This is his third lap that he is on. Will he keep his consistency as he goes through turn 4 and out onto the front stretch across the yard of bricks? And that is lap 3 done as well. And we've got a caution out on track. His lap 3 was a 232.969. We have a caution for an unknown reason at this current time, but 13 minutes is the clock for until we had a yellow. So we'll try and find why we have a caution, and we will be able to tell you that as well. Christian Rasmussen comes into the pits and just getting into pit road. So Scott McLaughlin pulls into pit road, and we have a look. Did someone hit the wall? No, this is a replay of Marcus Ericsson's crash which we had yesterday, which caused the caution on that session as well. But still trying to find out why we have a caution. Still an unknown reason, seeing if I can see anything on Twitter. And it is a caution for debris in turn 1. So a little bit of debris in turn 1 causing this caution. So everyone back in pit road after 13 minutes out on track. So the AMR safety team will go out and pick up that debris, and we should get going shortly once again, hopefully, as well. Scott McLaughlin just talking to his pit wall crew and seeing about what is going on with the fast lap speed. His best speed was a 233.932. And the AMR safety team, I see, just reversing back into their area. So we should be getting going currently. And we are back under green for the 5th practice of the Indianapolis 500 for debris in turn 1. So back green then, and only a 2-minute caution, so not that bad, as we should have cars back out on track getting ready for Fast Friday. And Scott and Joseph Newgarden will not be heading back out, as he is out of the car with helmet off. and in a moment we shall be handing over to Joshua Birch for his coverage of Practice 5. I will be joining alongside him. Let's do that now.
Really understand where everybody is and what it looks like, but I think initial run is good, and happy we got out here, and team's done a great job. Feeling confident and happy with the group. So we'll maybe get back out here when it's a little hotter. If some of this cloud cover clears, we're going to want to get a read for tomorrow. Right now the conditions are going to be much hotter looking at it, especially Sunday. So if we can have a fast enough car and make it to the main show, then we need to be prepared for it.
So how do you adjust today with that knowledge that tomorrow is probably going to be hotter? How do you not chase your tail and kind of get off the mark too much?
Yeah, I don't think you want to be out here pounding laps. I don't think it's not the ideal situation. You want to limit probably what you're doing today, and we had a good first read here, very helpful. We've got a lot of historical knowledge about this place, so I think we have an idea of where we'll go with temperature, but we'll probably do another check or two this afternoon if we can, especially if everything elevates temperature-wise, just to get, a little bit more of an idea, and then put our, best guess for tomorrow on it.
Thanks, Joseph.
There you go. Fabulous insight into what's going on in the mind of the reigning, and next weekend he will get a chance to defend his Indy 500 title. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the spectrum, doing his first Indianapolis 500 campaign is NASCAR Cup Series champion and superstar Kyle Larson. Let's go for a ride.
Gray 3 at the line, green flag.
One thing I noticed yesterday was Kyle did not appear to be using the weight jacker yet on his qual sim, so we'll see if he gets on a button here out of turn 2. Doesn't appear like it.
Look, he's still learning as well. I mean, one of his laps, he got the shift pattern wrong. There's so many things going on in the cockpit during one of these qual sims that the driver has to get into that rhythm, get that muscle memory going. We talked about this a lot yesterday. When you hit the weight jacker, when you get your shifts, reminder from the pits, hey, use your bar, adjust the weight jacker if you need to. Tony Kanaan has been such a huge help to Kyle Larson, getting up to speed, learning the ins and outs of this. Not many people are as familiar with the Speedway as that guy right there, Tony Kanaan.
Perfectly clean air in front of Larson, the only other car on track. Rinus VeeKay, who's over in turn 1 right now as Larson comes through turn 4. So this is a pretty good read. The revs drag down just a little bit mid-corner. Last lap, 232.4. This lap, 231.9.
And look, he's hovering around the same zone as Rinus VeeKay at this stage on Fast Friday, and Rinus VeeKay has started on the front row the last 3 years in succession.
Not crazy about the air hose here right on his wrist, James. That's a little unusual.
A little unusual, a little uncomfortable, and I imagine very distracting. It seems bizarrely long. He must have one that hooks up.
I mean, imagine you go for a bar change with your right hand, and then you come back up, and that thing's flopped down.
Yeah.
It's little tweaks like that. You're always looking for risk mitigation in every which way around here.
Gray 1 at the line, hold 6th gear, coast in.
231.2, the last lap for Kyle Larson. It's been 10 years since a driver did the Indy 500 Coke 600 double. That was Kurt Busch. So it's nice to be talking about it again.
Really is. Hello, everybody. JB's back, and JT, you did amazing to cover that distance as well for so long. So hello, how are you?
Hello. I mean, it could have gone better. I forgot to enlarge the timer screen, which is why it didn't work on the main screen, if anyone was wondering as well. And I forgot to put the cable in so we could listen to the world feed. So basically, my number one job for that 15 minutes was waffle.
And waffle you did very, very well at, I must say. As hopefully it's now going to update quickly and we can get back to main business up here in the comms box. So give us a second. Go on.
I've literally got one of the cables which I need here. It is literally this cable. It's just not connected to where it needs to be.
And we're back up to date. Put that there. And there we go. Back in the running. I've just come off here from second practice. JT's been starting the stream for us, and hello to everyone now watching us on Twitch as well. Sorry for the brief just cut in there. We'll upload the full show later on. Maybe I should also just start recording it, this part of the show. There we go. 5 hours and 39 minutes to go then here at the Brickyard, as we're very much into the swing of practice. I do wonder what we're going to see here, though, JT, today, is in terms of, like, it's Fast Friday. We've got the speed out there. Drivers are going to be going absolutely crazy with them. I've got a feeling we're in for a very spectacular day.
Yeah, absolutely. But one person who I am impressed by in these early stages of Fast Friday, look at the top of the timing screen of the best 4-lap average speed, Josh. Joseph Newgarden went straight out there at the start of the green flag, and it delivered straight away a best 4-lap average speed of 233.259 miles per hour. He was going 242 miles per hour down the backstretch.
He was really pushing hard. He was not wasting a single second of what this session could bring here today. He wanted to be out there pushing. He wanted to be out there to have the attack, and that's what he's done so. So already some improvements will be coming. Just realised I forgot to do one thing, as only 8 cars have ventured out there on the circuit so far. I was wondering why it was glitching a little bit, because I've yet to do my thing. Here we go. Making it all work nice and smooth.
Panama, of course, racing in the 6th for this Indianapolis 500. Theo Porcher taking over that car for the rest of the season. 25 from Cambridge, England, and 37 starts here in the NTT IndyCar Series.
Yeah, all working now as Ilott comes across the line. Boots in another lap time. And this is the beginning. Finally, IndyCar have allowed them to turn up the wick, so we are now at the full speed possible. And plus 230 mile an hour for the first time this week. We got close to it, didn't we, in normal conditions? We thought we might see the first 230 come in the normal toes. We got 229.9 early on in the week before the rain came. And we are fighting the rain again today, I must just say.
Yeah.
The first 3 hours look okay. After that, we're weather watching.
Which we did a lot of as well. As Callum Ilott looks like he's on a 4-lap average speed, as he is pushing 230 plus miles per hour. Got a little bit of the tiniest little bit of a wiggle in between turns 1 and 2. Does well to keep it out of the wall at turn 2 down the backstretch. Let's see what speed he peaks at as we go into turn 3. 241 I saw. 243 I saw.
Ooh. Up to the wall as he comes into turn 4. Brushes it against the apron line. Heads down across it. Callum Ilott's opening time with it's a 2:34 across the line. His last lap time was a 2:31.932. Puts him 9th overall. But in the best 4-lap average, first lap in a quali sim, 2:31.9. Second lap was a 2:31.9 as well, but faster. Usually you don't get faster, but he's remained remarkably average so far as Callum Ilott. Tomorrow in qualifying, we'll have with the JBMotorsports, we'll have also the 4-lap averages and the average time across it, so that you can always see what is happening in that secondary screen.
Did they show that on the leaderboard?
Yeah, we see that where that black is on time 71. That's where it goes.
Nice.
Ilott there.
Oh yeah, I remember it.
Yeah. I'm getting that set up so we can all see it tomorrow.
Awesome. I unfortunately am only here
we
for
lifted.
a maximum of an hour tomorrow.
Yeah, but Matthew Owens is with us, and several others are coming in.
Expect a lot of good footage from.
We are.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
I need to see because this needs this tripod needs a little bit of WD-40 just in where all the moving rotating parts needs a little bit of WD-40 in it. But yep, and 4-lap average of 231.433 for Callum Ilott in the 6th car. Not a bad first attempt.
Puts him 5th place. Very decent lap time overall in my book. We'll see what they can push and see how hard they can push as well. I've kept ComCam on, but I doubt the ComCam will be on for the entirety of this session because it is on my phone. And like during rain delays and that lot, and caution periods. Caution, by the way, earlier on for turn 1 was for debris at the first corner.
Yeah. And
that's why I sorry, Gigi, that's why I lifted off. He nearly touched the apron at turn 2 and nearly did what we saw several drivers do yesterday, which was send it into the barrier.
Yep, Marcus Ericsson was one of them, as well as Linus Lundqvist, who I believe did not have to have a full top change, but Marcus Ericsson did.
Ferrucci's P9, 2:28, as he starts his 4-lap average run here on Fast Friday. Out of turn 2, gets close to that barrier. The safer barrier, the exit into 3, keeps it down low, and then pushes hard up, out, down the back straightaway, towards 3 and 4. Keeping it remarkably straight as he lifts up to go down low through 3 and 4.
Out of turn 3 now, in towards down turn 4, out of turn 4, down towards the yard of bricks. He's in 5th gear. Rossi hit 6th gear for 2 corners as well, Josh, which was slower than 5th gear as predicted, and it's a 231.395. Not a bad first attempt for Santino Ferrucci.
Puts him 6th overall in the fast lap average run time, so not too bad out there for Santino. They're all just getting to grips up there. Tomorrow is when we'll see the qualifying runs. We'll have a qualifying order, then so one car will go out one by one, and then we will have the random order. Let's get out of pit lane.
5 cars entered for this year's Indianapolis 500, and one of them had kind of a rough day yesterday. That was Linus Lundqvist, and got a little bit crazy through turn 2, and this was, I think, the first crash of the month of May, actually. That car, a nice hard hit on the right-hand side, and since then, the crew has gone to work on that tub. The tub is fine, but the right side, the gearbox, lots of things broken on this race car. And talking with the crew just a minute ago, they told me that it was ready to go last night, spent a lot of time the rest of the day. The 23 laps that Linus had gotten, those were the only ones he got. The car was ready last night. This morning, they just began going over their final checks, their setups put on the race car, and it is pretty much good to go. The news, I think, is the guy without the helmet there, Linus Lundqvist. He is in a good spot. The team telling me that this is not the first time he's had an incident. His mindset very, very good about forgetting that, moving on, going on to the next, and being confident to come back and contend for pole in his very first Indy 500. So, crew tells me they're probably 20 to 30 minutes away. A couple of their teammates have had the leak check pulled out and run the engine for a minute or two. They'll do that, and then they get these cars out here for their first attempt with the extra horsepower today.
Good stuff. Thanks, Dave. Here we go. The Pennzoil Chevy for Scott McLaughlin again. He's the fastest on the speed charts. He's down in 9th on the best 4-lap average, but he has cracked off the fastest speed so far today at 233.9 miles an hour.
Check it, Blake.
Look at the turn 3 trap speeds. Nice. 241.4 for McLaughlin. All Chevys on the list. James had 10 Chevys make run and just 3 Hondas. Is that coincidence?
It seems, I don't know, 2's a coincidence, 3's a trend. 10, that seems like intentional. I'm not sure why the Hondas aren't running yet. Maybe it's got something to do with what Joseph said. Conditions still too cool, almost too good in a sense to run right now to get an accurate reading. We know it's going to be hotter tomorrow. We know it's going to be hotter on Sunday. So perhaps some of the Honda runners waiting till representative track conditions show up.
So to answer Rizzo's question in the chat, is there a number limit on the tyres? Conflicting here. A couple of years ago it was 34. We did know it was 36 during the pandemic, so we're going to say 37 because that's the that's the number that me and JT remember from last season when it got bumped up. So,
and it was also discussed, I believe, 37 this year. It was 34 in 22, 36 in 23, I remember.
I think it's gone up by 1, yeah.
Yes, as Felix Rosenquist heading round the circuit into turn 4 towards the yard of bricks.
There's a man who last year didn't get into he got bumped, of course, Graham Rahal. And he's not looking too happy so far. Car not on pit road yet. And they're fighting the weather. That's what they're doing today. Also,
Get the swords are out.
we will,
Getting ready.
Yeah, we will be on USON shortly. That's what JT's up to. We'll join in late with them for the remaining of the day.
I'll count you down on the back channel, Josh.
I'll have to take one of my earphones off then to hear from you. Let's have a look at Colton Herta. Circulating like crazy out there actually as well. So he's looking strong. As he gets pulled through into turns 1 and 2 on his fast run now. See what average lap times he can do. We used to have so much data available to us. Onboard speeds and everything. But, oh, we still do. Oh, hello, that could be interesting for tomorrow. I might cook during one of the sessions.
Let him cook.
Get the telemetry data working. Who's out there right now? Colton Herta. Okay. Yeah. Could have a couple of telemetry things open actually for tomorrow. That could be quite fun. As we've registered the 33. Be insane day, wouldn't it, as well? It's going to be insane. A lot of glitching on Sky Sports Mix, I've noticed here this week. Herta's first lap time is a 31.025. Considering that JT needs to count me down, I'm going to swap to a handheld. That way I can hear what's going on and still hear the track and his countdown because he's talking to me in the background. Herta then up towards the line, and this lap time takes us to 2:31.018 across that back one. Decent time. As we see Herta fly in the back, we're going to get ready. Listen to it sing. And welcome to our listeners on USRN for IndyCar practice. Fast Friday here in 2024. This is free practice 5. We're riding with Colton Herta as he crosses the yard of bricks once again. Last lap time a 2:30.805. He's on a 4-lap qualifying average. He's now at 2:30.949, and this is his last run. Alongside me in the commentary box is Josh T, and JT. Herta's having a smooth lap time here.
Yeah, absolutely. Going down the back stretch in towards turn 3 now, and up towards turn 4 to get ready for the end of his 4-lap qualifying sim. 5th gear towards the yard of bricks, Josh.
And Herta will take the metaphorical checkered flag, and he goes up to 9th in the 4-lap average. An average lap time of 230.891 mile an hour. Blooded the Brave said, I'm in Indy. Followed your channel for F1 races since last year. Overcast here in Indy on the east side of town on my lunch break. First of all, thank you for joining us on the channel for the Indy 500. Thank you for following for the F1 race as well. So glad that we can provide you with the commentary and you're enjoying it. Thank you very much for viewing. And overcast, you say, in Indianapolis. Okay, that's going to be an interesting one. It's going to rain at some point, isn't it? Let's hear from TK.
Headset here, debriefing that first qualifying sim. So you've been on the box too all week. So what did you tell Kyle there after his first kind of qual sim was completed?
Well, actually, I wanted it to be an easy one for him. So we kind of like went conservative. He wasn't really happy yesterday. We didn't run a lot for all the circumstances. So I just want him to have a good run. So he was a little skeptical about the boost. I said, don't worry about it, you're not going to feel it. And it was exactly like that. So we just talked about the understeer, how the drop-off was. He's pretty comfortable. He's happy. And Kyle's happy. Everybody's happy.
How much have you worked with him just kind of on understanding how busy he's going to be in the cockpit tomorrow and Sunday, just with the bars and everything else he's got to do to stay active on top of the car?
I mean, Dylan, that is my biggest challenge. I mean, I'm not here to teach him how to drive, to anticipate problems that I don't know if they're going to happen, but the biggest challenge for me was to make him understand he's going to be doing 3, 4, 5 changes per straightaway with all the tools, which he's not used to it. He did just fine today. I mean, we've been watching a lot of the in-cars, a lot of my qualifying runs from last year. He's a pro, but he's still not very used to it. So Brian has the job to keep reminding him about everything that we need to do, but it's fine. Obviously, it's going to build up. Tonight's probably be the worst sleeping night we're all going to have. I cannot even believe that I'm nervous, which I shouldn't be, but tomorrow we're going to have to stay on top of that, because that will definitely, the way that the field's closed, that could be the difference between making it into the Fast 12 or not.
So the way the day went yesterday for you guys and the weather that's been plaguing this week, will you try to run more today maybe than you would have if you'd gotten a full weekend just to get him laps and get him used to it, or are you just kind of limited by getting the car cooled and all of those things?
No, you got to respect this place, right? So to be honest, yesterday we were trying to do more of a race run. We're not doing that today with the boost. It's not representative, so we stuck with the plan. Kyle wasn't happy about it last night. I talked to him and said, look, you're not going to believe me, because I wouldn't believe me if I was telling you you're okay. Today we're going to try to do 5 runs, which is kind of tough with traffic and stuff. But yeah, no, we're concentrating on qualifying. I mean, race is after Sunday.
Good info. Thanks, Tony. And I can't imagine being a rookie here, but having a voice like that and somebody who knows all the ins and outs of this place has to be calming to some degree.
It's an amazing resource to have at your disposal.
Huge, huge. And it's interesting, you know, Tony having the opinion of, look, I wouldn't believe me in this scenario, but you have to believe me. And that is probably encouraging for Kyle to hear, just because, you know, he knows exactly what a driver's mind is thinking, how it works, and to hear certain things, you're going to be skeptical. He was disappointed yesterday to not get more running. I agree with him. It seemed like a bit of a missed opportunity to get some good race running in. TK probably trying to play it down a little bit, saying it doesn't matter as much, but with all the lost track time, they're starting to run out of time.
He's done combined over every session this week. He's done 85 laps. He's one of the few that hasn't hit triple digits, right? And
yeah, he hasn't done half a race distance, and we're Friday.
Exactly, and so far this morning, he's 7th on the fastest single lap. Where is he on the 4-lap average?
13th.
Where is he? 13th. 12th. So...
White flag?
No. 13th. 13th, pardon me.
Well, he's doing a great job so far, but the double is about pulling off the impossible, seemingly the impossible, which is, can you win one or both? Nobody's ever done it. And for Kyle Larson, I know as we get closer to Sunday, even tomorrow, he'll be looking for every little bit to get the best possible starting position, just like Ed Carpenter will. Last lap for Carpenter, 2:30.6. James, that's not the outright speed we're used to seeing from this guy. That's another gulp on pit lane. ECR always factors seemingly in the top 6, the top 9. And on Fast Friday, compared to Team Penske and even the McLaren boys, that's pretty soft.
Well, you got to be specific there, because Rinus VeeKay is up there in 4th place on the 4-lap averages. He's got decent pace. He's in the top 5 on the single lap as well. So it just seems like the 20 car specifically doesn't have pace as what we're used to seeing out of the 20.
Slow car syndrome,
Slow
perhaps.
car syndrome. It happens, especially when you're the 3rd car, right? When you're the bonus program. Now, I don't know if Ed's chassis is actually the car that's been running the full season with Rasmussen, or if, you know, who's in what equipment per se, but essentially that's the bonus program with this group this month.
Unless it's Ed Carpenter Racing and you're the team owner, you should be the primary program. Certainly his performance through the years here would suggest that he's got the best chance. Rinus has had some great runs here.
Based on our conversations with Elio Castroneves, who's now got some team ownership, the 2nd owner driver in the series, yes, he has all the best stuff on his car. I promise you that.
Should be.
This is one that got away from this guy last year. I'm not saying that Kyle Kirkwood would have or could have won, but he was running at the front when he was in the wrong place at the wrong time last year in turn 2. heading to turn 2. Short shoot with the Felix Rosenqvist crash. Boy, he drove well last year, Kyle Kirkwood, in his first Indy 500 for Andretti, his second Indy 500. Remember, he did in his rookie year with AJ Foyt Racing. So this is Indy 500 number 3 for the 2-time race winner in the NTT IndyCar Series. How's this run going to shape up, and what's this year going to be like for Kyle?
Balance looks really good. I like how the 27 here is just arcing, especially middle off. There's a little bit of kind of rear steer look to the car, but it looks like a nice neutral balance. Those white gloves look confident.
Seems to maybe have a tiny bit more top speed than Herta.
There it is. That's impressive on your, say, 3rd lap to go quicker, 2:31.6. So
second flyer would be the warm-up. So improving his time on the second lap. Reverse deg, that's always a nice thing to see in qualifying.
Reverse deg. Those Firestones, baby.
Yeah.
You get that mold release off and the speed starts to come in.
As Brian Herta watching on, well, he's been a wonderful influence and mentor to this guy, soaking up Brian's decades of experience, victories.
Okay, keep going.
You're okay, keep going, says Brian. 11th on the speed chart so far for single lap speed for Kyle Kirkwood.
And that was a 2:31.6 on the prior lap, down to a 2:31.4. So this is a really nicely balanced race car. Smooth and consistent. Question is, can they trim more and not scrub more?
Yeah, really good consistency. And that is going to be key. I mean, there are going to be times where the car might have a big first lap, but if that fall off, if that fall off them, then your average just plummets. Only takes one little mistake.
Speaking of plummeting, that last lap just did that. 2:28.2. So something not right on that last run. That would put Kirkwood 12th on the 4-lap average.
Yeah, that's a sizable. I mean, that's a lift. There's a mistake somewhere in there.
That's a moment.
Not mistake necessarily. Yeah, sorry. That's a moment in the car. Something forced Kirkwood to have to get off the throttle. But that's what's so good about Fast Friday is you can go through runs like that, and even when they go wrong, even when you have an issue, you gotta learn how to finish the run, because when it comes to qualifying, you only get one guaranteed attempt.
Yep, and after that attempt as well, you start going into the do you want to run again? There's 2 lanes. The first lane is the I will run again and withdraw my lap time. The second is I'll go out again, but I want to keep my time in reserve. And if you go with the reserve line, anyone who goes in the first line goes out first. Pit road.
Yeah, we need to see. I think this is the first run, actually. Romain Grosjean is at the track now for us today. 78 car is coming, so now we have the extra power, right, for the first time. So I think balance changed as well. So we were trying some quali sim yesterday and the day before to see where we are, but everything changed today. So far it's looking good, but you never know, right?
Was yesterday a smooth day for both cars?
It was good under the circumstances, right? The weather was playing a big role, so we try the best we can to validate some data from last year and some setting that we gotta go through as a process that we have in mind, and everything seems okay so far, and the driver were kind of happy with the feeling of the car, but today we'll see where really we are, right?
Great, thanks Ricardo.
Yeah, good stuff yesterday. He spoke to Romain Grosjean at the end of the day yesterday, and he said, hey, I know we only had a window of 25 minutes or half an hour or whatever it was, he said, but it was good. I wanted one last hit out as we see Marco Andretti, the 2020 pole winner here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 500 on track, and he had a pretty solid hit out yesterday, did Marco. So let's see what today holds in store.
Just fine in 2:37 on the entrance to turn 3. I look back to Wednesday, James, and first run, first blush, there was a smile from Marco. He's like, yeah, car feels pretty good, feels like we're pretty quick. Now we get down to brass tacks. P9 right now, second of the Hondas, 2:31.7 that last lap. So on the Andretti Meyer-Shank scorecard, second fastest car so far.
Second fastest over the lap. Let's see what kind of degradation we see. I talked to Marco after the open test, a little reminder about that fast jacking technique.
Yep, and now we see Marco Andretti take. What on earth's happened to our timing screen there? I pressed button 2 and it decided to fly off and take the whatchamacallit? The
Commentator presenter screen for touring cars.
And the outro, yeah. What on earth happened there? It's not even on the same server. It's in a different file. Oh, technology's been weird all day. Sorry about that, everyone. As it comes into it, the speeds are a lot higher today. They've turned up the wick. IndyCar have given them the boost, effectively, so that now they can officially go over 230 mile an hour. We had a 229 in the toe. We thought would we get to 230 without it. Never do, unfortunately.
Next year, possibly.
Yeah, fingers crossed. But now we've turned the wick up and we're at 233, 234s. Fastest time today is Scott McLaughlin on a 233.392. Average lap time there, that's what we're looking at, is Newgarden on 259. Let's hear from Colton Herta.
Most of the Chevys were up there at the beginning. How was your qualifying run, and what have you learned?
It was safe. You know, I think it was just kind of dipping our feet. So we got room to trim and whatnot. I think it was safe. We wanted to make sure everything was right. What I was doing was right. But you have to expect some of that. Most of the other guys' laps were pretty safe too. So we've got a little bit of pace to find, which should be interesting. We got a lot of time today to find that, so I'm not worried.
So yeah, fair to say we're not seeing what you have at this point. You know you've got some time to kind of ease into it.
Yeah, and, you know, I think we're going to see pretty fast laps. You know, guys on first runs already putting up, you know, high 232s, low 233s on their own. I know some of those times are kind of skewed for having toes and whatnot. So we could be seeing guys in mid to high 234s once we really start trimming. Tomorrow's going to be warm, so it's going to be interesting. You're going to want an early draw. But you know, I've hoped in our Gamebridge Honda, we just got to keep working at this thing, and obviously for our first run, we're not too worried about where we're at. We'll worry at the end of the day if we're still slow.
All right, thanks, Colton.
So it sounds like Colton feeling pretty confident that they can trim more, take some downforce off the car, and get rid of drag. Maybe we can take a look at Colton Herta's rear wing angle right here, and this is something we'll be studying as we get closer to qualifying tomorrow. His rear wing angle, it looks like.
Yeah, just the lean angle's ever so slightly off. They stop talking there. Favour of an IndyCar driver to stop talking when he needs to. Still on board with Kyle Larson. He's doing another run right now. Just testing out what he can see. And Larson's lap time as he comes across the board. He's in P7 at the moment. Is Kyle Larson on a 232.493 mile an hour lap time. This is the 4-lap average run though, JT, and it looks like he's going to be improving when he went out there a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. As Kyle Larson on a best 4-lap average speed run qualifying sim, it looks like. His first one was a 232.4, if I remember. That's what I told you. Yeah, awesome. My memory actually is doing its job today, as he's in 6th gear as he goes across the bricks.
Didn't tell us what the lap time was there. 231.326 his last lap time speed. So he's remaining consistent. Don't forget, the track temperature is going to be playing a factor. It won't be until tomorrow that we see the actual top speeds and the faster speeds coming into it. So qualifying tomorrow will be the one that is going to be the main and big watch. Getting up close to the wall at 2 and 3. Nearly touching the apron. Larson's got used to this place incredibly quick. He's run here before in NASCAR, of course, at the Brickyard. 400. Larson's 4-lap average speed, 231.560. Puts him 7th overall again, ahead of Eilert. So the McLarens...
Not bad.
Yeah, McLaren's running together there. Rossi's the one who's letting the side down on the best of 4-lap average, but he got blocked.
Yep, 6, 7, 8. Marco Andretti in 5th. He did a run as well of 231.734.
Yeah, looking good, the McLarens. Yeah, they're going to be a bit of a surprise here. He's coming into the pit lane. Cash Evans is the only one out there. Look at this, though, into turn 2. As he turns in, he just goes below the white line, drifts up. It looks like he's going to hit the wall, but he times it to perfection. That is pitch perfect from Larson.
Yep, absolutely incredible turn there from Larson.
So, Cash Evans moves up into 9th position as well on a 2:32.199 as he begins his lap time. Tony Kanaan watching on, keeping an eye on everything here at McLaren. Our McLaren, of course. As they hurt down, that is Cash Evans. So only one driver up the track. We'll hand over to NBC.
This is exactly what the kind of thing you're looking for. And sorry, we just talk about that, just kind of going back to that drop dead time for Kyle. I mean, if we have 3 red flags at the end of a race again, it's a 12:38.
Which we did last year.
It's possible. We could be pretty tight up against it.
How about this guy, Diff? I was just about to say somebody got real high in the corner, and then I thought, oh, well, that's just Elio.
Yeah, everything's good. Let's nothing to see here as we watch Elio, though. Let's hear from Dylan. Who are you with?
Well, we're with Kyle Kirkwood, who finished his qualifying sim run. So where was that at for you on the conservative to aggressive trim level, and maybe what more do you want to do here when you go out again?
I mean, it was conservative, but I'm sure everyone's conservative right now, you know. We're definitely missing a little bit of pace there. I think, yeah, we left on the last lap. So the 4-lap average that you see on the screen right now isn't what we actually did. I got an indicator saying we were too hot, but we actually weren't too hot. So our 4 lap's going to look bad. But we're still missing a mile and an hour or a mile and a half. So we'll dig into it because yesterday we felt like we were really fast and then made small changes and now we're not fast. So figure it out.
All right, a little bit of work to do for the Andretti cars.
So that's a little bit of a head scratcher there as we rejoin Elio Castro Neves as he.
I couldn't understand a single word. Really sorry. I was just a little based on moving the map. No idea what he said.
As you could tell, that radio transmission was a little bit difficult to decipher. He's talking to Billy Vincent on the radio, his strategist, and he said, I couldn't understand a word, Billy.
Yeah, it's maybe some radio issues. We know Rosenquist, the team car to Elio, had some issues with radio and some on-track miscommunications yesterday. I wonder if something similar is befallen the 06. But Elio, 5th on the 4-lap averages, moves himself into the highest running Honda at the moment, just ahead of Marco Andretti. And this guy knows a thing or two about going fast at the Speedway. Let's take a look at some of the fastest qualifying runs in history. There's that big one, man, Ari, back in '96.
And last year, add to Alex Palou there being the second fastest. It was the fastest front row last year ever.
And I think that's actually the fastest pole lap still, because Dixon did that in 2022. You can see a few tenths of a mile an hour faster for Palou. Last year, Leyendeck was a second-day qualifier back in '96, so he wasn't going for pole. So it's the fastest qualifying run, but Palou actually has the record last year for the fastest pole speed. But still, 2.5 miles an hour off.
In the end, Ari, fastest man ever at Indianapolis, and so cool that he's still part of the IndyCar crew week in and week out, serving as a
steward in race control with Max
Wanted to come up with the right title.
Yeah. So
a referee.
We often talk about Kyle Novak as the race director, but it's in fact the fastest man ever around here, along with Max Pappas, who do a lot of the adjudicating and reviewing and helping with those decisions and making those decisions.
Here, James, with what, 25, 30 pounds out of the race cars this Indy versus last year, that's got to be worth half a mile an hour?
It's something. It's tough to quantify because, again, the weight, when you take weight out of a race car, the benefits are in accelerating, braking, cornering. You don't accelerate. You know, once you're up to speed here, you're kind of reach terminal velocity. There's not a lot of speeding up and slowing down.
Well, mass is mass, and it all matters.
For sure.
We could find an engineer to give us a specific sim estimate, but I'm going to say half a mile an hour. If it was apples to apples, high 224, maybe that's possible tomorrow.
Hey guys, have a look at this, have a listen, and then off the back end of it, tell us how easy is it to do this, or how common is it to do this on Fast Friday. Watch Kyle Kirkwood in replay. Have a listen.
Okay, keep going.
You saw very late, I mean, we're looking at his steering wheel through his visor reflection there, kind of similar to, was it Ilott we saw doing a very late change. He thought he was done after 3, so he went to go adjust the wheel map, had to put it back.
Well, Kyle said we thought we were too hot, meaning engine temperature, so we probably richened up the mixture to try to save the motor there. And then he said afterwards, it turns out we weren't too hot. So maybe that's an alarm setting that needs to be adjusted. One thing's for sure, in qualifying trim, Honda, Chevy, and team to team, car to car, you're looking for every last little bit of boost, of temperature, all of that. Talking with IndyCar Tech this morning, and I said, what's an area in terms of innovations to keep an eye on this year? And they said it's really inlet and exhaust bodywork. So it's the shutters on the side pod inlets that teams are pushing the limits on, and at the exhaust at the tail end of the side pod. That's how finite, that's how competitive things are. They're looking for millimeter violations of the shuttering of the race cars and just trying to optimize airflow and cooling, presumably. IndyCar officials always keeping a close eye on everything.
It's not just Christian Rasmussen, one of 7 rookies on track at the moment. Out there also is Romain Grosjean, Christian Lundgaard. They're also on track at the moment on this Fast Friday, almost an hour in to our 6 hours of coverage for you leading up to the weekend full of qualifying. And if you haven't had a look at the entry list or been with us throughout the week, there are 34 cars trying for 33 positions. Somebody will be bumped and will not race in next weekend's Indianapolis 500.
And it's not too early to start looking at the bottom of the time charts and start thinking about who might factor tomorrow into just making the 30 that get locked, and then Sunday being the 33. Right now, it's Dale Coyne Racing with Catherine Legg and Nolan Seagull, 22nd and 23rd of all the cars that have registered time so far.
Yeah, if you wanted to do that same sort of investigation into the bottom of the time charts in the combined practice, you know, there's a few teams that stand out. Certainly Dale Coyne Racing. You would say potentially Hukos Hollinger, potentially AJ Foyt Racing. But with what we're seeing right now, Townsend, again, early days, we're an hour into 6 hours of practice, but it does seem that maybe on the increased boost, you know, it's 20 extra millibar boost, 100 horsepower, that in this setting Chevy might have a bit of an advantage. So you look at the worst Honda teams as maybe being under threat.
6 of the bottom 7 cars are Hondas right now, and let's not forget what happened last year with Graham Rahal and the struggles that they had. And certainly coming in here, Diff, you could go down through the list of 34 cars and teams, and I don't think anybody expects that they're going to be in that bubble, right? They're probably all convinced themselves we should be fine as Graham Rahal watches on with great curiosity.
All right, Hollywood George, I'm going to give you
talking about James.
I'm going to give you 4 elements, but you can only have 3 at the Speedway: bravery, speed, smoothness and efficiency, or consistency. Which one do you drop?
I only heard speed. So I'll take that. I'll take that at the expense of all others.
I'll drop the smooth. I mean, if you're consistent, fast,
and brave.
Okay,
you got it.
That's a good cocktail for success here at Indy.
Hollywood George was born smooth. That's a given.
That's not you then. Let's head to the pits.
Obviously talk to my high school friends. What's going on in pit lane?
Well, your high school friends are not here, just so you know.
You don't know that.
Fair point. Kiffin Simpson's back on track, just came in and out really quick. He's the first one of the Ganassi cars to hit the track today. Just checked in with Mike O'Gara on the stand for him. They're really playing catch-up from the end of yesterday. Their other teammates got their final balance check yesterday. This team did not because they were having radio issues. So Mike told me we're not really gathering anything except maybe atmospheric for the other teams right now. We're starting at the end of yesterday where they already have been. So getting some nice time on track. catching up for this young rookie, making sure he's comfortable.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dave. And his teammate and the man who sat on the pole position here last year, Alex Palou, the championship leader. Alex is out there as well, and so too is Santino Ferrucci. So, picking your point on the track, here is the DHL Honda in its official Indy 500 livery.
Yeah, finally now as well, Palou with the sort of the DHL rainbow at the side. Let's catch up on the YouTube chat quickly as well. Gary says, I think there's a bit of heat between McLaughlin and Newgarden. I think there is, because, well, JT, we know exactly how they've been over the past couple of seasons, especially on ovals and inter-team battles as well, looking good.
I mean, yeah, there's been a little bit of battling between the two, and, well, do we mention all the drama?
We can mention said people with the drama, yeah, that was another one, wasn't it? But still, they're fastest at the moment in the 4-lap average, and they're 1-2 as well. But it's McLaughlin fastest on single lap speed. In the 4-lap average, it's Newgarden. So they're trading places massively right now. Tommy says, Newgarden is universally disliked in the paddock from all I gather. I got the opposite effect, wasn't it? He was quite well liked. Grosjean isn't. I can tell you that right now. Grosjean's not liked at all. As well.
Santino Ferrucci.
That too, yeah. I think Santino Ferrucci is liked by some people who vote a certain way in the IndyCar paddock.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Palou getting close to the wall, exit at turn 2. He's at 4, actually, so I need to get my math right. As he comes across the line. How many have gone out on the track so far?
27.
Yeah, 27 out of 30. Turn 4. I'm a Scott McLaughlin guy, but seriously, Josie Newgarden got shafted all over that, and SM got it, in my opinion. Yeah, Newgarden got blocked out with that, and McLaughlin got... Well, yeah, they both got it after some Pete, didn't they? Power got away with it the most. I think quickest of anyone. So definitely see Power was the one who was running around. Palou's 4-lap average speed. He's still 15th overall, though, in the fastest time. 231.211 mile an hour was his last lap time. His fastest time is 231.799. That was his second lap at speed in this qualifying simulation run a few moments ago. This is Palou's last run in qualifying simulation here on Fast Friday. As he enters the last corner, gives it the welly, 236 mile an hour at the exit. Last corner, 233, 231, 230, 229. It's dropping, and then it rises as he comes up. What's the average lap time then? He's struggling over 232 at the line. And Palou's last lap time, 231.017. So it gives him an average of 231.337. That puts Palou in the best 4-lap average. Not even telling us he's inside the top 10.
Definitely helped him there.
Say again?
The second lap definitely helped him there.
Massively, yeah. The 231. That's put Palou 11th on the speed trap. That's very close.
Well, Palou pits this time, and we pick up one of the jumpers on I believe, of Canapino. Yes, it is.
Is my timing screen like massively delayed or something?
I don't think so. Canapino goes to the yard of foot. Now, has he started a 4-lap? Is he on a 4-lap? Let's wait for the graphic to say anything. I believe he's just started one, as they've not shown his first lap average speed. So Canapino at the start of a 4-lap average.
Yep, adjusting it. As there's Romain Grosjean. Ready to guard again. See what he's done. Yeah, my time screen was behind. Go on.
He is white, and Canapino is lime green. I didn't realise that they did that for
They've changed it today.
Cars.
Yeah. So there is Canapino with the green lime, the lime green colour. Of course, Grosjean now with the white stripe. They've changed it, I think, because everyone was having trouble spotting them. Of course, we're back to Halo version, well, the Aero Screen version 1, aren't we? It's,
Not that many sponsors on the Jim Cross Hollinger car I'm noticing on the side of Canapino.
Really?
Yeah.
I've got an iPhone will start charging when temperature returns to normal, so...
Incredible.
Yeah.
Just want to have a look at the side of Canapino's car once more when we pick him up once.
We'll see it
again,
soon.
so you can have a look at it.
Oh, we're what, an hour in almost? Hour 6? I'm surprised we haven't had more than one caution, to be fair, considering that everyone's started pushing on these lap times. I know I've said it now, but yeah, very surprised.
I actually have reminded me to get on the series chart to log the first hour.
Yeah, log that hour. Here comes Dixon starting
with
his...
only a 2-minute caution? 3 minutes?
Yeah, not that long. Says it down there, but somewhere. Dixon's having an interesting run around. His start of his 4-lap average. At the moment, Scott Dixon's in 27th position out of 28. Last lap time, 2:15.
It was a 2-minute 45. So.
Yeah. Dixon jumps up to 12th place on a 11th place now. 232.169 mile an hour lap time. That's lap 1 of average speed. Qualifying tomorrow, we're going to be like, look at that insane time. And then Sunday, they push it to the max. Still got a few cloud cover moments here. As Dixon continues to attack. Exit of turn 4. Second lap coming now. As we see Chip Ganassi watching on. And Scott Dixon watching on. Say again?
6th gear.
Yeah, 232.473. Second lap was faster than lap 1. So now we're going to see it really upgrade the speed as he comes out down towards turn 3 once more. 236. Flicked in as he turns in. 237, 238 as he came through turn 3. It's turn 4. 230 it was dropped at as he heads down now across the yard of bricks. Lap 3 average. Love to know if it tells us. It doesn't. Last lap time for him 230.901. So average now stands at 231.848 as the deltas. This is Dixon's last lap on the qualifying simulation. Lets the car drift towards the centre, pulls it up high, and then drops it in low through turn 3. Finds that perfect racing line. Downshifted from 6th to 5th as well. Fighting for the control a little bit actually as well. The car jumping around. Cross the line then for Dixon. This lap time is a 230.654. Gives him an average of 231.549. Does not improve on his... Yes, he does. Dixon improves up to 9th place on the average speed time. Very nicely done. Right, no one currently setting lap times at the current moment. Let's hand over to NBC.
Brilliant. And it's being lost and being in love with the details, the finer points, and that just speaks to Scott Dixon's attention to detail, and it's the minutiae that he studies to be so calm and good under pressure. As we take you back to 2022, his most recent Indianapolis 500 pole, there he is.
One on Scott, right here.
How about that? The boss, TK, Marcus Ericsson, Jimmy Johnson, by the way, the 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champ, will join our broadcast team next weekend, along with Danica Patrick and Mike Tirico for the 108th Indy 500. Look forward to hearing Jimmy's comments, because he can talk now as an Indy 500 participant, as well as a 7-time Cup Series champ. Here's Kevin.
Santino Ferrucci found some pace there. One of the Chevrolets quick so far. So let's kind of cover both areas. Where's the race car? And then how is the qualifying car that we've seen today?
Well, race car needs a lot of work. We've been really close, and then we go to make a change and think we go the right direction, and we've just, I don't know, for whatever reason, we're not getting it any closer, so we keep reverting back. We got a couple ideas for Monday, but our Q car is exactly the same as last year. A couple small improvements. I obviously didn't get all 4 laps in there. I had to bail at the end of 3rd. But, you know, we were testing something. So the first run, I had a massive lift into 1. Just so that 4-lap average was really down compared to what it should have been. Just we had a massive front wash. We were just safe on aero balance 5%. And then, yeah, we tuned it up for the second run and changed something small just to get a feel for it. And I just didn't want to, you know, if we had to qualify, I would have risked it for the biscuit, but it's Fast Friday, man. So there's we're just going to take back to the garage, go get lunch, go play with the dogs for a little bit, come back out later today.
All right, sounds like Santino Ferrucci's number 14 point car still could be a factor to start up front, Dylan.
Let's see what Alex Palou thinks about his race car. 231.3 average there on those 4 laps. Is there more left in it?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, yeah, it was not the best of our first runs, but feels good to have the boost back. Yeah, we need to work a little bit to find some speed on the car, but yeah, good start so far.
Thanks, Alex.
Watching Catherine Legg here make another run as we'll bounce back over to the 77 of Romain Grosjean.
Hasn't managed to find Ferrucci on track yet today, so we're making progress there.
Give it time.
Give it time.
First question to a spotter. Where's the 14?
The day is young.
Où est le... How do you say 14? Cat?
Yeah.
14.
14. Ah, merci, Chef Dave.
Oui.
231.0 for the Juncos Powerman. That's, you know, again, that's on the low side as well. We talked about this being one of the teams potentially under threat based on the practice times. Now, a 231 for your first lap. Not the best.
Talk about the drama with the 77 and 14, Grosjean and Ferrucci. Let's take a look at this romance that's been building.
All started back in turn 5, and Barber continued to turn 12 later in the race. And then they decided to carry it a few weeks later. This was in warm-up, Townsend. That was where the bird got thrown, but then this is in the race where it really went south.
Yeah, Ferrucci in a prime position to send Grosjean for a little gardening leave.
And a little defensive driving.
Stakes get a little higher when you come to the oval at Indy. That's
They do, and look, we talked to Ferrucci after that incident, and he said, I saw him lining it up. It was going to be too late of a move, so I just put an end to it. And to be fair, I kind of agree with that logic, and it is so easy to get caught out and find yourself in a position with someone that's making a late lunge.
I did find myself asking the crew of the 77 this morning. I said, listen, if this spills over to a pit lane battle, you guys ready? And boy, the chest came out, the big inhale. They're like, yeah, we'll be there. We're good.
So how does that work? Is it like right front tire changer to right front tire changer, fueler to fueler, air hose to air hose?
I feel like it's the right rear guy that you got to watch out for.
But if it's right rear to right rear.
Oh, I don't think there's any match. At that point, all bets are off. I just mean when the right rear comes swinging and racing onto the scene, that's usually the strongest, most athletic on the team.
It's just a full Donnybrook. Everyone's off the wall.
Let's take a look at who we've got there.
While you're doing that, here's Stingray Robb, and he too is sort of playing catch up because the combined practice laps in the books prior to this was just 83, so that was less than what Kyle Larson had done, so he needs more on-track time, which he'll be relishing this opportunity, Hinch.
Definitely, and a fairly consistent run for him right now. If he can keep that DEG at less than a mile an hour, which with this track temp was kind of the goal.
So you got Nathan Lister outside rear on the 77. Dustin Phillips, who I know very well. Dude's yoked on the 14. So anyways, might be getting ahead of ourselves just a little bit.
Maybe a
little too wishful.
And Stingray crosses the line last lap. 231.2. So again, keeps it very consistent, almost about a half mile an hour. I'm trying. I'm just carrying on. I'm just ignoring it.
Fast Friday brings out more boost all around.
You come in 2 days late and you come in swinging. You've got all this energy. Huh?
I'm having a Pellegrino too. It's like there's no extra caffeine in that.
Pour some Celsius in there or something. A Red Bull maybe.
So there's Stingray Robb's run, and Stingray is in the top half of the field on the single lap speed. As far as the 4-lap average, where does the 41? He's in 10th. That's a good job. Really nicely done, Stingray Rob. Here's Alexander Rossi.
Track all to yourself here.
And the message is track all to yourself. He sure does. Scott Dixon, I believe, is coming into the pits. So Alexander does have a wide open Indianapolis Motor Speedway to himself.
He's got Stingray Rob still on track, maybe cooling down, but hopefully that won't affect it too much. But guys, just listen to the engine note. It's very flat, it's very low. This is a warm-up lap for Alex. What they do is they get to a certain designated point on the racetrack. They will switch the engine map out of this conservative map, which is really designed to keep the engine as cool as possible, as long as possible. So look for an adjustment here and listen to the engine noise change. Immediately, you hear that audible difference. That's the gray one. That's into full power, absolute max qualifying pace. You'll have to make more adjustments to the engine as the run goes on, but you're just winding this thing up, and all of this is very planned.
And now you're thinking balance. You saw the right hand go down to make a bar adjustment, softening up the front roll bar. And a final adjustment to the mapping, and now you send it in and feel, how good am I? And the answer so far looks pretty good because the hands stay consistent. Let's see if he makes an adjustment on the back straight.
216.6 warm-up. He's hovering just at or above the white line through 2. I love that line in qualifying. Let's look at that top speed. It's hitting that 240. This is going to be a stout run. His first one was pretty quick.
Sounded like it just bled down a little bit with some understeer in turn 3. I look up and see what the wind is doing.
You see the thumb go for the weight jacker on the right-hand side, making a map adjustment here. Left thumb goes back in.
2:33.1 that last lap for Alexander Rossi. Still got the track all to himself.
This is a nice, honest run for the number 7. Literally no disturbed air on the racetrack. 99 degrees track temp, 73 ambient, wind at 6 miles an hour.
And if you think back to Newgarden's first run, he did have a little bit of a tickle of a toe from Pato O'Ward, but this is true. This is a clean, honest set of airflow for Alexander Rossi.
Pops down to 5th, right on the weight jacker. Holds 5th gear on the front straight there. Drivers usually have a little bit of a positioning on the racetrack where they'll decide whether or not they're going to pull the gear. If you get to the rev limit by that point.
Boy, this is strong. That was Connor Daly coming out of the pits, by the way, on the previous lap. But this is going to just be a good, clean, fast run by Alexander Rossi. Tremendous consistency.
I think what's so cool about this is I think back to the open test, and I was watching on...
Yeah, Rossi's looking amazingly quick here as he comes across the line. And he's 3rd fast at the moment, but I want to see what the overall speed run is here. He's doing 232.565. That's over 4 lap. At the moment, 233.1 lap 1, 233.0 lap 2, 232.8 lap 3. This is insane speed. And McLaren, JT, just finding more and more pace out there.
Yeah, absolutely as well. Alexander Rossi, 241 miles per hour as he goes through turn 3 and through turn 4 and up towards the yard of bricks.
And what is his 4-lap average speed? First of all, what's his lap time? Last lap, 232.8. This lap time is a 232.662. Average, 232.917. Puts Rossi 3rd fastest on the speed trap, with O'Ward in 4th position, half a mile per hour behind. This is insane speed from the two. I genuinely see McLaren having a shot at pole position here once again. This is insane.
Yeah, absolutely as well. And out on track now, Connor Daly taken to the track along with the 4 of Kiffin Simpson and Alexander Rossi, who has just pitted.
Yep, let's hand it back over to NBC. There's only a few cars out there as well. We'll see Daly's down there in the positions as well.
Find a little more speed, still carry that consistency.
Speaking of understeer, talked with this guy, Connor Daly, in the 24 this morning, and they struggled quite a bit with understeer. As we take a look at another issue that happened yesterday, and this was a cause for great concern. The right front upright failing as you see the smoke coming out of the wheel. And Connor Daly told me, man, we were lucky. That happened, luckily, exiting 4 when I wasn't at peak lateral load. It could have been real bad for the Polka Dot crew.
230.9 miles an hour is his fastest speed thus far in the Dreyer Reinbold Polka Dot entry.
This could be such a devastating day for teams and drivers, if I'm being totally honest. You got Connor Daly out there running around. He sees that average at a 230, those top speeds rather at a 230. And you know, we just watched Alexander Rossi, fellow Chevy competitor, run around at 233. We're not finding 2.5 miles an hour overnight. So what do we do? Like, it's just so sometimes demoralizing when you kind of get to Fast Friday, the boost comes up, you really see what the cars have in full quality spec, and it's just not enough, Thompson.
Yeah, well, you don't know where they are trim-wise, but I would agree with you. They were about 2 miles an hour down on trap speed, almost 3 miles an hour going into turn 3 as Connor Daly backs out of it. And we've all been here before where you complete the first or second run on Fast Friday, and now the stress of thinking, can we be in the top 12 becomes, well, wait a second, we're now in the top 30 conversation for tomorrow. And it just changes the energy, changes the mood in the garage, and you go from offense to defensive mindset real fast.
Kyle Larson's mood has improved today because he, as Tony Kanaan told us earlier, and we saw it for ourselves yesterday, he wasn't happy. He wanted to be on track. He wanted more laps. Well, he's getting plenty of laps today. The current NASCAR Cup Series points leader with a couple of wins this season in an IndyCar at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and he just went to the 5th fastest single lap speed of 232.9 miles an hour. He's finding his groove, is Kyle Larson.
No weight jacker lights on this run, Hinch. There they are. Front bar adjustment, but I think he might have forgotten about the jacker adjustment. Last time he did it too early, mid-corner. That run, he waited a little bit. These are all there. Now he's kind of well-timed exiting turn 4. These are the nuances that are going to make the difference between a fast 12 appearance or just making the field, but the speed is really good, certainly strong enough and consistent enough to be right up in the mix.
It's interesting to see how teams and drivers have different approaches to this. Obviously, Kyle having one where it's like, hey, I want to know when the lights are on, weight jacker's down, I want the lights off going into the corner. You have other drivers that have lights flash left to right. You know, there was one team, I think last year, that just had one where you would hold the button when you came out of 2 and 4 and then release it and fire it back over.
Also the position of the buttons. We saw the teammate for Kyle Larson.
Looks good, no issues.
Palou had the button in the top right corner, and looks like Kyle Larson has it on the back of the wheel like Graham Rahal, trigger style.
Looking forward to seeing this 4-lap average.
Really? So am I. This is going to be quite interesting. Lap 1, 232.902. So that put Larson straight in at 5th overall in today's session. I'll move the timings up so you can see it here on Timer 71. But this is going to be quite a fast lap time. Kyle Larson comes across. What is his delta time going to be? Larson is 232.099. He goes 6th overall with a 232.550. That's his overall delta lap time. And I think as well, JT, a remarkable gambit there to get him up into that speed. That was something special.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't worry, I put my headset on carefully this time.
Yes, I see that.
But just while we've got a little bit of a break, while some cars are getting ready for their laps, look how blue this drink is.
What the hell is that? Is that? Hold it up to the camera. Hold it a bit more. Is that Fallout thing?
No, it's the new limited edition Blueberry Blast. Sorry, Raspberry Blast, which Blue Raspberry Blast, which Tango are doing.
Oh, and of course, Tango.
Basically, the blue raspberry slushy, but liquid, not,
What's all the hate for Santino? We act like we didn't love aggressive drivers for it in Earnhardt. He may be loved in America, but in Europe, Santino Ferrucci is deeply hated in the motorsport paddock. Like, deeply hated. And it's not really, for what he did in Formula 2 and the F1 paddock as well. It's just, It's the European paddock, Santino is blackballed. Ironic, really.
Yeah.
On board, that was Herta's lap time, 2:30.798 is an average lap time. Speed for him with a buck through. This is practice 4 yesterday. And a brief snap as Herta was in a battle with guess who? There's Pietro Fittipaldi, but nearly took him out Daly a few days ago.
Yeah. Was it Rasmussen? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, what's going on with my screen? Up here in the comms box.
Dixon on a 4-lap average, it looks like as well.
It's highlighted for some reason, the light. Look, it's really weird. Anyway, Kevin Lee's in the pit lane.
Alexander, how did you feel about your qual sim?
Yeah, good. I mean, it's the first real one we got without any snakes, so that's nice. We'll do another one here in a few minutes, and then, see what she's got.
Did you say without any snakes?
Yeah, our first one got aborted because there was snakes snake internal one, which wasn't awesome.
I saw something on social media about this, so you noticed this. We're going to need to know more because I don't know that we've explored this on the broadcast yet.
Yeah, at first I thought it was like a drive shaft, so I kind of it was kind of sketchy actually because I didn't know what it was. But then when I hit it, nothing bad happened, so I just kept going. But then they eventually called the yellow. So.
Okay, so a run without snakes. Now, what's the plan from here? Do you keep tweaking it, or do you feel like it's pretty good? Let's see what we got.
You're never good around here. I've learned that in the past. So we're gonna put all our effort into working through it today and just make sure that we run. Because I've been too confident on Fast Fridays before and gotten beat pretty badly on Sunday. So we're just gonna understand the car and all its conditions. And Air McLaren's doing a great job. Obviously, Chevy is done a phenomenal job, so we'll just keep chipping away at it.
Thanks, Alexander. All right, so you're never done. Use all the time available. Hey, one other note. Townsend was talking about weight jacker. That's one of the reasons why Connor Daly aborted his run early. He said it broke on his first lap, so he's in. Man. Down to Dave.
Wow, interesting. Kevin, I was going to add that I talked to Pietro Fittipaldi earlier today when he arrived on pit lane, getting ready for running this afternoon. I did ask him, guys, about that incident, and he said
way back in 96.
He told me that, it was just stupid. I wouldn't apologize for that. And my second time here, I've got most of the things down that I need to know how to do on a race weekend or on qualifying weekend. But that was one I missed, and I am sorry for that.
And IndyCar did speak with him and the team about that incident. All right, let's take you back. You heard Alexander Rossi talking about the snake on track. Here's Scott McLaughlin. I'm imagining, look to your right. There it is right there. Gave it a little tweak. Now, I'm not sure if the snake is still with us or not.
I can confirm the snake is not.
Yes.
Social media pictures have confirmed that is an ex-snake.
Between Georgina and the Cobras out there.
Hey, Georgina's back. Georgina's back.
Well, she's back up at Barbara.
She is.
New apparel there, but listen, we laugh about the snake, but think about how gnarly that is. Rossi said I wasn't sure if that was a drive shaft, and a tiny little adjustment at those speeds in turn 1 can be catastrophic. On top of the fact that on Wednesday or Thursday morning, yesterday morning, I get confused when we were at 10 a.m. start. Rossi had the issue in turn 2 where he couldn't see the entry. Yeah. So these are really, really dicey moments at these speeds. If you are thrown off your game even the tiniest bit on your turn in on any of these 4 corners.
If you're wondering what we're referring to about Georgina, this is what happened at Barber Motorsports Park earlier this year. Late in the race, That's what happened to Georgina. Not a real person, just stating that fact. It was a mannequin, a figurine. And I bet the AMR safety team never, ever thought they would be doing that. And Barber Motorsports Park, Mr. Barber, Michael DeSocio, everybody associated there at Barber Motorsports Park, sharing this
she's
with
back,
the
all right.
motorsports world, that all is well again in their world.
Kind of thought it through with the dress upgrade from the skirt. That'll keep Georgina in good shape if she were to ever drop again. But I mean, imagine a season where we'd be talking about snakes and mannequins on track.
I have a feeling she will never drop again. She will be very well secured up there.
Hey, you don't tell Georgina what she's going to do.
No, that's fair. If she wants to join the side of the racetrack again, she's more than welcome. Just preferably not during an IndyCar race.
Ed Carpenter, 11th on the single lap speed. And what has this qualifying specialist that the Indy 500 got in store in the Guy Care Chevrolet? We will see.
White flag.
One more, and then we'll get a bigger, better picture of what this looks like for Ed, because at the moment he's in 21st position. This is starting to look a little bit better. He's going to climb. He won't be in 21st anymore if he can keep this going. 232.2, 231.8, 231.4. So not quite a full mile-an-hour drop-off over those first 3 laps.
Pretty narrow line suggesting that he feels pretty comfortable. Cars planted. Not really that close to the wall in the short chute. So maybe more to trim there, James.
Yeah, potentially, but at the same time, it is a bigger drop-off than what we've seen. Last lap, a 230.6. So
does that put Ed? It's 11th on the 4-lap average.
But just a lot more dag than what we've seen out of a lot of the other runners. It's not like the conditions have changed a ton. The track temp has crept up a little bit. We're at right at 100 right now, but
sun sort of popped out there for a second and seems to have disappeared again.
And guys, on track, here we are, the number 28, Marcus Ericsson in the Delaware Life Honda for Andretti Global. Yesterday, it all went south in turn 4, group running, got on the curb, threw him up into the gray. Contact first with the outside wall, then the inside wall. Finally, with the attenuator at the end of pit lane, massive damage to that car, so much so Andretti Global Mechanics had to bring out the spare car, and that is what Marcus is in. That is what is on track now.
So how much is new? Tub,
everything,
gearbox,
everything but the engine. I would
motors
imagine.
the same. Now I think, Diff, somebody made a comment earlier in the show that the team thought maybe this was a better car. I don't know how that's possible that you would have a better one on the shelf.
I don't necessarily buy it. That was a report from the team to one of our trusted pit reporters. I think that's the kind of thing you tell your driver to make sure he feels good about it. For the 228 top speed, well, that would have been the warm-up lap. Sorry. So yes, coming around.
There were 2 crashes yesterday, not only Marcus Ericsson, but Linus Lundqvist, and I can tell you Linus is gearing up. Linus is getting ready to climb aboard the American Legion Honda.
Hang on for a second, because we're seeing wide open throttle and just 231.
It's like they haven't
at
put
the
the
end
boost.
of the backstretch.
It's like they haven't put the boost in this car yet.
Yeah, if this is a faster car, it's not showing it yet.
All right. Let's check in with Dylan Welsh and ask the question of where do we find you, Dylan?
Well, I've made my way to one of the great spots on this racing property, which is at the end of the backstretch at the entrance of turn number 3. So Marcus is coming down the backstretch right now, and put Sean, our camera guy, to work here and see how quick he can follow Ericsson here through 3. And we can see him all the way through 3. Here he goes. Oh, he's on the pits. Well, he slowed down for us, so that was an easy one. They made that easy on you. Anyways, down here in 3, it's always a great view. You can really get a sense of speed of how fast the cars are going. Right at the end of the backstretch, here comes another one here.
Only Nolan Seagull's out there right now. Yep, so only Seagull's out there right now. The rest of them back in the pit lane after the first runs.
Such a treat to be able to stand in this part of the property and watch these guys go full send and full commitment into turn number 3. By the way, this is also the end where the second group of spotters stand. There are 2 spotters here. Each car has a spotter in turn 1 at the end of the front stretch, and also here at the end of the back stretch, high above turn number 3. So you got to have 2 sets of eyes to guide you around this racetrack, Dave.
Be careful out there, Dylan. Checking in with Blair Julian, strategist for the 8 team for Linus Lundqvist. I know you're not the driver coach, but you've had chats with him since the incident. Where is he right now? How are things shaping up for the 8 on this run here?
Yeah, he's always been very positive so far, so his head's in the right spot, and Brad's been talking him through the process, so I think we're going out here and get comfortable, and we'll see what we can do.
You comfortable with where the team has the chassis back together?
Yeah, the guys worked late last night to get it back together, and we've made sure all the details now are covered this morning, so we should be looking pretty good.
All right, dot some more I's, cross some more T's. Thanks.
And when Blair, who's been with Chip Ganassi Racing for more than 20 years, says that Brad has spoken to him, he's talking about Brad Goldberg, the engineer, long-time engineer for Chip Ganassi Racing, who has delivered many wins, including an Indianapolis 500 win for Marcus Ericsson a couple of years ago. So Linus Lundqvist is in good hands. Speaking of young drivers, here is one of the rookies. Here's Nolan Seagull back out on track. We saw him earlier, but he aborted that run pretty early after just 1 lap hinge. So now let's get back into it again.
Yeah, you want to try to build your driver's confidence up on Fast Friday. Young driver.
Oh, Seagull into the wall!
Up and over.
And he's flipped. The Seagull's flipped over. That's a big one coming out of turn 2. Nolan Seagull is over at the second corner, and that was a big one, JT. Just went completely, the back went, and it went back over.
Yep. A big crash there, and that'll be the end of the hour. Definitely the 3rd crash of the month of May here, and I was just saying to Josh Burts in the back channel, there's not a point really going on if there's only 1 car out on track. But Nolan Seagull upside down on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Who's been playing around with my hotkeys as well? Because I pressed 2 and it went to the thing again, so I think there's a glitch in the system. Seagull with the AMR safety team right there. It went over. So it lost it. Mid-turn, rear stepped out, hit the barrier backwards, and then the air got underneath the car and it just rolls over. And the AMR safety team are going to be right there as well, making sure he's okay. They will be careful. It's a red flag now, JT, not just a yellow. They've red flagged it while they recover this. So the AMR safety team now will very carefully get that car back on the ground. They will all lend a hand. They'll get it out sideways and just gently, they won't let it drop. They will control hold it very carefully. First they'll get it onto its side to make sure that Nolan's okay. And then they will very carefully put it back down. Joe Samanica says that Seagull's not having a great week. He's not. Now he's throwing it into the barrier. He's not, is he? He's really struggling hard. It just went round like a ton of bricks. And now the AMR safety team, brilliant team, gently put him back down. Well done to the, even the track announcer's saying it. Well done to the AMR safety team. And now he's moving inside the cockpit. I can tell you that from the cameras we're seeing up here in the commentary box. So the AMR safety team will make sure he's okay. I can see he's getting out of the car. And Nolan Seagull is perfectly fine, ladies and gentlemen. And a big round of applause from around IMS. And let's take a look then, JT. He touches the apron, exit of 1. That unsettles the car, but coming into 2, the rear just, I don't know. It's at the exit of 2. We're at the exit of 2, and then the car gets underneath it, and it goes upside down over.
Yep, absolutely. That was a big switch straight into the concrete. Missed the safer barrier. And up and over. I was thinking it. I wasn't going to say it. But after the couple of incidents that we saw yesterday with how close Marcus Ericsson was to not hitting the safer barrier, do they need to extend it?
Looks like they might need to, yeah. How did that happen? So it's at the exit of the corner. The rear's locked. I reckon the brake came on. The way that went round, I reckon the brake came on at the back.
bounced as well when it landed.
Watch the rear brake. Mid-corner, he's fine, absolutely fine. And then, yeah, the left rear brakes. The brake sticks on, sends him round, and it flips him.
And then ready, a big bounce.
On the aero screen as well, my God. Aero screen doing its job there because the rollover hoop wouldn't have done a thing there. That was aero screen that stopped it bouncing on his head. People say we don't need a halo or aero screens.
And I think the rollover hoop and brakes on this impact. And let's have a look.
Suspension failure. Rear right suspension failure. That sends it on the left-hand side of the car to lock up.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. Yeah, the suspension fails. And it goes round. So it's like when you cut the leg off a chair, it rocks on the opposite side. Oh, and the way it hit as well. It's the rear.
Don't get me started on stuff that rocks. I've had literally the exam tables are the worst for it.
It's the fact it rocks upside down as well and then hits on the aero
Look how
screen.
big that bounced, and it very nearly flipped on all fours again.
It did, yeah. That is insane. Take another look at it. So exit a 2, rear steps out with that failure, and then the air just gets underneath the car, and you're going 200 miles an hour. It flips you over, and then it did nearly go onto all fours again. Let's look at it in real time. Yeah, that was definitely a suspension fail. So, red flag, not even a yellow, full red flag here. Track suspended while they clean up the car. Nolan Seagull is okay. We will head back over to NBC.
Yeah, that's where
Now, here's the good news. If you can find a positive in this, and is that the impact to the rear was pretty mild. And, you know, the impact to the front was really the nose cone. So I'm optimistic that maybe gearbox and motor and tub will be salvageable, except the roll bar damage, we just don't know, which is integral to the tub.
And also where the nose cone rips off of the tub itself right there.
It's a pretty big piece of damage, isn't there?
Sometimes you can damage where it connects. But yeah, the attenuator wasn't hit.
Huge moment for young Nolan Seagull, the teenage rookie from California.
Well, the team will be doing a deep dive into all the data to try to figure out if there was something that Nolan did or could have felt, or if in fact there was something that maybe, I don't want to say let go, I don't want to put that on the parts of the car, but certainly they're going to do some investigating into what caused this accident. And
telltale for me was the black slip angle marks coming off the rear of the Firestones to suggest that he was loose, and it just carried. I don't see anything definitive to suggest something broke at this point.
Yeah, definitely not definitive. All just trying to get down to the bottom of it. But again, very late snap, very quick snap, which is what to me just kind of alerted that maybe it was something like that.
I want to get you, for both of you, I want to get your opinion that was raised on social media last night. One of the regular viewers posed a question that from their memory at Indy, it always was turn 1 that seemed to be the most difficult. Why in recent years has that seemed to have migrated to turn 2?
What is who's the most difficult?
And tell us how.
Simple.
Tell us how and why.
There's something about the window where you enter turn 2. I always find that to be the narrowest and least forgiving. If you don't get your turn in just right, it leads to problems later in the corner. I would put turn 1 as the second most difficult, and turn 3, 4 is kind of a tie. But 3 and 4 always seem easier for 1 and 2, regardless of wind direction. James, curious your opinion on there. Where do you rank the corners for difficulty?
That's a good question, man. That's a very good one. You know, traditionally 1 was the more difficult because you're going obviously faster into 1 and 3, and the visuals of turn 1 kind of throw you off a little bit more. but certainly turn 2 over the last probably, I mean, it's been more than 5-6 years now.
10 years?
Yeah, maybe closer to 10. When it comes to single car incidents, it's been a lot. Look, let's go back, actually take a look. This is Pato O'Ward back in his rookie season. Very similar kind of thing following the number 3. And again, he went over a little, he went around earlier in the corner, a little more traditional.
It was a bigger hit. It destroyed the race car, and I can't help but remember that he had a...
Okay, so while we are waiting for the track to go back to green, we are going to step away for some bathroom breaks because we've all been in the commentary box for a long time. We're going to hand over to IndyCar Radio.
That car lifted up off the ground, got upside down, and landed on its roof, and then slid its way down the back straightaway. There's a pretty significant cleanup going on from the exit of Turn 2 to about the halfway point of the back straightaway. The good news is Nolan is okay and is getting checked out as we speak at the Indiana University Health Medical Center at the infield of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Always just great, Michael, to every time you drive past or walk past that building, knowing that there is a dedicated medical facility and a place that they can take these drivers immediately, whether they're hurt or not. It is one of the things that, again, so many of these racetracks have, and we got one of the absolute best here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
And with the AMR IndyCar safety team as well. These drivers see those crew members week in, week out. And if they have an incident on track, they see the same faces. They know the guys and gals that work on the AMR IndyCar safety team. So when they do have an accident and someone says, "Are you okay?" it's a familiar face, and they know they'll be taken care of. But to your point, the medical center here at the track, and just safety as a whole here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, to see how it's evolved over the last century or so, it's truly amazing.
So, again, an hour and 47 minutes into this Fast Friday practice with qualifying just around the corner as we're trying to set the field for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. And, Michael, of course, we're happy to see Nolan Seagull is okay, but it is hard for us not to also just circle that 18 car and immediately say, well, there is a serious threat to get bumped this weekend because of what we just saw.
And, you know, Linus Lundqvist, too. We haven't seen Linus, and I think both of those drivers are extremely capable, but Linus has been at the game a lot longer than Nolan Seagull has. And as we said, at least Linus Lundqvist has a Scott Dixon, an Alex Palou, a Dario Franchitti to lean on, taking nothing away from Dale Coyne Racing, Steve Newey, and the people there. But Catherine Legg's attempting to qualify for her 4th Indianapolis 500. He doesn't have that veteran voice in his ear, and certainly Dale Coyne, Mitch Davis, that crew will go a long way to helping Nolan. But when you have your confidence shaken, it's hard to get back in the cockpit of that car. And when you don't have those voices in your head saying this is going to be all right, that you've seen your whole life and grown up with and know are accomplished race car drivers, it's a whole different ballgame. To the point, and I said it yesterday, is this a situation now where you bring a Jack Harvey back into the cockpit of the car, at least to shake it down and not throw Nolan back into that car for the first time to see where it is once they do get it repaired?
Here's the biggest difference. Linus Lundqvist drives for Chip Ganassi, and theoretically they could slap a ton of downforce on him for qualifying, and I still think he could probably put it in the show. It may not be a spectacular qualifying run. Maybe it's only good enough to get you in the top 30 to be safe for Sunday, but I'm pretty confident that they can still get Linus Lundqvist confident and fast enough where making the show is not going to be an issue. For Nolan Seagull, we've seen so far this week, that 18 car, they're going to have to trim it out, and he's going to have to hang it out. And finding that confidence to do that after what we just saw, that I imagine is going to be very, very difficult. And that's where I think you're going to see the difference in the two teams that those rookies are on. I think, Michael, that's the real factor in why I look at those two situations and say, moving forward, vastly different.
I'm not sure of the commitment, and I'm sure they're fully in with Nolan Seagull, but I would see if Jack Harvey could at least shake that car down for them, and at least...
Well, I don't know, do the rules allow it? Because there's been some dispute about the Tony Kanaan filling in for Kyle Larson, but you're right. If that's an option, I'm with you. That's a good call.
It's as everything has changed over the years. The old tried and true rules that we used to live
I know
by.
they're changing all the time.
Yeah,
it's hard to keep
there's
track.
more gray area that there has been in the past. But if that is an option, I think that would be a good one for Dale Coyne Racing.
Yeah, there is no doubt that there are going to be some interesting conversations, especially just to hopefully build up the confidence again for that young man, Nolan Seagull, who's had a spectacular year so far in Indy Next by Firestone. Won the first race of the year at St. Pete, and then got a second-place finish at Barber. Finished second again on the first road course race here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's in the midst of a great championship battle with Jacob Abel and Louis Foster, who's kind of crept into the mix. So he's kind of – and then, of course, he about a week ago announced that he's going to go race over the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So they're a very well-regarded 19-year-old race car driver, but he's still 19 years old, and he still just had a flip at Indianapolis out of turn number 2, and that's going to shake the confidence, Michael, of just about anybody.
Just caught the tail end of that safer barrier. He was about 2 foot away from not catching that safer barrier at all, and that, I would imagine, made that contact even more intense for Nolan Seagull as they're repairing the racing surface now. I'm sure part of the under tray dug into the track, so AMR IndyCar safety officials and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway track crew working on the track right now, filling in any potential damage to the racing surface itself. And that front left corner just barely tagged the wall and the safer barrier, and as soon as it tagged that front left, the back end started to drift into the air, and he went upside down. A wild ride indeed for Nolan Seagull. Certainly a shout out to Dallara and the aero screen and everything with these cars, because it's amazing that he was able to walk out of that and okay. Just the aero screen as well, how I know there was a lot of debate about it. And do we really want this? We don't like the look of it for the cars, but as far as safety goes, it has been the best asset we've had as far as safety in IndyCar in the last 30 years.
Yep, helping those drivers that they do get upside down. And then we've seen that thing tested at a couple different occasions of taking contact, whether it's
Connor Daly here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway with Ray Hall's tire.
I mean, I think it was at Iowa when Colton Herta went up and over. I think it was Rinus VK. Last year at St. Pete when Benjamin Peterson launched Devlin DeFrancesco up in the air. I mean, the look at that aero screen and the impact that it took, and structurally held up exactly the way you want. So you're right. The safety innovations here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and what they've done to these race cars have just been spectacular, that allow these drivers to walk away from accidents. And again, Michael, a very bizarre kind of flip, because he didn't land, directly cockpit down, and I think that's how we might have damaged the racetrack, because he kind of hit side pod. It had part of the suspension that jutted down to the racetrack as well. So as you mentioned, we've seen some track personnel out there working, although now I look down the back straightaway and I see nothing but track sweepers and safety trucks pulling away. I don't see anybody on foot, so they have looked at the racetrack and deemed that things look okay as everybody starts to pull away. So that is a great sign that we can continue Fast Friday practice here as we're closing in on the 2-hour mark.
Well, waiting for everything to be cleaned up. Looks like we are about there. 2 hours nearly into Fast Friday here at the racing capital of the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we talk about weather, and we were worried about rain today. It's ambient temperature right now, 72, track temperature right at 100. So as this day unfolds, I think we'll see even quicker speeds as these teams slowly trim out. We heard Alex Wolff talk to Alexander Rossi. He said some big changes and some minor tweaks. We'll do a little bit of everything today, and I'm looking forward to those big changes and then the additional minor tweak to get these cars stable. Already we've seen laps at 2:33, and again, we were hoping to potentially break that track record, the 4-lap average of a 2:36.986 set by Arie Luyendyk back in 1996. Not going to say it's over yet, but certainly we're hoping for some big laps early in this session. Haven't seen them yet.
Oh, and I was the buzzkill guy, huh?
I've just said we haven't seen them yet.
We haven't seen them yet.
Buzzkill Killington would have said we're not going to see them.
I think it's up in the air. I don't know. To your point, I haven't seen anything yet that tells me that we may sniff around track record. But, again, who knows?
You never know if there's a Red Ryder BB gun in the corner. You know, Christmas isn't really over until we finish up qualifying tomorrow.
Are you referencing one of those Christmas movies that only old people would know?
The Christmas Story. See, it was 20 minutes.
Well,
Mark at race fans,
I about
19 minutes on Mark.
There you go. Just got the under. Scott McLaughlin, the fastest driver here on this Fast Friday. Michael Young, Nick Yeoman in the broadcast booth. We are waiting to hear from Nolan Seagull. We did just got news from Race Control that he has been checked and released from the infield care center. So that is the best news of all. In fact, it looks like he may be getting ready to speak with our friends from NBC and Peacock. So I'm sure we will hear from him shortly. Good news is I see Aaron Likens waving the green flag in the flag stand high above the yard of bricks at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which means the racetrack is reopened. I almost said for qualifications. Reopened for qualifications. Those words always go together, but we're reopened for Fast Friday practice, Michael, and it looks like first car that is going to take to the track. Oh, how about this? It's Marcus Ericsson. So somebody gets upside down in turn number 2. You wrecked yesterday, and right after Nolan Siegel's wreck, Marcus Ericsson says, sure, I'll go right back out there. That's why these guys and girls are extraordinary. I'm always amazed after an accident like that. Everybody can see it on the video boards. They wave the green flag, and they're like, all right, well, I guess it's my turn to go out there. The bravery that these drivers display always blows me away year after year.
I was watching the replay of Nolan Siegel's incident one more time, and when the car got into the air, I think it was the upper A-arm and then lower A-arm that actually was what was digging into the track, and that was the reason why they had to repair the back straightaway.
So, again, Marcus Ericsson, the first driver out there, and here comes Linus Lundqvist. So, redemption hour at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The two drivers that had accidents yesterday are both on the racetrack. I just saw Marcus Armstrong streak by on the front straightaway as well. It's the first chance for us to see both Armstrong and Lundqvist out of the track. And, again, the second opportunity to see Ericsson, who turned laps no faster than 2:25. When he was out of the racetrack earlier, just turned a 2:24 lap. Let's hear from Nolan Seagull. He's standing by with Alex Wolff.
At the track hospital with Nolan Seagull. And Nolan, first off, are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. Just disappointed.
You had a chance to look at the replay. What happened from your perspective?
Yeah, I don't know. I got to the apex, got a little wiggle, got high, and spun. And I don't know exactly why. I'll look into it, see what I can do differently, and I don't have any definitive answers right now. So,
as you made that flip and went over it, have you ever been upside down in a race car?
I have not. So there you go. First time for everything.
What was that sensation as someone that's never experienced that?
Not the nicest feeling in the world. Happened quite slow. Saw the sparks above me, and I don't know what to say. It's definitely not a feeling that I wanted to have, and not something that I was wanting to experience today. So
now looking forward, what's the level of confidence with getting back into the car whenever it's repaired or in a backup car?
Not as high as it was going into today, but I think it'll be okay. And I have a lot of confidence in the team. I'm sure that they'll get it fixed, and we'll be okay. So we'll see.
We're glad that you're all right. We appreciate the time.
Thanks.
That's Nolan Seagull.
Yeah, sounds like a young man, Michael, who has no idea what just happened.
No, and watching that replay one last time, I saw about the apex. He did have a wiggle, and the car stepped a little bit, and that's what ran him up the track when we saw the shot looking back towards the exit of turn number 2. He had that slight wiggle, and as he saved it successfully, it shot him a lot higher in the track, and when he went to exit the turn, that's when the car stepped out on him. And he said, how's your level of confidence, was Alex's question. He goes, not as good as it was when the day started today. And that's one of those situations where hopefully they're able to get that car repaired as quickly as possible, get him back in it before he has a lot of time to think about what had happened and to think, put himself in even a worse position as far as mentally goes. He needs to stay in the game right now. He needs to get back into a car and get back out on the track and get back to speed. Nothing cures the ails of an incident better than getting back into the car right away.
Marcus Ericsson back out of the racetrack, still not up over 225 miles per hour. As for Marcus Armstrong, he is navigating the back straightaway here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in that green Ridgeline Oils and Lubricants machine for Chip Ganassi Racing. We haven't seen Marcus hit the 230 mark quite yet. He is 229.767 miles per hour. First ever race on an oval for Marcus Armstrong. He's not one of these drivers, Michael, that came to us from Indy Next by Firestone to get a chance to race at, say, a place like Milwaukee or Iowa. Vastly different ovals. This is his maiden voyage into oval racing and turning left only, and that's got to be eye-opening for a guy that came to us from the European Series.
And I hate to keep hearkening back to what we just said about Linus Lundqvist, but he does have Scott Dixon. He does have Alex Palou. He does have Dario Franchitti around him to help coach him, and that in and of itself are teachers that you would never be able to access anywhere else in the world, and to be part of this team. And I'll be quite honest with you, when Ganassi said we're going to a 5-car operation in 2024, I'm like, whoa, that's biting off a little bit more than I think any team could be able to chew, and they've done a great job with Kiffin Simpson. I think Marcus Armstrong, like I've said, I think he'll get a win eventually, but to have that stable as solid as it is a pretty impressive organization.
Yeah, you certainly worry about spreading your folks too thin when you're trying to operate and run 5 full-car teams, but the funding has been there to do it, which is the biggest help. Finding the manpower. I know Ganassi kind of shifted their focus away from sports cars and moved some people over there to the IndyCar side and moved some folks around to make it work. But certainly it takes a huge commitment from an organization to run 5 full-time cars, and we expect at least 2 of them, with Alex Palou and Scott Dixon, to be factors on Sunday. With 3 rookies, I don't know. What do you set the expectations for all 3 of those guys in terms of the race on Sunday? Obviously, first you got to make it in the show, but, man, it's tough because at the end of the day, Michael, those are Ganassi cars. We know they're going to be fast. They've got it inside them, but you just wonder what the 3 drivers can do.
I think thus far in 2024, they've exceeded my expectations. I already have high expectations for Marcus Armstrong. I had pretty high expectations for Linus Lundqvist as well. I really think he's a talent. As Mike Hull said yesterday, a team manager, he said he's something special, and I agree with that. Kiffin Simpson, he was a wild card. I'm like, ooh, does he really need to be in the NTT IndyCar Series, especially the season he had in Indy Next? Quietly, just
done a nice job.
Competent, done a nice job. I'm like, hats off to Kiffin Simpson. He's done a really nice job thus far. Expectations, obviously, they've got to get into the race. And I think as long as they all finish the race, I think the expectation and
200 laps, lead lap,
check off all the boxes.
Top half of the field.
Achieved. I think
you're
expectation, happy. Expectations have been achieved.
Fast Friday practice here on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network. We are 2 hours in to all the action here, Michael, and we continue to look down at some of the shots on pit lane. Marcus Ericsson, I don't think, is getting out of his car over the last 20, 25 minutes. Important for this group. They want to get him on that racetrack and turn as many laps as possible, considering the accident yesterday and the fact that that's a backup car.
It's extremely early, and I don't want to portray Nick Yeoman here on the radio, but a couple of stabs at it. They're still at 225. Marcus Ericsson, a 500 champion. He's an amazing race car driver. Sometimes the cars don't answer the call. This might turn into one of those situations. Not saying it is yet. They've got a lot of time to massage that car. Andretti Global, that crew, fantastic. But first couple cracks at it, you start to say, okay, he'll be all right. And then the next time, if it's still 225, then I'm like, okay, what's going on? So we'll see how this day plays out. Still a lot of time, but Marcus Ericsson not able to find any more speed that last time out.
We have seen 31 cars on the racetrack. One of those that we have not so far is a former winner of this race. That is Ryan Hunter-Reay, and we see he is bolted into that car for the Dreyer-Reinbold Racing Cusick Motorsports effort for that team that continues to come back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is year 25. Dennis Reinbold's trying to put his 49th and 50th car into the Indianapolis 500. So the numbers line up pretty nicely, and obviously a fantastic driver lineup for that Indy 500 only effort to have not only Connor Daly, who's had some good runs here, but obviously we all think the world of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
When the team owner calls you track dude, you know he's been around for quite some time.
He knows you. He doesn't know you're Michael Young.
He has no idea what my real name is. He still thinks I'm track dude, which is tells you how long Dennis has been around. But one of the great team team owners in IndyCar racing. I've always loved what Dennis has done, his team, and keeping that crew around 365 days a year, doing the things that they do. They've been very focused, very dedicated, and I think the addition of Don Cusick and Cusick Motorsports even adds to the lore of Dreyer and Reinbold Racing and what they're capable of doing, that additional money and everything else that they've been able to accomplish. I think Ryan Hunter-Reay and Connor Daly will have good qualifying days tomorrow. Let's head back down to Alex Wolf.
And back in Gasoline Alley in the Dale Coyne Racing pits, of course, known for the team right now, available to answer questions because they are hard at work on that 18 car already back in the garage area. Dale Coyne surveying the damage. Owen Snyder, some of the folks from Delara pouring over it as well. And they are working on that car like they are going to try to fix the primary car that just went sliding down the back chute. They have a backup car nearby in case, but right now the posture from the 18 team is they're going to try to get that one fixed up at some point to get Nolan Seagull back on track.
I'd appreciate that, Alex. Yeah, the effort is certainly underway to get Nolan not only back on the track, but just to restore that confidence. So it's going to be a storyline to watch throughout the course of the day. As for who's on the racetrack, we see Felix Rosenqvist, Mike Earl. Alex talked to him a little bit earlier in this practice session. We also see Callum Ilott. Callum might be one to watch because the Arrow McLaren cars right now sit 3rd, 4th, and 5th on overall speed, with Rossi, O'Ward, and Larson showing some quick times around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll see what Callum can do as he is on the racetrack and heading out of turn number 4.
Yeah, we'll see those trap speeds. We've seen a couple click off those 240s at the entrance of turn number 3. Haven't seen a 240 yet down into turn number 1, but Callum Ilott will set to the south end, and he will go to work. Left side's going underneath that white line, and he now approaches the part of the track where Nolan Seagull just had his incident 20 minutes or so ago. Goes to the middle of that back straightaway, actually takes it down a little bit lower than some of the other drivers. Already at 238, 239, blips of 240. A big lap thus far for Callum Ilott. The Englishman will set up for turn number 4, puts those left side tires underneath the white line and will swing wide, headed down the front straightaway to cross the yard of bricks.
Yeah, always love to look at that windsock on the top of the scoring pylon, and it is giving a tailwind down the back straightaway. What does Callum Ilott do on this first lap? It is 223.400.
We're missing about 10 miles an hour there.
Yeah, something must have happened. It looked smooth, but to carry 241 into turn number 3, and now we see him all the way moving down the back straightaway. He's going to abort this sim qualifying run. Again, didn't really see a moment for him, but that's bizarre, Michael, because if you're carrying that kind of speed down the back straightaway, we're going to see a replay as he was heading around the racetrack. Is this exiting turn 4 or turn 2? Maybe a little high at the exit of the corner.
There's something I thought flapping on the back of the car. Well, let's see what happens here. Right? He goes into turn 3. Looks good right there. His exit, not too bad as he sets up for turn number 4. I thought he looked pretty clean as he exited the turn. Let's watch the exit. I couldn't really see anything there that would make me think that would lose 10 miles.
Advantages to.
So we're going to swap back over now to NBC. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, but like I said, if you have a little bit of a moment where you do just turn in late at a corner in qualifying, you want to be able to get back to it. You have to finish that run on the day.
Sounds like a good coach in Nolan Seagull. You don't want that. You don't want that moment to be too big, though, and you got to trust your instincts, right? Callum Ilott knows, hey, I've got lots more practice runs. I always felt that, hey, fix the car on pit lane if you're able.
For sure.
Wait until later today, and certainly tomorrow you've got to be able to deal with it, but there's no better way to fix your balance than on pit lane, and that's what practice is for.
Here's Dave Burns with Tom Blomqvist. Dave?
Checking in with Tom Blomqvist. He's got one run under, and I was just asking him just now, that was your first run ever with the extended horsepower. How was it?
I must admit, I was a little bit nervous going in today. Having an extra 100, ponies behind me. It's a different feeling, but actually, once I was out there, I was quite surprised. I think actually the car feels, a bit more comfortable to drive, to be honest. But yeah, my car we just seem a bit slower at the moment. We only got really one lap, I guess, before someone kind of came out in front of us. So kind of abandoned that first run. we've taken it back to the pad there to have a look over, because just missing a bit of speed. So we need to get on top of that. But that's what today's all about. So hopefully we get to the bottom of it. Teammates car seems quick, and we've basically got the same thing going, same setup on. So just need to make sure we dial in our car properly, make sure it's all going, working, and just getting more experience for myself, because it's it's such a different feeling out there, that's for sure.
I was going to ask you about your veteran teammates here. How are they building into you for the run to make the field and possibly the Fast 12 on Sunday?
Oh, it's so helpful having them as teammates. Obviously, Alio, don't need to introduce him, right? So, he's given me a bunch of wise words. And Felix as well, he's been super competitive here the past few years. He knows how to go quick around here. So it's been great leaning on those guys for advice. They've been really willing to help me and give me any information I need. So I'm in good hands. I just want to be out there going fast.
Waiting for his car. When it gets here, he'll be back out.
Big moment for Tom Blomqvist, despite what he's accomplished elsewhere in motor racing. Just to be here at the Speedway for the first time is huge.
And a great interview, just in terms of picking up the range of emotions that you get as a rookie.
Yeah.
You're excited, you're nervous, you know it's dangerous, it's sketchy, but it's fun. You're sort of conflicted all at the same time.
Not sure how to feel. You have a lot of people giving you a lot of advice, trying to tell you, not tell you what to do, but trying to prepare you for things. And sometimes it can be conflicting advice from different people.
Such a great point, because you have to filter stuff out and pick the advice that you have felt and you understand. And it's a really, really good point, because you get all kinds of opinions from all generations of drivers and engineers too.
Exactly right. I was just going to make that point. Sometimes advice from somebody that raced 20 years ago is less prevalent, but certain things will still be very, very appropriate for the time. So we're looking on track at Linus Lundqvist out there, who's got his backup car up. He was just following Marcus Ericsson and his backup car.
Went quicker on that second lap and then aborted.
Well, he had caught the 28, so it kind of makes sense. But just kind of going back to that, T-Bow, what was something someone told you when you were a rookie that stuck with you and did apply?
See if you can go flat on your third flying lap out of the pits. No. I think back to Rick Mears. Really my first oval test in Indy Lights, he was there. His brother Roger Mears was my team manager, and Rick Mears put his two index fingers point to point together to help visualize what it meant to turn in late and apex late and do a wide arcing turn in versus turning in too early. And something as simple as that just really connected for a young guy that was seeing an oval for the very first time and understanding visually what that meant. I had Johnny Rutherford give me a lap around in the Chevy Tahoe, just talking about the smoothness of hands and freeing the car up. I think back to Dario Franchitti. He was doing such a good job. We were a sister program with Sam Schmidt and Ganassi, and how he would free his hands up in the short chute and make straightaways out of the short chute to just get a little bit extra RPM. Literally hundreds of things through the years. I also had Thomas Schechter as a teammate. When I first started in the Indy Racing League, there was a lot of stuff that was very unconventional out of his hands.
Didn't Paul Tracy tell you to stay out of his way?
Paul Tracy just said, "Get off my couch and out of my bus." and what are you eating? Is that my food?
Here's Marcus Ericsson back at it again, building after yesterday's crash. And building might be a theme that we're talking about for the remainder of the day for the Delaware Life Honda. So aborts that run again.
James, tell us what you've heard. Tell us about your rookie advice.
It's funny. You get a bunch of different things from a bunch of different people. A similar experience to you. You said you went around with JR, laps of the track. My first laps around here in Indy Lights, before an Indy Lights race, I'm in one of the pace cars with Alan Sir Jr. trying to show you the nuance of the racetrack, thinking, I'm a 20-something-year-old, 22-year-old kid. Al Jr. is teaching me how to drive around the speedway, thinking, what is life right now, And some of the things that he pointed out, I used every time I went on the racetrack. But the one thing when I finally got to the 500 in 2011 that so many different drivers said, it was the one consistent thing across generations, drivers of different experience level, was patience. It's the word of the month. It is the word of the race. You know, on race day, it is such an important thing, and you're absolutely, all those guys were absolutely right. Patience is such an important thing to remember when you're here for a month or when you're dealing with a race this long. You have to take your time with it.
Two-time Indy 500 winner Takuma Sato on screen in the Armada entry. He went out on track and very abruptly came back in. Here's some team radio. Have a listen.
Reminder, the gears are long. Way too much over there. Copy that, we saw it.
And that's a great example of that patience. I mean, look, Diff, I always reminded myself when I would come here that you're racing an airplane. This is not a car race. This is more like an airplane race. And these practices and these qualifying sessions, you're like a test pilot. Think that way. And that's what Sato just did. He went out. He has so much experience here. He's a winner here. He knows instantly that something's wrong with his airplane. Come to pit lane. Don't have an airplane crash out there.
Right, exactly right. And it's interesting comment about the gears being long. You kind of take a look there at some of the RPMs we're seeing going into
He's
1 and
so
3.
high.
He's so high.
I mean, imagine being Tom Blomqvist and the co-owner of your race team is driving a line that is completely different than the entire field. Talk about filtering. Blomqvist has the benefit of seeing how everybody else does it and how the 4-time winner does it right here.
But man, we just saw 240 out of a Honda for the first time. This is kind of going to the point I was going to make earlier when I was watching. The Hondas didn't seem to maybe get all the way up to that 12,000 RPM limit, quite as close to it at least as some of the Chevys did. Let's take a look across the line here.
One lap speed hinge. He is the 3rd best Honda, 13th overall.
But that line, I actually don't mind this line in qualifying. I think staying above the white line is not always a bad thing. If you time it right, think about it. You're physically turning the wheel a little bit less, right? You don't have to turn as much when you're not going as far down. And the steering wheel's a brake around the speedway. The less you can turn it, the better.
However, the yin to that yang is distance.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so they come in, they plug in. The computer will show that Helio Castroneves is driving farther per lap.
But I would say that because the straightaways are so long, if you can keep a fraction of a mile an hour more rolling speed up, it carries the whole way down that next straightaway. So yeah, there is a yin and yang. And look, we've seen drivers all the way glued below the white line to the curbing get pole. We've seen him.
Oh, I don't know. He's really high there, right up into the gray hinge. It is not easy for me to watch.
He knows what he's doing. I'm not worried.
Wowee. 1/6 of a mile an hour slower on that second lap. This has been interesting to watch. Wonder what Elio's feedback's going to be at the end of this 4-lap run. It's going to paint more of the picture here when we see him flash across the yard of bricks. 231.9, 231.5, 230.6. There's considerable drop off here.
His last pole back in 2010. Last 2 years, Helio Castroneves has started 27th and 20th. But the most experienced driver in the field with 23 starts and $15.6 million in career winnings. So he's figured out how to make the most of this place, that's for sure. But I never, ever get comfortable watching those right sides flirt up in the gray there. I just don't think there's the mechanical grip like there is on the traditional line.
Checker flag here, checker flag, go ahead.
Definitely a big, he probably had to, yeah, big, I was gonna say big drop off. Even on lap 3, definitely had to have a lift on that 4th lap. Let's take another look back at Townsend's heart in the throat moment. You can see his right sides are totally in the gray. But he made it work.
It's not normal.
Plenty of room. Plenty of room.
That's not that's not Sato or Will Power close though.
You know, I was watching Peacock yesterday with you guys, and
where were you, by the way?
I was at 35,000 feet over Iowa, and I
okay.
noticed Graham Rahal, who historically we've commented about his early turn-in and kind of high exits. It seems like Graham's actually adjusted that a bit. I wasn't seeing anything like what we were used to seeing in years past, and I don't know if that's by design or by car setup or something Graham's made a point to change or play around with. But what's remarkable about Helio is in race trim, he's all below the white line often. It's not like he doesn't know how to do it or doesn't want to do it. It's just something about the qualifying. He just wants less wheel, less scrub in there, even if it comes at the expense of driving more distance, as his partner in team ownership, Mike Shank, looks on.
And Jim Meyer in the background there in the light blue shirt where Mike's headed. There's all 3 owners, 1, 2, and 3 in the car. That's Billy Vincent in the middle. It's the guy you hear on the radio to Elio Castro Neves. So from Meyer Shank to Will Power at Team Penske, and you want to see close? Check this out. Maybe not that close.
And again, guys, this is bump day. He was trying to get himself into the field. Cranked to the wall, kept his foot in it, and made it in.
If my memory serves me right, he went faster on that lap.
He might have.
Or I think he did enough to make it, that's for sure.
It's because the safer barrier's got a little bit of give to it.
It
And
pushed
when
him
it
down.
sprung back, it just gave him that little launch off of 2.
It's like the Nike Air technology.
Exactly
the
right.
Reebok pump.
Yep.
Did you ever have a set of pumps?
No, I don't think I did.
Probably predated the pumps.
Green flag, Kiffin. Green flag. Don't forget your front bar here, front bar.
And that's just some coaching from the pit stand, from the spotter stand to Kiffin Simpson, 19-year-old, attempting his first Indy 500. And that's so helpful, getting those little reminders. Remember your tools, remember the bar, remember the weight jacket, remember to shift. Again, there's so much happening, so much you're trying to compute and process at 235 miles an hour when you're not used to it, and plenty of margin on the exit of 3.
Plenty of room, pretty narrow on turn in, pretty narrow on exit. Car looks planted.
Let us throw a curveball at our stats guru, Russ Thompson, who's got some 6 decades of experience here. Russ, has there ever been a driver from the Cayman Islands in the Indy 500? He's saying, let me work on that.
He's working on it.
With a wry smile as to why did you ask me that?
Russ does an amazing job in part-time service as SVP of Data Analytics. A lot of people don't realize he's a small batch purveyor of Tennessee Love Juice in another life.
Well, on a more serious note, Russ was also a very, very dear friend of Eddie Gossage, the promoter, the long-time 25-year promoter at Texas Motor Speedway. We were all shocked and saddened to learn of the passing of Eddie Gossage last night. We're thinking of his family. What Eddie did for motorsport, for IndyCar, for NASCAR, for anything over decades and decades. I always like to say enthusiasm and passion always win out, and that was Eddie Gossage was the embodiment of that. I mean, the guy was so enthusiastic, so passionate about the sport, so passionate about what he did at the racetracks that he represented. And Eddie, on behalf of the entire motorsport community, you are already sadly missed.
You know, you think of the term race promoter and you think of Eddie Gossage, somebody that understood intimately how to put on a big event, how to promote it, how to engage all the stakeholders and seemingly make it into a bigger deal than it might have been even. I mean, Eddie was such an excellent racetrack operator, but I really think of his promotional skills and left no stone unturned to bring the eyeballs and the enthusiasm. And it was a big surprise when I learned this morning that he passed away. He was a friend of the drivers, James, the whole community. He loved IndyCar, and he treated us like royalty whenever we would show up at his racetrack there in Texas.
And he treated everybody that way. That's what was so special about him. You know, I think he really understood the relationship between an event, the fans, and the participants, and made everybody on the same page, got everybody excited about it in ways, very creative ways that a lot of other people would never have thought of or maybe weren't brave enough to try. So definitely, you know, his presence was felt. His lack of presence was felt when he stepped back from that position at Texas Motor Speedway just not that long ago. But, you know, certainly now a greater loss with not having him around.
So we are back here on JB Motorsports after a little bit of a break. I mean, me and JT have been going all afternoon across every different series as well. Oh, and just as we come out to the commentary box, they go down to the pit lane. Come on!
Where are you at right now?
No, I'm really happy with the way things are. We didn't get a lot of track time yesterday, which was very frustrating. I mean, we've been all of the teams have been affected by the rain delays, but our one day where we had some clean running available to us, we weren't able to get out on track, just a few gremlins on the team. So yeah, considering that, I'm very happy with the runs that we had. We did three quali sims there. The first two were really, really good, very consistent 4-lap runs. The second one, last one, we had to bail on just for, I don't know what happened in turn 2, but just got a big wash in the front end, and I don't know if it was wind related or whatever else. So looking at the charts now, it's very Chevy heavy loaded on the front. So that's really, really promising to see. I'm super excited about that. So we're going to go back to the garage now and get everything cooled off to a real official quali sim this afternoon, but should be good. I'm really happy with the car so far.
The circumstance with AJ Foyt Racing is different this year. There's a technical alliance with Team Penske. However, the Foyt cars were super fast last year. So how does the team weigh that, going with what Team Penske is bringing in and suggesting, compared to let's just do exactly what we did last year?
I don't want to give too much away, but I think that they like the Foyt setup just as much as we do. So I think that we've both been learning from each other quite a bit, which is promising. And I think that, I mean, you can see all 5 of us guys right up there at the front this year.
And the race car is a different kind of situation. When we talked to Santino a little while ago, he said, yeah, the qualifying car is in pretty good shape. How is your race car?
That's a great question. I don't know. We really didn't get that much running in. Yesterday we did, I don't know how many laps. It wasn't very many, but it was all race trim, no-toe laps. We were just running around on our own doing some wing testing. So it was a bit frustrating because as a young driver, you want to be able to get that experience going ahead of the race, but quality time in the quality sim right now. So I'm happy with that. That's our priority number 1 for tomorrow, and then we'll work on the race setup later on.
The good thing is there's 2 hours on Monday, and then Carb Day with up to a couple of hours also available then. Stingray Rob, the number 41 for AJ Foyt Racing. Dave.
Kev, let's check in with Mike Shank. He's going to watch Elio Castroneves go back out for another run here at the Speedway. I want to get back to the previous run. You were watching when he had that little moment off of turn 2, which for him, I don't even think was a moment. The guys upstairs said it. It wasn't even Takuma Sato or Will Power close to the wall. What'd you see?
For Elio, it's pretty close to the wall. I mean, you know, Cleveland Cliffs is our sponsor, big steel producer, and even their steel couldn't protect us from that wall. But as long as Townsend gets to eat his lunch here and we don't interrupt him doing the work down here, then that's all good for me.
We saw earlier, actually we spoke to earlier, your rookie in Tom Blomqvist, and he feels very comfortable. He's obviously very confident. He's very quick. But knowing he's got these two guys on either side who have done this, maybe especially Elio, he seemed that was really getting him not just excited about what he's doing, but knowing that he's in the zone. If he has any questions, they've got his back.
Yeah, it's, you know, I've got 3 really great dynamic people, too, with a lot of experience. And they've been nothing but helpful to Tom. And, you know, Tom's my guy from 3 years ago in sports car, brought us a lot of wins and championships. He deserves this opportunity. It's an eye-opener. You put 14 of these things in a row, there's no steering. Suddenly the car wants to go to the wall every time. So getting used to that has been a tough thing for him, but he's getting it. Every day we're going better, and I look forward to seeing what they can do. But I love the fact that he's got mentors that are willing to help him.
And one of those mentors, is he coming back in? Yeah, I think he aborted that run there. Elio did. Back to him and the drive for 5. How do you temper the expectations, but how do you also let the team get excited about the potential?
Well, listen, I want everyone to be excited about it. We're talking about world history here. 5, nobody's ever done it. There's no one even close to being able to do it. So we put a huge effort. We did this partnership with Cleveland Cliffs for a couple years, which is awesome. So we have the funding to go forward and a great partnership. We're going to give him every opportunity to get this 5th. The first one changed my life, Jim Meyer's life, my wife's life, everybody's life. A 5th unheard of thing would just be off the charts. We will have a hell of a party.
Would love to see it. Let's talk one more thing, the weather. A little warmer here today. You're looking at some warm temperatures tomorrow, which potentially could make the early draw something really big. Give us a little clue. You mentioned Jim Meyer's grandkids may do a little help with that?
Yeah, we got last year they did great for us. So we got both the grandkids going to draw for us, and Georgie, Tom's girlfriend's going to draw for him. So we look forward to that. It's going to be really important. If it's 82 outside by 1 p.m., we're in trouble. So anything south of noon is where you want to be. And we hope for a top 10 draw, and that can really alter everything from there.
You take a little bit you can get, Mike Shank. Thanks. And, you know, we spoke about that drive for 5. You do anything you can do to try to make history. Let's take a look at that potential.
Very honored to be in this trophy and to be part of history for sure.
Elio Castroneves has won the Indianapolis 500. He has realized the ultimate dream.
This means everything.
Elio
Castroneves 2 in a row.
Sometimes you're here for a purpose.
He becomes a 3-time winner of the biggest race in the world.
Maybe I'm here to do something wondrous for people that sometimes don't believe in themselves.
Welcome to the 4-time club, Helio Castroneves.
I want number 5 as bad as anybody.
Well, let me tell you, it's not the end of it. It's the beginning.
And I believe in magic too. I do.
Will the magic be there a week from Sunday as Helio goes for the 5th? History could be had if this driver can get to victory lane again at this great place in a race that's so hard to win just once. He's done it 4 times. Kevin, he's going to go for 5.
And the only other driver who has won multiple times entered this year is in that number 75 Amada Honda for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. Takuma Sato looking for number 3, back with the team that he won number 2 with. So we saw his first qual sim here just a little while ago, and the first report was the gears are too long, and then Takuma said way too much understeer, so they pitted and they have made adjustments, and they're just about finished with that, so we may see him go back out here in just a little while. As we mentioned at the beginning of the show today, Sato has done nothing but simulate qualifying efforts. Even with the less horsepower yesterday, you're not going to get a true read, but you can start to see, as he explained to me this morning, if what you are thinking theoretically is going to work. They do lots of simulations, but let's find out if it applies to the racetrack. And he said some did, some not, so they still made changes throughout the day. And then this morning was the first time in real-world situations with the extra horsepower to see if that applied. So I asked him how he felt about not trying out the race car at all so far. Monday will be the first time that he has driven the car in race trim with any other cars, and he said it's not ideal, but we were not quick enough yesterday as a team. Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan was not, so we need to get that sorted first. And he said also, remember, he was with Chip Ganassi Racing last year, and they were super fast. He said that last year Ganassi learned some things in qualifying trim that they went and applied to the race car starting on Monday. So he thought that they might get something just out of pure speed as well out of his qualifying sims that might help them with the race car. Also, just a little while ago, we had an incident today, heavy impact and a rollover for 19-year-old rookie Nolan Seagull, who Dylan talked to a little while ago and wasn't exactly sure what happened. Well, we do know what it's going to do to the race car. That tub is going to need to be replaced. So the number 18 Dale Coyne car is going to be different, and it's going to be the car that we saw Luca Giotto race in the Indy Grand Prix this past weekend on the road course. So it was the 51 road course car. They not only have to swap engines and get everything ready, but it is not ideal and prepared for a super speedway. So a challenge for the rookie, a day away from trying to qualify for his first 500.
Thanks for that update, Kevin. That's a bummer for Nolan Seagull. And Dale Coyne Racing. Right there is where this guy, Linus Lundqvist, crashed yesterday. He really tried hard to save it the best he could. Ricocheted off that turn 2 wall and came down onto the grass on the inside and did the best he could to mitigate the damage. Hey, talking of another Honda driver, you may have noticed on the graphic that Felix Rosenqvist has penetrated the Chevrolet domination at the top, because it was like the first 7 or 8 cars were Chevrolet, and then Felix got his Meyer Shank Sirius XM machine up there. He's 4th on the single lap speed chart, 4th on the best 4 as well. So nice work from Felix Rosenqvist.
Excellent stuff, and continues Rosenqvist's amazing 2024 season in terms of outright speed. I mean, the qualifying results have been great. Race finishes are starting to come around. But I think more than anything, Felix Rosenqvist just seems so at home in that organization. 5th in the championship right now as Linus Lundqvist completes another run and settling back into speed at Indy after a tough day yesterday.
How long, I mean, it's probably, there's a variety of answers, but how long do you think it takes you to get back on the horse, so to speak, to get back in the groove after you have, you know, it's a shock, right? When you crash at the speedway, it's a significant shock. So how long does it take you, you know, you're talking about getting back in the groove and back in the rhythm. Does it take you 3 more runs, or does it take you half a day, or like what does it take?
You know, it's a good question, and I think there's a shock to the mind, there's a shock certainly to the body, and then overall your confidence, but it really comes down to what happened and why it happened. For Linus Lundqvist and Marcus Ericsson, they know exactly why it happened. They put their left front on the rumble strip right at the apex of the corner. That weight jacked the car, that got him loose. It was a driving mistake, pure and simple. For Nolan Seagull, he's in a different world of understanding what's happening. He knew he got a little bit loose, and then it recovered, and then it went again. And he's unsure of what he's feeling. He's probably questioning himself a little bit, especially as a rookie. Like, well, if that happened, how do I know? How do I prevent that from happening again if it felt okay? You know, for Tom Blomqvist, he hasn't had an incident yet, but he's kind of dancing around, and he's very cautious about where that limit is. So I think just depending on what the situation was affects how quickly you can come back from that. Would you agree?
Yeah, and finally we can get back on the commentary. We've been trying for the past 10 minutes. As everyone now, guess what? Starts to go into the pit lane, JT. Do you ever feel like you're completely wasting your day sometimes?
I mean, yeah, you could say that as well.
I've got myself a chicken sandwich.
Nice.
Yeah. I might need food. So, yeah, what's going on here with the others? Go on.
Had a chicken and bacon mayo sandwich at school.
Ooh.
Absolutely incredible. I need to get more of them.
I think I have chicken, mayo, and what's that red stuff that you put on? I've forgotten the name of it now. It's like jam, but not jam. Cranberry sauce.
And nice.
That's it. And I've got a packet of crisps as well. That'll
I
munch
was
through.
going to say, it better not be ketchup, because if it was, you would have wrecked it.
It's not ketchup.
Good.
Who puts ketchup on chicken? Unless they're chicken nuggets, then I'll allow it.
Point. That's the point.
Yeah, then I'll allow it. Just realised you haven't seen it.
That, no, that turn to the com cam was personal.
You ruined it then. I must admit, though, however, we are in a slight pickle right now because for some reason, there we go, we've come back on here and they've all gone back in the pit lane. Pato O'Ward. They absolutely hate us today, don't they, JT? It's like, yeah, we've covered rain delays. Now they want to come back.
I mean, yeah, you could say that. Or it could just be down to your bad timing. What? I said nothing.
Abba Dumpy says, God, I love the history of this place. Us too. Us too. We love the Indianapolis 500.
This weekend.
Ah, finally. Good. Now he just doesn't want me to eat my sandwich. Is he slowed down? Is he boxing? No. I thought he might actually there. Who's that coming down the start finish? This is Sato. Sounds like a little bit of an issue down there coming past the control line. Sato crosses the line, and his last lap time is 194.301 mile an hour.
That looks
safe.
Very unstable.
Yeah. That bald man is about to have his own helmet.
Stop.
Brave.
That looked very safe, and let me just show something to the comms cam. Look how strong that is. If it...
Oh, Borealis. Steamed hams.
Just need it. We just need it to come south, and we'll be all right. There's been a Fouquet back out on track with Kimi Sato coming back down pit road, and it does not sound healthy. That 75 car as the 21 at Venus VK goes round to start his 4-lap average speed.
Right, what have you got for us then, Venus? In the 21 car, as he crosses the outer bricks, 235 mile an hour. 236 as he comes out of turn 1. Properly up to speed now, into turn 2, just nearly clips the apron. Gets it out perfectly as he hurls down the backstretch towards turn 3 and 4. I think this is actually looking quite a strong lap time here. 240 an hour as he comes into turn 3 and 4. Rique's flying out there. Is he going to go top overall here?
Yeah, absolutely. We saw 2.43 when Newgarden did his first one as a peak, and that is still top. What is his first lap average?
2:32.
He pulls off, so that was 1 lap, not 4 laps, and it's a 232.448 for Rinus VeeKay.
Yeah, that puts him 8th fastest in speed traps.
Sato went back out, but has now come back in.
I just noticed that.
Something tells me that VK's gonna go where we don't want him to go. Yes, he is. Josh, how are you doing?
Sandwich time. That's what it is. NBC, take it away.
4 starts. Average,
Easy.
best average qualifying position.
Easy. He's still on the Cayman Islands project.
No, he'll have this one done in 30 seconds, knowing him.
Okay, back out we go for Marcus Ericsson.
Now you got to think that the systems checks are complete, and we're going to get, I'm going to call it a true run for Marcus Ericsson. Have we had one yet? The quickest time he's done is a 2:29.4. You hear that slow warm-up lap before they ramp up the engine settings. Potato chips flying everywhere, James. What's going on?
I don't know what you're talking about, Tyson.
How's my line in 3-4? Getting closer to the wall before turn in, but it's a pretty good arc from there.
It's a strange question to ask on a warm-up lap.
Spotter and coach Bob Perona on the radio there to Marcus Ericsson, just talking about your line.
Wouldn't expect that until you're at full song, unless they've suggested an adjustment and he's going to use the warm-up as a way to visually try it out.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I think that's kind of a good assessment there. As we look onto the timing stand, Eric Bretzman at the head of the stand.
Is that a byproduct of yesterday? Or just
well,
no.
Yesterday was a race running crash where he's in traffic and trying to find air. And
this is quali mode.
2:32 into turn 1.
And we definitely had a decent chunk of track temp gain as we see the sun. You can see the sun's out. It's on the racetrack, 112 degrees right now, but
still not seeing that big number that you need on back.
Yeah, and Marcus Ericsson finding on a quali lap, JT, that actually looks like he's pushing for the first time all weekend long.
Don't lol me, Owen.
I hope he's on Comcam now.
Wait,
Hi,
I just realised you can't hear me because I'm deaf. Owen, please don't lol me.
Ericsson's first lap time, 229. It's still 229, JT. He's not improving out there.
It's better than his 235.
Yeah. But he's hitting 236 in the corners, so it's straight line speed he's suffering with.
Well, we need a first aider to the Comcam as Marcus Ericsson, 212 miles per hour, and he's pushed backed off on that lap as well. Has the 28 of Marcus Ericsson. And I am having a lot of fun seeing everything happen in the cam and trying to ignore it as Newgarden, McLaughlin, the only ones
they hate me.
On 203 of the 4-lap average speed. Never mind, out on track is the 6th of Callum Ilott. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, and he's on a push lap now time as well, so this should be quite good for Callum. First of a build up and then push. Exit of turn 4. Puts the speed down and comes across. So, what's this lap? Already 240. Exit of 4. Mighty good speed here. Fastest lap for him is a 231.932 mile an hour lap. He's 17th at the moment, JT, but stands to gain some traction here today.
Yep, let's see where he gets. Up to 6 here down the backstretch. Hitting 2.43, I saw just flash up there for a moment, which was the same speed that Joseph Newgarden had with his best 4-lap average speed. As we go down towards the yard of bricks, what is his first lap time, Josh?
It is 231.812 mile an hour, so down his overall best speed, but usually lap 2 is faster than lap 1.
Yep, we'll see what happens as we go
Goes
up.
back
He's backed off.
Of course he has, because, you know, it's lunchtime over here. They're getting paid.
Coming across the yard of bricks now is the 66 of Tom Blomqvist to start his qualifying sim. Will he do 1 lap or 4 laps? We'll have to find out in the number 66 car as well.
Seems like they're only like doing 1 lap, then going again, aren't they? They're not actually building up and pushing lap times as a consistent margin.
And
so,
then if one goes in, one comes out, a little bit like qualifying sim.
Rod says, wondering if Scotty Mack and Just Newgarden are going to give it another push before they pack it. As in crash? Oops, I've opened Twitter. Sorry.
Captain Jerez, pit road. Have your chicken sandwich, Josh.
Really? Oh, they're all down pit road, right, okay.
We're here just to see what works and what doesn't for some more consistency. So what are you trying to do here?
Yeah, that's the key right now. We're trying to make sure that we have consistency so that we can start taking off a little bit of the downforce. Again, it's not very easy taking out the downforce. If you see the size of the wing, everyone is so small. Back in I'm not going to say how long ago because they're going to show how old I am, but back then, the wings, the rear wing and front wing were so big that when you start making the change, you actually, the speed increased quite a lot. Today, because they're so small, you know, that's why the times are so close to each other, because it's so small bit that you're looking for. And it's important consistency now these days. Before it wasn't that much because you have such a big speed first lap. Now you gotta be able to hold on. So we're trying to do something to fix that. The first one was good, but I need a little bit more. I guess we went too much. I asked for it because I need to know the limits. And since we have so many tires today, we're just going to keep trying until we find it. And then, if we still have time, then start lay down.
I know you love this race, but what about the build-up and anticipation to qualifying and going down and laying 4 laps down? How exciting is that?
You know, my hero, Rick Mears, he basically always told me there are 2 kind of races, you know, the 500, the actual race, and the qualifying, the time trials. The time trials is just absolutely insane because, and you guys are going to see tomorrow, it's going to go through from the beginning to the end. And it's not only about, again, go fast. It's consistency and all these things, what time to go, and the weather, the sun is out there. It's a lot.
It's getting hot, obviously, and it's supposed to be hot tomorrow. So how important are the next 3¼ hours going to be just to really kind of get a feel for what it's going to be tomorrow, maybe?
For me, the most matter is consistency. I want to make sure I have a consistent car, whether it's to the cold weather, to the hot weather. Cold weather is a little bit easier. Hot weather is the task, the difficult one. So, but the change that we make, at least, it is showing, which is good. And maybe not the right way yet, but we're working on it.
Elliott knows exactly what he wants and needs out of his race car, just trying to find it this afternoon.
There he is, the 4-time Indy 500 champ. Here is his teammate in the Arctic Wolf Honda, Tom Blomqvist, where it was dancing and climbing quite high up towards the wall.
And checkered flag, pick one.
And that's the end of the run there for Tom Blomqvist. He holds the 22nd best single lap speed. And for car 66 on the 4-lap average, Tom's in 19th. So for his first 500, yeah.
Mind though that, to Kevin's point, track temp now up about 15 degrees over where it was when Team Penske's McLaughlin or Newgarden made their quick runs earlier in the day. So, you know, the 4-lap comparison, you really have to take track conditions into consideration, and with higher temps expected tomorrow and Sunday, it's a good sign, I think, that Blomqvist was able to hang on to 4 laps.
Yeah.
You can start to see the radius of the corner grow, and it looked like a decent amount of scrub on lap 4 as well, but that's what you can expect for the rest of the weekend.
Elio spoke about tomorrow, about this whole journey towards qualifying as the Verizon Chevy of Will Power comes out. So we're with you all the way live here on Peacock until 6 p.m. Eastern tonight. Tomorrow, there's just a really brief 1-hour practice at 8:30 in the morning till 9:30. And then from 11 to 5:50, we go into qualifying mode. And tomorrow, positions 13 through 30 will be set. So it determines the fast 12. We're working towards the fast 6. And then also, think about positions 31, 32, 33. You're going to have 4 cars going for those 3 spots. So at either end of the field, it's going to be very intense, super pressure cooker situation. And tomorrow is the first piece of that very intriguing and nerve-wracking puzzle. It's one piece of Will Power's puzzle that he would like to complete, because for the king of qualifying, he would dearly love to add an Indy 500 pole to his 2 championships and his Indianapolis 500 victory.
Definitely a cool thing to add on to the CV for this guy. He's having a pretty remarkable season as it stands right now, sitting second in points behind Alex Palou, only 12 points out of the lead.
With how many runner-up finishes? 3.
I was going to say almost all of them.
Yeah, 3.
Elevated, of course, to second place at St. Pete after the disqualifications of his teammates. Then finished second on track behind teammates Scott McLaughlin and Barber. Behind an impressive drive from Palou at the Indy GP. Ooh, little hesitation there from Will. Had to kind of think about it on the wheel.
Look at those. Look at that speed. 2:33.8, 2:33.4.
And for the time of day, to Townsend's point earlier, I mean, track temp, a solid 15 degrees hotter than when Newgarden did his time, McLaughlin shortly after. So this is a very stout run from Will Power.
Expect this to be a little bit slower. It's about 1 mile an hour slower. Yep, 2:32. That was because of the lift. We were riding on board with him. You heard it.
That little bobble in turn 2. Much more margin on the exit this time. Expect the speed to maybe creep back up a little bit from the 2:32.3 he just ran.
As far as outright speed on one lap, it is 1, 2, 3. Team Penske, McLaughlin, Newgarden, Power. That's on the single lap run, single lap speed. 4-lap average for the Verizon Chevrolet as Will Power comes to the line. That lap there, 2:33.0, and an average of a 233.1 miles an hour. That's impressive at this time of the day, almost halfway through this Friday, Fast Friday practice day. Let's take you back to that moment where he did lift a little hinge.
Yeah, were it not for this 3rd lap, it's understeer up. You get that sort of late wiggle from the back of the car as your right front eventually digs into the track. Had to have a little lift. Easily would have been the fastest 4-lap average. And again, considering the track temp and the time of day, something you can be very, very impressed with. Everyone on the 12 stand probably looking around, giving each other little nods. I mean, look, you're not patting yourselves on the back yet, because, you know, think of what Rossi said in his interview, entirely correct. A lot of times you can be really quick on Fast Friday, but something just doesn't come together on Saturday when it counts, on Sunday when it counts. And even though we've gone to the bigger boost, the fact is there are still parts that they won't actually put on the car until qualifying when it really counts. So there's still going to be a little bit of speed coming out of some tricks and some slick bits to put on these race cars.
It's been an eventful couple of days for one of the 7 rookies. That's Linus Lundqvist of Chip Ganassi Racing. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, downstairs with him now. Just completed a couple qualifying runs. So, no, you're just kind of getting your feet back underneath you after yesterday and with the added boost. So, how is the day going today?
Yeah, I know that the speed chart doesn't really say, but man, it's fast out there. Obviously, first couple of laps now with a higher boost, and you notice the difference. And like you mentioned, first couple of laps getting back into the groove after our crash yesterday. So, you know, the car seemed good, which was nice. And obviously went out with a bunch of downforce on, just working up to it now again. And my first real qualifying laps as well, so getting used to that and how the whole qualifying procedure works. But so far, so good.
How difficult is this process of just getting yourself acclimated and getting worked back up to the confidence that you need to go out here and lay 4 fast laps down?
It makes it easier when you're in a Chip Ganassi racing car, that's for sure, because you know you'll have a good platform whenever you go out. So it's just about, you know, not taking huge steps, but, you know, small steps, step by step, because we don't want to, you know, scare my confidence level down again. So, you know, we're going to take our time today and slowly build it up, and I'm sure we'll be in a good position for tomorrow.
Sounds like the right approach. Thanks, Linus.
That's a very strong, mature young man there who has put yesterday behind him and is focusing forward. So too is the Gainbridge Honda pilot in Colton Herter. He wants to find a little bit more speed. Will it come? We've seen fellow Honda driver Felix Rosenqvist find it. What can Colton do?
Colton's teammate Marco Andretti in for the month. Second fastest Honda on the overall charts. You see him down there in 10th. Third fastest Honda in the 4-lap average, but let's ride aboard Colton Herter right now. First lap, 2:32.8. Nice jump up from where his 1-lap pace was earlier.
Right, now watch this. Down the back stretch, out of turn 2, down the back stretch. You want to see, look to the bottom left of your screen. You want to see that 234.5. You want to see it in the high 230s if possible. 237 to just approaching 238, 239. That's more encouraging, Hinch.
Definitely closer to what we've seen out of some of the entries from Chevrolet. Not quite all the way to 240, which we saw with some regularity from the bow ties.
Jumps up to 8th on the best single lap speed. That last lap, 232.569 for Colton Herter.
Yeah, just about 0.3 of a mile an hour drop off. That's not bad. Again, track temp higher than what most of these other 4-lap averages, short of powers, will run at. But he's going to want to try to keep that deg within a mile an hour. You know, there's deg from the tires, but there's also engine deg. As the engine heats up, it tends to produce less and less power. They've got different settings for different phases of the qualifying run. Maybe one for the first lap, one for the second lap, one for the third and fourth lap, sorry.
Right, so we've got... Oh, hello. I couldn't hear myself talk there. So, Hertz is on his last lap average speed at the moment. Will Power's gone second, 233.172 mile an hour on the 4-lap average. It has put him, however, for Power, third overall, 233.864. Herter, now on a more powerful lap time, comes out of the last corner. What delta time does he get, as finally we're back? And across the line, Herter stays 8th, 232.548 fast lap average speed. Questions in the chat then. Rod says, Will, you did a good thing. And Immaculate as well says, is this being televised? Yes, it is. It's on Peacock and Sky Sports F1 in the UK. Where to watch? Peacock, Sky Sports F1, and also on the IndyCar Live website. That's where you can watch. IndyCar Live used to be free for all the practice sessions. Then they took it away from us.
Yeah, and of course Sky Sports Mix as well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. My hands can finally relax. I wasn't in the commentary box, Omi. Thank you.
For context, Omi was flapping that thing since you left. Newgarden's back out on track, doing some more fast laps. Currently 236 miles per hour through the corner, and his first lap was a 234.260. What a first lap from Joseph Newgarden.
Joseph Newgarden rockets to the top of the timing sheets with a 234.26 as well. Now, what's his second lap time, JT? That's the thing we need to see, because usually the second lap time could be faster. 2:35, I saw across the mix. 2:33.9. So he's average of 2:34.0, and the fastest time is him. So this is actually really good for Newgarden. He's going to keep his advantage up here.
Yep, absolutely. Still 234.098 on
241.
the second lap. Incredible.
I saw 242.
241.
I saw 242 coming out of turn 4. So he's really going for it down that back stretch. Newgarden across the line of bricks. What's this time around? Is it anywhere? He's kept that speed up across the line. It's a 2:33.97. He's matched his speed time. He's faster on lap 3. That is unheard of. Unheard of to be faster on lap 3 than you are on lap 2. Newgarden, last year's Indy 500 champion, is absolutely flying.
242. Multiple times.
When's he going to lose it? When's he going to push too far? 2:32 at the exit of turn 4, up to the line of bricks. Newgarden's already smashed it, but is he going to smash the lap records of the overalls today? 2:34! 2:34.087 on the 4th lap! Average of a 2:34.063! You never, ever see someone start fast, lose, and then get back up to speed! Newgarden has just impressed everybody in the paddock. A 2:34.063 average speed with 3 hours remaining on the clock of Fast Friday. Now the battle begins for who takes pole over this speed weekend. That was amazing, JT. I've never seen that done in IndyCar before. He got the speed back he lost.
What a lap from Joseph Newgarden to set him up for an incredible 4-lap. 234.063. What a lap, Cole Kirkwood.
Penske is 1, 2, 3. As Fabrice points out, angry driver says Rod Brown and Wild Joseph. Fabrice says wild fast time from Joe. And now we're seeing Carl Kirkwood start his run. Lap 1, 233.705. Kirkwood's impressing here.
Kirkwood could go second fastest here if he stays. If he doesn't lose more than 0.6 of a mile per hour on his average speed. He goes up towards the line of bricks to, let's see what his lap 2 time is. It's a 2:32.952, which has him still in second by 0.2 of a mile per hour as he is on to lap 3 of 4.
It has put him up to 5th position, however, though, JT, in the fastest time runs, 2:33.705. Don't forget the timing tower is going to look different tomorrow when we get to qualifying. It all shifts around to have the overall lap times to put the delta in. That'll be tomorrow's qualifying session in the evening. Practice 6 will be with JT and Matthew Owens, yes.
Lap 3, 232.445. He's into 4th with that lap by 0.02 of a mile per hour. Bring him home, JB.
Now, this is going to be a very important run for Carl Kirkwood in the Andretti Global because he needs to find the pace together. Jordan says Newgarden will not go back-to-back. Is the track getting faster or drivers getting dialed in and finding the groove? It's both. More grip going down the track, drivers finding more time. It is getting faster and faster out there. Also, the conditions getting a little bit cooler is helping as well. Lap 4 across the line for Carl Kirkwood. It's a 2:28.695. 2:28.965 puts him 2:32.017, puts him 10th overall in the 4-lap average as several cars now start to dial out of it. Not a bad time overall as I wish. And there's Newgarden out of the car.
Yeah, absolutely. What a 10 miles from Joseph Newgarden. Gets new tyres on that car, ready to go again. But I expect that he won't go out for a little while, JB?
Yeah, he won't. Kiffin Simpson's out now on his 4-lap average run. Alex Dern has been disqualified from qualifying. Omi's just telling me in Formula 3. Okay. It's all getting mad out there. Or is it F2 for Dune? I'm going to see that board come up in a minute, aren't I? F3, thank you. There's Sebastian Bourdais, driver engineer for Kiffin Simpson, watching on. As he rattles through 1 and 2. That's such an impressive time for the top there for Newgarden.
Absolutely. Sebastian Bourdais. Expected, confirmed for Le Mans. He always is normally in it.
Yeah, he'd be there.
He's always there. As Kiffin Simpson down the back stretch only gets to 236 as he goes into turn 3. He's in gear 6 and going around turn 4 now. Currently in 28th with his 1 lap speed. Let's see what his lap speed is now as he goes across the yard of bricks. Will we get the graphic from NBC? Yes, we will. It was a 229.656 his 4th lap with an average of 230.224, which puts, I believe, Kiffin Simpson in 28th.
That was his slowest qualifying laps, but it's better average than it was on the previous run, so that's why it's put him up the order. But he is down in 28th position. I think he's coming down pit road as well. But the 18 crashed out earlier on. All cars are back into the pits. Gives me and JT a break. Go on.
We've still got 2 hours and 54 minutes and 30 seconds.
Let's hear from...
but before I get to that, let's go from Newgarden.
Looks like you've got a rocket. Does it feel that fast and that consistent and that strong?
I mean, it... you know, I don't know. You can't control this stuff sometimes. Like, you show up and you just have a... You can't get too excited on a day like today. It's, you know, we're testing. Everybody's testing. It counts when it counts. But I think we have fast cars. There's no doubt. We got to be somewhat pleased at what we're looking at. And this team has worked hard. I mean, I've lived it for 4 or 5 years. We've been at this, trying to find speed, and this team, I think, deserves it. So again, let's not get excited because it's Fast Friday, but you know, we need to put our pieces together tomorrow. I think the shell car can do that. I think Team Chevy has done an excellent job for us, and we just need to go through the motions now. It's going to be harder tomorrow. It'll be even harder on Sunday, and I think those are the things we need to really think about and try and, you know, game out what's our plan and how are we going to attack this, because there's no guarantees in IndyCar racing. So, yeah, we feel good and comfy, but, you know, let's see what tomorrow brings for us.
So what about tomorrow and Sunday makes it harder, other than maybe some of the obvious things?
Well, it's still pretty friendly. It's been friendly all week, you know, and I think tomorrow it starts to get more difficult, especially late afternoon. I don't know what we have to do to get a better draw here. I think I drew last year, and you know, before that it was like 25th, 28th, and you just don't want to go late. I mean, if you're first out, it's basically the best thing you can have happen to you. So, you know, we'll see if we get some luck this time around on the draw, and then, you know, if you don't, then the risk is you run too late. It gets very hot. Track temperature in particular is the enemy. You know, not so much the ambient. It could be 85 degrees and like cool track temp, and it wouldn't be too bad. But if it's 80 degrees and it's sky-high track temp, that's the tough part. So that's what we're looking at.
So still a lot of day left. What do you want from your car? Is there more things you guys want to work on to kind of try to get better?
I don't want anything else right now.
All right. Happy Joseph Newgarden. Like that.
Dylan.
Yeah, Div.
Just tell him he's gone. I was going to say, tell him it's all right to smile about his speed.
I think he did at the start. I think he was pretty excited. He just didn't want to let us on too much.
You're right, Dylan. Joseph Newgarden was having a hard time disguising the giddiness that he's feeling right now. He reminds me of a good old Midwestern kid who just found out he's got a 1 month free supply of soft serve. He is stoked.
He answered something along the lines of, you know, it's just Fast Friday. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. But when you look in his eyes, you could tell what's happening in his head is, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We've got the fastest car. It's just so much quicker right now. And it looks
really
so controlled. It's not like, and I mean this in the most respectful way, he doesn't look like he's having to try too hard to do it. It's such a controlled car. The balance is great. The grip is there. It's stable. It's doing everything he wants it to do. He's not fighting it to get that speed.
And the teams up and down pit lane will be wondering, well, I wonder where his downforce levels are. How trimmed out is he? Well, take a look here. Back of Joseph Newgarden's attenuator hanging off the gearbox, the rear wing adjuster. So if this bolt right here is in this position, that is max downforce, and if it's here, that's less downforce, right? So he is comfortably stuck. So it's not like he's super trimmed out.
I've interrupted ourselves here because I absolutely have to say from Julius Caesar here, if I don't find out how to get video coverage of tomorrow, I'm going to snap fingers off. Surely it's stabbed in the back. I mean, come on. It's Julius Caesar. But video coverage for tomorrow, it's on Peacock, it's on NBC, it'll be on Sky Sports, F1, Action, and Mix, and it'll be on here as well. So that's where it'll be. Rod saying, will McLaughlin have a crack himself? Yep, and Power's on a lap time now, JT.
2-4-1 as we go down into turn 3 and on towards the yard of bricks. Josh, as he goes across, what is his first lap time? If it is his first, it might be a second or third.
2:33.087. So I think this must be another run. That was his first quali run, yeah. NBC very late with this graphic, and we haven't got our qualifying systems up yet, which means it won't transfer over. Also, sorry if the laptop's lagging a little bit with the camera. There's no way I'm standing up after standing up all day. I want to sit down. Go on.
Hold up.
Ben Schneider's just said Ben Schneider's just said, enjoy this while you can before Fox come in next year, the IndyCar practice coverage.
If that's happening, like they were meant to lose it, but now it's kind of
died down, isn't it?
Maybe not happening. Lap 2, by the way, improvement for lap 1 with willpower, 233.118, which is an average of around, I think it's a 233.108.
Peacock not available in Canada, says Julius Caesar. Whoever your broadcaster, TSN, they might have it. I don't know where the broadcast would be for Canada. Power across the line, we'll find out for you though, Julius. No, NBC Sports, yeah, find out. Oh, 232, 223, I think he's backed off though. 3-1.
Yes.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Definitely backed off.
Off the fastest time,
if that isn't backing off, I don't know what is. Now he's going to come down pit road. There's no movement in pit road, Josh, which I can see on the chart.
NBC time. We'll find out, Julius, where to watch you from.
That is going to be Omi. I know you're around. Can you clip that, please, for the bloopers?
Can I have my chicken sandwich?
What?
What Josh just did on the broadcast, thanks.
Oh, I didn't hear it because I was listening to the Davide Valsecchi thing.
Well, Willpower's not pitted, JB, so you don't get to eat that beautiful chicken sandwich which you are showing off to the broadcast.
My face says it all on the frozen camera. That's really annoying me, actually. It's frozen.
Double call lap is Willpower, and he's going at a very slow speed around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. No one else is out on track, so he is not a danger, which is unusual.
Oh, okay. Let's head down pit road anyway.
Than you were. How's the progress going in the 27 camp?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we're just fine-tuning on it, really. I mean, that was a big jump than where we were at. And obviously, changes were good. We need to work on the balance a little bit, just get a better average, because I think we should have been kind of 233s all the way through then, not just a big number then falling off as we went. I had to lift, I think, every single lap. So we can make some adjustments and get it better than what we just saw there. So, yeah, all good so far in this camp.
With a 6-hour period of time, and of course, we like to talk, so we see things we don't like in the beginning. We see upgrades as we go along here. I mean, is it easy to keep yourself level-headed about all this and know, it's not tomorrow yet. We'll still have time to get there.
Yeah, which is the reason why I was lifting in our run. I think if it was qualifying, I would have took a card out of Takuma's book and just kept in it. But yeah, so yeah, it's still a long way to go. We still need to get through the rest of our runs today and hopefully just roll into a car tomorrow that we're confident with.
Good stuff. Glad there's improvement.
Now plenty to go and study for Kyle Kirkwood is this guy, Alex Palou, 21st on the single lap chart right now, and Hinch with Dixon in 13th, and the other three Ganassi cars 28th, 29th, and 30th with their three rookies. This is uncharacteristically kind of a pretty quiet start to Fast Friday for Chip Ganassi Racing.
Green flag.
Green flag on the sim for Alex Palou. He sees 234 miles an hour as he...
And he absolutely does not see 234 mile an hour through that part of the track as well. He was going at almost 240.
Guys.
Say again?
The guys in chat. Josh is having so much fun with this box.
Oh, he's backed out. He's got smoke. He's got smoke. He's got smoke. Palou's got smoke from the back of the engine.
Smoky, smoky.
It's the engine's gone. So, caution's out. Yellow's out. Alex Palou blows something at the back straightaway. Yellow is called for track inspection to make sure there's no oil dropped. But Alex Palou was right in the middle of his push lap.
Undoubtedly.
And now it's gone though, JT. There we go.
Yeah, that's definitely a weird one. But back under caution once more. I can officially confirm that we did run the last hour caution free, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
As well. Did he hit the wall?
No.
No.
Where did it go? There, over the dust.
Let's go there on the back straightaway as he comes out of turn 2, and you'll see the small flame on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that's it. That's oil. That's an engine gone, isn't it?
Yes.
It's what I decided with when he drove over.
Great. So that's it. He's Palou's engine's gone, which means he's lost the rest of the day.
Bye, Amy.
232. You ain't making this show. So many people below that time now. I am going by. Amy's not happy that Alex Palou is gone. Honda. Oh, hang on. Where's Megan? Somebody get Megan and tell her a Honda engine just blew up. He's gone. Oh, he's probably gone. He's probably gone. Right. Blown engine for Alex Palou on the back straight in the 10 DHL car. Caution's out. NBC. Sandwich time.
If it's going to happen, I guess you rather it happen today than tomorrow or Sunday when it really counts.
And we've seen a number of powertrain issues so far this month, not only on the oval, but going back to the Indy GP last weekend. Palou's teammate Marcus Armstrong with an engine issue right at the start of practice. We've seen Chevys get replaced and have issues. Thinking about Arrow McLaren with Pato O'Ward, and then Kyle Larson making an unexpected engine change.
Palou will get his equipment put away and have a chat there with Barry Wanzer in the white on the phone, I imagine, trying to come up with maybe some sort of game plan of exactly how they want to approach this here over the final 2 3/4 hours. And there's Julian Robertson, the engineer, longtime engineer on the 10.
We're making room for you, getting everything ready, so.
A lot of work to do as track inspection continues, and it's tough if you're a safety official to really know definitively if there's oil. There's probably a little bit, but doesn't seem to be any strong visual sign of a trail as one of the Chevy safety trucks takes a slow pass on the apron.
You don't see too much there, which is a good sign. Hopefully have cars back on track here in a moment as we work towards qualifying weekend. It's Fast Friday at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
That's how you start May, baby. Let's go.
Pagenaud wins the Indy
says, how you like me now? The second fastest qualifying run ever.
They haven't even started the race yet, and look at how this team celebrates pole.
Yes! Gotta be respect! Finally! Did it, buddy. You just won the Indy 500. We won it. Fantastic job. You are the man. I love you! This is IndyCar! That's what I'm talking about! Woo!
The biggest single-day sporting event in the world.
In the month of May at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Busy month already, and it all culminates a week from Sunday, the 108th running of the greatest spectacle in racing. Practice today goes till 6 p.m. Eastern time. And not done yet with practice. Have a morning session tomorrow, 8:30 to 9:30 on Peacock before we qualify beginning at 11 a.m. Sunday, it's another couple of practice sessions for the Fast 12 and the Last Chance cars, and then bump day and pole day qualifying live on NBC starting at 3 p.m. before another practice on Monday, 2 hours to get back into race trim. That starts at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We saw the smoke from Alex Palou just a moment ago. Dave Burns has caught up with him.
I have. What did you feel? What did you hear? And did you have any warnings?
No warnings, but I felt something that was not what I wanted to feel. But it's okay. We still have time, hopefully, to go back out at the end of the day, get an install, hopefully a qualifying run. But yeah, these things happen when you are trying to get the maximum.
And we've seen that today, maybe a little bit of a creep up on it from the CGR cars. Is it going the right direction before all that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a big step from what we felt in the first qualifying attempt that we had this morning. But yeah, obviously not where we want to be at the moment.
We're all done at 6, including the track, so enough time to get a change in another run, or are we done for the day?
I don't know. Hopefully we can get it changed, but it's a lot of work, so we will see what happens. But yeah, I have a lot of faith on the guys.
Driver, Dylan, you know the driver wants to go again as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's right with the clock continuing to wind down here, approaching 2.5 hours. If they do have to make any sort of power plant change, they may just be out of time. Simple as that. So we'll see what happens when they can get it back to the garage and really kind of dive into it with the Honda engineers, and they'll of course get it changed as quick as possible and try and get Alex back out here before the morning practice on Saturday, and then ultimately the run to try to lock into the field that starts tomorrow.
Well, plenty of oil on pit lane.
Yeah, so we didn't see a lot on the track, but it all must have poured out once he stopped.
Well, I don't know that it would have magically waited till it got to the box, so presumably there's some on the racetrack, hopefully not very much, and I'm sure a driver of Alex Palou's caliber, the moment he knew something was even slightly wrong, it looked like he was right offline down the back straightaway, so shouldn't take too long to get things back going. But one thing's for sure, if you're going to be thorough with an inspection and be ultra sure the track's ready, it's going to be here at Indy, where the stakes are high and the speeds faster than we see anywhere else on the schedule. As we take a look at practice summary so far, Newgarden leads, non-tow best lap, 4-lap average, and then Team Penske teammates McLaughlin there in both cases, turn 1 trap speeds 241.4. That's up near some of the highest speeds we've seen in years here.
Does it feel that fast when you're turning off into turn 1 or turn 3 at the end of these long straightaways?
It does. You know, I get that question a lot. The straight line speed, not such a big deal. You've got the downforce planning the car. It's not like the car steers itself. You have some right-hand down steering load because the car wants to turn left. You know that from all of your short track racing experience and all of the geometry that's set to make these cars want to turn left. So you got to hold it straight, but it's not that exhilarating in a straight line. You certainly get used to it, but cornering at those speeds, you got to remember, if you're averaging 234, you're only bleeding down to what, 226, 227 mid-corner. That's crazy minimum speed with the tires actually in a tiny percentage of slip. You're basically drifting just a little bit in all 4 corners. And yeah, it's fast, but it feels great.
What you guys love to do, what all these guys love to do. It's why they are race car drivers, to go fast around this racetrack. Have a good look at the dirt track there on the inside of turn number 3 here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I was wondering if you were going to be tempted, Dylan, to jump over that fence when you saw the dirt oval. Was that a quarter mile over there, or is it smaller?
It's quarter mile, yep. Great little racetrack. BC 39 is returning this year, late September. You see Dale Coyne here, and this is work back in the 18 garage to get Nolan Seagull's backup car put together after this incident earlier this afternoon. Gets wide in turn 2, and away it goes. You can see he gets upside down on his side. Hard contact with the racetrack once it came back down.
So really big hit there with the full car slam. It's almost like the downforce worked well and just kind of forced it back down when it was inverted, and that was a black, white, and red car. So that is the crash car. The good news is the engine's already off it. It looks like the whole back end, in fact, has been removed and going on to that replacement tub. And maybe we can learn more about the situation from Kevin Lee.
Yeah, that's the process. They've got the Honda engine already switched over. So at one point we were hearing it might be the 51. It's indeed going to be the 18. So it's the car Jack Harvey, who is back here as well, also helping out. The car that Jack Harvey, there it is, drove on the road course this past weekend. So not only are they changing the engine, this was a road course car. So it's a different entire configuration. So even if there was no crash issue, that would take a while to get ready. There's no huge urgency right now. Now they're going to have to work with pretty good pace just to be ready for tomorrow morning. So there's no thought at all about trying to get back before 6 o'clock today. That's just not very realistic in this circumstance. So hopefully it's not a late night or a super late night, and then they're ready for 8:30 tomorrow morning. But that's the process going on. And now it's just about getting a car ready and then rebuilding the confidence of the young driver.
And hoping that all the various bits, as you see there, the gearbox, the uprights, wheel bearings, aero bits, that you've got something as good, hopefully better, but unlikely is usually the case, because whatever they've been running is usually the best they have.
Well, and that's what I was going to say is part of the reason why it takes so long to get these cars swapped over is because you are doing just that. You're kind of combing through your inventory of maybe what you can salvage from a wrecked car, what is smart to try to salvage, and then also what your stock is of new replaceable parts.
Absolutely. As James pointed out earlier, you could buy 10 brand new gearboxes and dyno all of them, and there's going to be some difference between all 10. You'd like it to be absolutely perfect every time, but you know from racing, whether you're in go-karts or quarter midgets or Indy cars, no 10 are alike.
Still getting this beach on pit road cleaned up from Alex Palou's expired or damaged power plant, we're presuming. Had smoke coming out of the back of the 10 car. Let's go back down to pit road.
So let's stay in the Dale Coyne camp and talk with Catherine Legg, the veteran teammate. And you got Jack Harvey here that can help a little bit as well. So before we talk about your program, as someone who's been there, done this before, can you help your young teammate at all get back up on the horse tomorrow morning?
I don't think he needs any help. I mean, he is so well put together, right? Like, he came in and he said sorry, and he said he felt bad for the crew, and he said all the right things, and then, you know, we'll be absolutely fine jumping back in the car. So nothing I can tell him will actually make any difference. He's an incredible young man.
That's good. All right, let's talk about your situation now. How is it so far in qualifying trim?
I mean, it's a little sketchy, I'm not going to lie. We tried trimming out this morning a couple of stages, and we're missing some speed, probably 2.5 miles an hour to be mid-pack, if we're honest. So we're confident in the engineers and the car that we can find some of it for tomorrow, but then we've got a lot of work to do on our race car as well. So it's really hurt us not having the time on track with all the rain delays and everything, and it's it's a work in progress, but we will go back out there and get to work.
How many more chances do you get today?
Oh, crikey. It depends if it rains like it's supposed to, but
Let's say no rain.
Okay, no rain. Probably we'll get 4 more runs if we're lucky.
And then how aggressive do you get? How can you kind of, in basic terms, describe what you're trying to do when you say, all right, we got to get faster? What can be done on these cars that everybody's had for a long time?
I mean, you're probably asking the wrong person to assert.
Fair enough.
But we're just trimming up as much as we can. We're taking as much bind out of it as we can. But in doing so, you're also loosening it up, right? And so it's always a little different to drive it with the high horsepower and the totally trimmed out qualifying spec to how it is in race downforce, and you just keep taking off as much as you can. And we got to a stage where we're taking as much wing out of it as we were comfortable taking, and then we have to try and get rid of drag and downforce from doing other things like messing with underneath and messing with ride heights and strakes and all kinds of things that the engineers know way more about than I do. I'm just the person driving.
And then you do one thing and it impacts another thing, and it's all a big piece of the puzzle. Thank you, Catherine. Catherine Legg, we'll see her back out very soon in the ELF. Eyes, lips, face. Really cool partner for her in the number 51 with Dale Coyne. Dave.
Kev, let's take in another Honda driver. That is Pietro Fittipaldi, and not up where you want to be on the chart. 1 run in today. What are you getting out of your race car?
Yeah, so it's obviously trimming, you know, for qualifying out with the boost. You get, let's say, about 100 extra horsepower, so you're going quite a lot quicker compared to yesterday. Did 1 run, try to understand the feeling of the car, the balance. It's a lot hotter now, so that's why we're going to come out, go out 1 more time, see how the car feels in the heat. With the temperature, it changes a lot, the balance of the car. The hotter it gets, the harder it is to drive. And we're expecting it to be even hotter than this tomorrow. So this is going to be an interesting test to see how the car handles in the heat of the day.
Your family heritage here is so fun to think about. Does the words of Grandpa ever get entering your head in a positive way, and things that he's told you that you just go, yeah, I remember that now, and now I'm seeing it?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, it's a privilege to be part of a family that understands so much about racing. At the same time, I'm racing now. My brother's racing in Formula 2 in Italy, and I remember after my first run today in the morning, he called me. He's like, you know, how's the car? How's the speed? And I was like, didn't you just get out of the car for qualifying? He's like, yeah, I qualified 6th, whatever. He's racing Formula 2 over there. But, yeah, it's just cool to be a part of the family that understands a lot about racing. I have my uncle, Max Pappas, as well, who helps me and my brother out tremendously. So it's a big privilege, yeah.
And as you tell people that maybe aren't familiar with the 500, what it means to you, I mean, they just have to understand the passion that you felt since you were this high.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the year I was born, my grandfather stopped racing, but I had both my uncles racing, Max Pappas and Christian Fittipaldi, and I grew up watching them, you know, racing the Indy 500 or the Daytona 24 Hours, and that's what gave me the passion. I started racing karts when I was 4 years old.
Now, tomorrow is what counts, and Sunday, obviously, too. We look at the graphics, and we see all the bow ties up there. We see all the Honda marks down. Is that a thing, or have you just not shown everything as a power plant that you guys have yet?
You know, we don't really have that information, to be honest, but I have full confidence in the team and as well Honda that we'll be at our best tomorrow. And I think for sure the team we made, you know, I wasn't here last year, you know, when the team struggled, but they're confident. They made good gains compared to last year, and I think we see that. And honestly, now it's just about fine-tuning, making sure the balance will be good tomorrow in the heat of the day, making sure the trim level is right, and, yeah, putting 4 laps flat out.
And the other thing, too, is the draw, right? Tomorrow, an early draw seems like, with it warming up, it's going to be a good thing. So who do you have doing the draw for your car? You know?
I don't know. Last time when I was here with Dale Coyne, I did the draw, and we drew 15th, and it was pretty good. Mid-pack, qualified 13th, and then, you know, we called it a day. Yeah, the earlier the better, you know?
I'm going to have my producer talk in my ear one more time because there was a question from up above. Oh, yes. So I've got his vibe now. Something happened at Barber that was unique to you and everyone else. A mannequin falling out of the sky. You remember Georgina, right? I was told she's back up.
She's back up? Really? Wow, okay. I hope they, you know, used a couple more tie wraps there to keep her up. Wow. That's a different dress as well and everything. I'll definitely be able to see her now. I saw her before, but now it's bright red, so it won't camouflage with the trees. That's good. I mean, you know, we had everything happen that weekend. We had a lot of adversity, and we had a mannequin falling in front of us as well. So
I think they're going to make her go through tech next time.
Yeah, I think they should.
Yeah. Hey, part of a fun 2024 season for the NTT IndyCar Series. Pietro Fittipaldi, a part of it, and a part of this weekend's and next weekend's festivities here at the 500.
Oh, poor Pietro. I can't imagine the the fear of when he came around and saw that. But all in good fun. Georgina's had a glow up, it looks like. They got her hair done. She got a nice new dress.
Might even be using handcuffs up there. Because, you know, she was streaking a professional sporting event in theory. As we take a look at Kyle Larson enjoying a little Indiana sun. And you know what I find is really interesting about the Kyle Larson story is, yes, he's a rookie outright in IndyCar and a Formula car style of racing. But you talk about racing experience. Have a look at this stat. Elio Castroneves, the most experienced IndyCar driver in this field, 49 years old. He's been doing it forever, 391 starts. Kyle Larson, 474 NASCAR starts. But remember, Elio, about half of his starts are on road courses. For Kyle, probably 90% plus on ovals. That doesn't include the hundreds and hundreds of races that Kyle Larson has also done on ovals all across America, on dirt, pavement, winged, wingless, late models, whatever. This guy is the most experienced racer in the field.
And I think year over year, that rings true. As you see the green flag back out, so we'll get some cars back on the racetrack. Kyle, just the most recent of several very accomplished drivers to try and do the double, starting with Johnny Andretti back in 1994, Robbie Gordon, Tony Stewart.
Just interrupting to let Julius Caesar know, who's watching our YouTube chat, it is on TSN Plus, is how you can watch the qualifying over in Canada. TSN Plus.
Yourself, how do you describe to the casual sports fan why Kyle Larson is so good on a racetrack? What does he do? What have you seen him do that is so special?
The wild thing is that sometimes I don't even know if he knows. He just gets in the car and drives, and he's just so naturally gifted at driving race cars and going fast that I think it is what is lending itself well to him here. You know, he has had to get technical and has had to kind of learn all of the nuances of making these cars go fast. But TK said it. When he gets in the car and they give him a good car, he knows how to drive. He knows how to work the pedals and the steering wheel as good as anybody in this field, whether he has, you know, IndyCar experience or not. So there's a lot more to it, obviously, than that. Kyle knows that, and it's just about, I think, working up to that. But it's been good to see his confidence kind of grow, and sits 7th right now, obviously, on the 4-lap chart at just under 232.5 miles an hour.
So, getting ready for the restart then. 2 cars out on the circuit, one being Scott McLaughlin, one being Romain Grosjean. So the next caution's going to come in about 3 minutes. Hang on, GT, go on.
Hello, I missed what you said. I was switching over from...
I said 2 cars on the track, one Romain Grosjean, one Scott McLaughlin. So the next caution coming in about 3 minutes.
Nice. I mean, they've had their history.
Apparently there is no TSN 1, 2, 3 or 5 is all he has, no TSN Plus. I have no idea then.
Isn't TSN Plus a streaming service?
I believe so. I'm 90% convinced it is. But maybe that's where you're going to have to look. But we found out where. So don't snap our fingers off. If anything, snap Omi's. Omi has disappeared.
Omi was meant to be here for the final 2 hours.
I understand that. I think Omi's somehow watching practice for Porsches. How he's done that, I don't know.
Just highlights.
For this first time ever, I cannot hear JT. Look, history, everyone. I've turned you up.
Wow. Wow.
Never had to... Oh, hang on a minute. That's the footage.
Wow.
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
Scott McLaughlin out on track now. Currently second on the fast lap pace, third on the 4-lap average speed, circulating round. Roman Grosjean out as well, and the 45 car is out on track as well. I was going to say Tyler Reddick, but I can confirm it's not Tyler Reddick. 233.249, it's been an improvement.
Yeah.
There as well. New Garden still top 234.063, the only car to go on the 234 as well. Roman Grosjean has entered the pits, so there was no caution in 3 minutes. We are safe for now.
232.911 was the last lap time there from McLaughlin on his second
Still faster
round.
than
Yeah.
personal best, even with 2 laps to go.
This is a good run there. Despite it not being the fastest overall time he's done, the averages are better. So if he keeps it together, he will take it, which sometimes doesn't make sense, but when you add in the averages, you kind of understand it a bit more.
I've done so much median and mode all mean, yeah.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
233.188. He's faster on lap 3. Brings the average up to 233.116, which is quicker than his own time. So this will improve him. Maybe he will catch Power to take second place. Penske's are certainly running together right now. It's looking good this lap. McLaughlin out of 4 up to the line. Delta will tell us it is a 232.755. Oh, he just missed out on the average, JT. 233.026 is best, 233.054.
Yep, absolutely. As well.
JT's been looking at half the garage that's been destroyed recently. Just imagine when the green screen goes there. Pit Road with Ed Carpenter.
Hey, would you look at that?
20 car this afternoon?
I hope so. Our second run we did earlier wasn't as consistent as we can be, so I know even if we don't go a whole lot quicker, we can improve the average, but hopefully we get some more speed too.
When we come to the Speedway, we always talk about Ed Carpenter Racing because you always bring fast cars. Your drivers always do a good job with the setup and with the maximizing of the 4 laps. Anything different this year, Ed, at all, or is it just business as usual?
I mean, it seems like IndyCar, it's just more competitive than ever. You know, I mean, Penske certainly looks strong in qual trim, more so than they did last year. McLaren seems a little better. So, you know, everyone's raising their game. So, you know, Saturday, Sunday, hopefully we're involved in the shootout on Sunday. You know, like always, I think it's going to come down to execution and just making those key decisions at the right time for the day. Conditions are only going to get harder, I think. You know, I think you'll see it get busier and busier here this afternoon in the heat, just with what Saturday and Sunday looks like. I know that's my strategy, so see what we got.
Any special plans for the draw this year? Anybody new?
No, I'll let Cruz, my little guy, do it. He's pretty lucky, so rely on him. Whether he drives high or low, I'll assume it's a good thing.
You'll still love him. That's what you do. Yep. It's up to Cruz again, Kevin.
Thanks, Dave. Back in the Chip Ganassi Racing Garage, and I haven't found a Honda rep yet to get confirmation on what happened to Alex Palou's engine, but we'll just do a little investigation and deducement. So there's a Honda being prepared. That's Mike LeGarrette, one of the leaders of Ganassi, who has a lot of experience, has worked in Formula One as well before. So the way I understand it, this process, and by the way, let's do a little walk and talk. So let's go down, and it's like 3 or 4 garages away. Let's be very careful because these front wings are very expensive here. So we'll tiptoe around that, and we'll see where they are in the process on the number 10 DHL Honda. So they're at this point now just simply getting that engine out of there. And the process becomes expedited a little bit because essentially it's, for lack of a better term, the spare engine is dressed. So that's sometimes what takes it from maybe being an hour and a half process to sometimes in some teams it might take over 3 hours, but they've got all of the extras, and that engine, the new engine from Honda, is ready to be strapped in an HRC here in just a matter of moments. So the realistic goal is to see Alex Palou back on track before the end of the day. I bet they'll be ready by a little bit after 5 o'clock to see where that's at for tomorrow morning's practice before qualifying.
And Kevin, I start to wonder already what these engine changes at Indy are going to mean later on the season. You're only allowed 4 for the season with championship leader Alex Palou. We talk a lot about best worst finish. It's a 10 grid position penalty for an unapproved, you know, once you get past those 4 motors. So I wonder how they'll deal with that, if they're already starting to think about where and when and how they make that change.
That's not awesome, but it's certainly better when you want to talk about best worst finish than losing it in the middle of a race. And that's what Palou and Dixon and people have been able to overcome before, is that, yeah, he may not get the starting position that he has earned, but he still has a chance to score points. And Dixon and Palou are good examples of, no matter where they start, they generally find themselves somewhere near the front by the time it's over.
And they've had one on road course engine issue there with Armstrong, and now Palou in oval configuration as team owner Chip Ganassi looks on. And we're not used to seeing these kinds of issues in the current era with this frequency with both manufacturers. Frankly, it's more than I can remember.
Both manufacturers are obviously trying to beat the other one, so there is some things that each of these manufacturers are trying to implement in their motors to make them go as fast as possible here. So it's a competition amongst them too.
Remember yesterday, Scott Dixon, I think, talked about the amount of oil just coming out of an engine under normal operating conditions, that there's a marked increase in that. And certainly with the aero screens now, you would see that very prominently through the glass of the aero screen. Is Christian Rasmussen 18th right now, second among all rookies.
1 complete, pink 3, pink 3.
He just did a 231.5.
Looked like maybe a little bobble on that first lap. I wasn't sure if it just kind of slid up on him a little bit.
Looks a little loose there in 2.
He'll arc it down here into turn number 3. Set to try to qualify for his first Indianapolis 500 tomorrow. The youngster who has won on all the road to Indy ladders, last year's Indy Next champion.
Coming into the wind, blowing about 5 miles an hour, so the front's going to be a little bit more positive here in turn 1. He'll enter turn 2. I thought the back of the car looked just a little nervous on the last lap through. Looks all right there.
Trying to arc it out as much as he can. They're off at turn number 2. 231.6 is average right now. He's got him currently 18th. That's about a lap and a quarter to go.
Three complete, white flag.
Sabrina's VK down the pit road as well. The Carpenter Racing teammate, his full season teammate, getting strapped in to the 21. A little lift there.
Looks like he had to pedal it. I wonder if it started to walk around on him.
Turn 2's been a problem spot on this run.
Yeah,
it seems like.
lap 4, but trying to trust it again in turn 3, and he does. Stays wide open. Have to see how much that bobble, that adjustment in turn 2 bleeds down the lap 4 speed. That's going to be a big story tomorrow. First couple can look good, but it's always a question of can they hang on.
You can see 2 mile an hour difference there from lap 3 to lap 4, just with that, not even probably a full lift off the throttle, just a little kind of almost pulling your toe back just to get the front of the car settled or the rear of the car settled. And it can make that much of a difference as Scott Dixon pulls onto the racetrack.
For Chip Ganassi Racing right now, this is your high hope. You've got Palou back in the garage with the engine change. Not sure where that'll net out. Your 3 rookies sit 28th, 29th, and 30th with Simpson, Armstrong, and Lundqvist. But old reliable, 5-time pole sitter, 6-time champion.
Well, and it's been an eventful month for the entire Chip Ganassi group. You mentioned the engine issue with Armstrong. Linus Lundqvist obviously had a crash yesterday. Palou had his issues just moments ago. Dixon and Kiffin Simpson are really the only ones so far that have had fairly clean months.
And for that team owner right there, top 5 means nothing here. top front row starting position, not important anymore. It's poles, it's wins, it's championships, and more than anything, it's where is Team Penske? And if you're Chip Ganassi and you look at that pylon right now, they own the first 3 spots.
Let's ride with Dixon here as he makes another qualifying simulation run.
Stiffen that front roll bar. Pretty good first lap, Dylan, in terms of balance. Looks like happy hands from behind the wheel, but 231.3.
Only 234 at the end of the front stretch there.
That's not going to get Chip excited at all.
Newgarden, for comparison, we saw trap speeds into the corner approaching 242 miles an hour. So you see that reflected in the average lap speed.
That's a 4 miles an hour down. Chip's raising his sunglasses, make sure he's seeing. Am I reading this right? Just a 231.
Here's lap 2 for Dixon on this 4-lap run. 230, slowed down half a mile an hour. So it's not getting better.
Now, we've speculated some Honda challenges earlier in the day, but then Kyle Kirkwood, Felix Rosenqvist, Colton Herta came back out as Dixon bails out early. And Chip's looking around, looking for answers. So you never know. Maybe they go turn things up a little bit, trim things out a little bit, but I would have expected a fairly straightforward 4-lap run from this team and this driver at this point in Fast Friday.
Exactly, yeah. It's going to be his 22nd start in this race. He is certainly comfortable with getting the car trimmed out and trying to go after what would be his 6th Indianapolis 500 pole. So he knows it's time to make something happen here with just over 2 hours left. He'll head back to the pit box.
That's a pretty shocking change from last year where Dixon started 6th, Palou on pole.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, best case mid-pack.
Right.
With issues.
Yeah, not happy times for sure in the Chip Ganassi camp. Some answers defined, an engine change coming on the Alex Palou car. And the best of the bunch right now is Dixon in 13th.
So they'll plug into the intercom, start looking at data, ask for feedback from Scott. I'm really curious what he was feeling to not complete that run, because it looked right on balance.
So that would maybe lend itself to your thought that maybe they do have some extra downforce on the car.
Perhaps.
Correct?
Yeah, he might. Dixon's been doing this long enough to say, okay, maybe car's fine. Yeah, let's just get in. Let's put another set of tires on. Let's not run out of time. There's no use just sitting on the racetrack. If I know what we need as we take a look at that rear wing, it's very similar in terms of wing angle position to what we saw from Joseph Newgarden. So that seems like the downforce range where most cars are running. If you look at the bolt in the slot there, rough approximation of wing angle. Scott Dixon climbing out.
So maybe try and grab a word with Scott and see exactly what he's feeling. Takuma Sato is last on the leaderboard and has only run 9 laps, Kevin. What's the latest from the Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan pit?
And some of those laps are not even real laps. I know his first qual sim, he aborted as soon as he finished the first lap and then did 3 or 4 more just to try to cool down the engine. Second run, not a lot better. I just checked in with Rico Naldos. You see the number 75 Amada car getting ready to roll through tech. It just left their garage space just about 3 or 4 minutes ago, and they'll go out and make another sim run. Rico, who's worked with Sato many times over the years, said, I really didn't think anybody could give him a car that was too loose. He loves that, but it's too loose. So they've tried to give him some more stability. There's Rico right there. And then they will come back out and try to dial that in here with still some time. And luckily, eyewitness weather says it's pretty good. There are some clouds around, but it's still sunny, and there is a lot of blue here today. So we've got a chance to make it all the way until 6 o'clock and allow everyone some more opportunities to find speed.
I think we've earned it with the week that we've had and the interruptions from the weather that have just kind of wreaked havoc on not only the guys that don't have a ton of track time, but even the veterans too, who are looking for speed, like Scott Dixon, who we just saw. Here's Pato O'Ward, currently 7th, with a 4-lap run earlier of 233 miles an hour.
Got to be getting excited if you're Arrow McLaren right now. If you look at the speed out of the rookie Kyle Larson, Alexander Rossi, Pato O'Ward, Callum Ilott. Bit of an outlier right now with the team down in 21st, but the other three, including this guy, I mean, look at the front straightaway speed, 238 going into turn 1. That's into the headwind. I think I saw 239 for a split second.
Yep, this is looking a mighty strong lap time then. This is the first proper run, Pato O'Ward, in a while. Last lap was 217, but his best run, JT, 233.114, so he's got the speed.
Yep, absolutely. Pato O'Ward does have the speed, and hello to everyone on USON who have been updated back to live coverage as well. Just press the refresh button and you're now back live with us after around 30 seconds late. And I can confirm that a cat did not do it this time. It was just general YouTube buffering as well.
Yeah,
and I see someone peeking around the corner.
Ah!
233.370, lap 1 for Pato O'Ward.
Can you join for a little bit, Ward? 5-10 minutes? Good, here's your turn. What? It's getting foggy outside. Okay. There you go. What's that lap time for O'Ward, JT?
It is a 232.989.
Hi, Megan.
Hello.
Look, you've escaped this all week. We need help. Right, okay. Commentator of the year, everyone.
Yay.
Don't say a word. O'Ward across the line. What is he doing to improve?
Obviously, we want him.
232.09. So what's the average? 232.8. O'Ward's. Hello, JT. This is going to put him up the order, actually. This is going to put him. Oh, he nearly hit the wall. Exit 2. So close to the exit. He's pushing it beyond belief, but this will put O'Ward faster in time, but not position. Faster in speed, though, JT, but not position.
Yep, absolutely as well. O'Ward exiting turn 4. Let's see what his lap 3 speed is as he goes across the line to take the white flag of his run.
231.582, 232.508. Doesn't improve. Missed out by about a quarter of a mile per hour on his run.
Why are there only
Did we
3
just
out?
skip a lap, or did I just miss the first lap?
You missed the first lap.
Why are there only 2 out?
If we knew that, we wouldn't be asking you to come in to help us.
There's none out now.
Now there's one car out.
Oh, for God's sake, there's not even one car.
And O'Ward's now pitting, so there's no cars out.
What
Carl
about-
Larson is out on track, by the way, so Jason, when is Larson going out back on track? Now.
There is
Here he
one car.
Kyle Larson. Oh, so you know that Nolan Seagull crashed then?
No.
Because on the timer screen it says 2. You just said 1, so you automatically figured it out.
I must have immediately done it in my brain.
You went upside down. He's fine. He's fine.
Oh, wait, no, I did see that.
That's
It was
what
while I
happened.
was waiting for you.
Concrete out, and yeah.
Why are so many people going upside down in this race?
No.
I mean, not
Welcome
even
to
race
the
practice.
Indianapolis 500.
Let's say for Manny won in 2008. Scott Dixon.
And then we wanted to bail because we need to get through tech, which we haven't done yet. We just want to make sure we get on top of that before we start, trimming out and things like that. But yeah, speed's not kind of there, which is interesting. Definitely some big jumps from some other teams, but you kind of got what you got sometimes, and we'll try and make the best of it here in the next few runs.
You're smiling. Is there concern?
Concern, I think we'll make the field, but I don't know where we'll place, but obviously we'll fight for the fast 12, off the bat, see what we got. Seems like we're a little bit away from that at the minute. We'll see what happens in the next kind of day and a half here.
Thanks, Scott.
Scott Dixon there, who won this race back in 2008. Now watching Kyle Larson in the NASCAR. Won the closest ever NASCAR race in history. 0.001 of a second.
Ooh, I bet the person who lost felt really bad.
They did, and we weren't commentating. It was US race. Yeah. It was, Bush. And Kyle Larson crosses the line of bricks and sets the fastest time of the week so far. 234.271 mile an hour.
Yay.
Kyle Larson comes out of nowhere and sets an absolute stormer. Where did that come from, JT in the McLaughlin? We knew they were fast, but Larson only did about 20 laps.
234 miles per hour, and I believe it was 0.271.
Yeah.
JB as well. Kyle Larson flying out turn 4 towards the yard of bricks. What is lap 2?
234.037, and he's backed out. 2 lap times in the 234s, and he backed out. There it is.
I am shopping the machine. Bye.
Well, Megan.
You sure it's not a mosquito?
I'm sure. In terms of how fast can you go, that was a glory run for Larson, wasn't it? That was this is what I can do.
Very showy off.
We were saying he was out of it. We were saying that it's going to change. Larson's just put us all in doubt mode, hasn't he? Fastest lap of the week. I honestly think, JT, that's going to be good. I think Newgarden wins the pole for the 500, says Adam. Could happen, but where did that come from Larson?
They have not updated yet.
No, that's best 4-lap average speed. That's the overall speed.
What does that even mean?
4-lap average. Well, in qualifying for the 500, you do 4 laps, which is 10 miles. And at the end of that, your 4 laps speed, the average, is what your time is.
They know they can't get that speed up if they don't go out right.
Yes, but for some reason, we've seen them improving.
Add all the laps together and divide by the amount of laps they've done, i.e. 4. That's how you calculate the min.
He's been doing GCSE.
I always used to okay, I always used to get a bit confused with mean mode, range and stuff like that. But surprisingly, I got the equivalent of a B in maths. And I also got a B in science, and I did higher in science. And I got 2 A's in English.
The thing that my maths teacher says, and I'm only going to say the first part of it. Hey diddle diddle, the median is the middle, and then it goes on about the mode. It was like,
I remember that one.
I need to ask something, because I want to know whether it's changed since my... When did that... 3 years?
6.
No, 3 is when I left there.
Right, 3 years then.
Yeah, I've now completed my first year at uni. So, have they changed maths yet?
Math is math!
Yeah.
I should know, I failed it.
I passed all my GCSEs with flying colours.
You failed maths and you look at timing screens for a living.
He passed physics, though.
With an A.
He just did not have a... there was something wrong with the maths tutors.
Pass physics with an A.
Something doesn't compute there.
I can be a scientist, but don't ask me 2 + 2. Something doesn't compute, does it?
Yeah, it really doesn't. I think they just... there's had to be something wrong.
Aced ICT as well.
Yeah.
And aced business studies. How do you ace business studies and fail mathematics?
You literally cannot.
I mean...
I did business too, and I passed with a B as well, which is a 6.
How can you fail math? You tell me! I passed business studies, which is basically mathematics.
He's good at maths
Physics.
too.
I mean, and I'm good at maths.
Yeah, he used to help me with my homework. Well, not as much, because for some reason you always call me a maths genius.
Well, the way you look at a timing screen and threaten to call Roscoe, it's kind of like a...
Right, I have a friend, Roscoe, and many a year.
Sat outside Lewis Hamilton's...
Free.
Sat outside Lewis Hamilton's motorhome with a pack of sausages.
VK improves by 0.02 of a mile per hour on his 4-lap average speed. Speed, not position.
Do we have any good crisps?
I don't know, maybe a couple in the top. I mean, in the middle thing. You can have them. So have they changed maths?
No.
So they haven't.
It's still paper 1, paper 2, paper 3 for foundation.
3 papers?
Yes.
I did 2. They changed maths for me.
Yeah. So they haven't changed maths. Good. Good. I am glad.
E equals MC squared.
That's science.
See? Energy equals maths times the speed of light squared.
I think that's physics
I got
too.
sent the Circle song by one of my other friends before my mocks in January, and literally all I can hear at any time when I see Circle is pi r squared sounds like area to me.
I don't
Sorry, my
know.
Grosjean on a lap.
The ratio of a circle times by a diameter is represented by the Greek letter pi.
I don't know why, but I was looking earlier at one of my English books.
The ratio of a circle times by its diameter is represented by the Greek letter pi. I think that's how it goes. I can't quite remember.
Fun fact, I never gave any of my English things back. Though I did actually buy a book myself.
3.1.
Called Blood Brothers.
Try it.
It is a very good book.
It is, yeah. Try it, doctors. It's easy
That's
as
given me
pie.
flashback.
I was thinking of all the characters' names too. I was just like Mrs. Lyons, Mrs. Johnston, Mrs. Johnson, Eddie, Mickey. I was thinking of all the plot lines. I was just like, why do I remember this book so well? Oh yeah, because I had to speak through it for like a year.
Grosjean is doing his lap time. His last lap was a 2:31.160. It's still not faster than his overall best time, so this average lap for him I don't think is going to stand on his next run. Remember, Catherine Legg said they'll be looking to get 4 runs. Ideally with 1:52 to go, it might just be 2 to 3 runs max out there. But yeah, it's very much 1 by 1. Grosjean's second run, 2:34.81. He might lift off of it here, JT, and save the car.
Yep, absolutely. He's not going to do it this time round as he's hurtling towards turn 3 at 240 miles per hour. It just tips over through turn 3, up towards turn 4. There's no point going ballistic for this 4-lap average speed, so I'm just going to say Roman Grosjean goes up towards the line, and it's a meh lap for Roman Grosjean.
2:37.07. Faster than the lap 2, though. Brings average to 2:30.783.
I feel like everyone's traumatized by GCSEs, but I feel like I'm more traumatized by college than A-levels. Like, that was traumatizing.
More traumatized than activities which happen in the commentaries on a weekly basis with this new Comcam.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun.
Though, I am traumatized by A-levels more than I am GCSEs. I prefer GCSEs, and I had more going on then.
And now you're stuck until September in the commentary box.
That's because, for some reason, my uni finishes in May.
So we have you 4. Do you know you've only missed 1 F1 race this year?
Yes, because I think that was early on in the day.
Australia, yeah.
Yeah. That was
No, Japan.
Yeah, it was really early on. And
So
I
we've
think I
got
had an
you.
assessment to do.
We've got you for Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Australia, China, Miami, and now we've got you permanently for Emilia-Romagna, Monaco, Canada, Spain, Austria, Britain, Hungary, Belgium, Netherlands, Italy, Azerbaijan, Singapore. Then because it's night races, we get you for Kona, Mexico, Brazil, USA, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi because of the last 5 races. So basically, Megan, you only missed 1 race this year in the commentary box. You did 23 out of 24.
I feel like every year it gets more and more.
23 out of 24 new record because usually you do 18.
Simply because more and more every year, I'm just like, I feel left out if I don't do this.
The one time you weren't in the box, it was red flag.
Yeah, but you missed me.
I don't.
Josh,
yes, you do.
The one time you were not at British Touring Cars, Ingram did badly.
I don't care about getting into the Fast 6 or the Fast 12. Like, if you start within the first
Very
15, you've
Mr.
got a
Mojito.
good race car, you can win this race. So,
No, that's the spot.
for us right now, it's just important to be as consistent as possible and kind of stop chasing what other people can do because, you know, that's just how, this is the nature of
Same
this
way
place.
it comes
Sometimes
to
it just doesn't, it doesn't give it to you. No matter if you're, you know, if your teammates can do it, or it just really depends on the year. And it was the same last year, you know. So I think we just need to focus on our program
I
and
remember it.
keep making it better.
One thing I've heard in recent years is that trimming does not necessarily produce more speed like it did in the old days. What are you finding this year?
It produces speed. The problem is that when you're chasing a lap time that another car can do it with a -3 wing and you have to be at a -7 or -8 to be able to do that, your consistency is going to come down because you've got less downforce overall for the course of the 4 laps. Some cars are just quicker than others, and sometimes that is inexplainable. But I mean, for now, I wasn't so happy with that run. We were basically running what 7 cars running, so I'm just going to go back to my happy car and we'll see what we can do. But we'll be fine. My car's quick.
Thanks, Pato.
It's like a happy meal, happy car for Pato O'Ward. He'll go back to that setup thanks to Dylan Well.
Right. Connor Daly's on that time now. Yeah, Megan's just worked out she really hasn't missed any.
That feels wrong.
Timing screens are frozen.
Okay, is it weird that I do not miss people from secondary school, but I miss the actual work itself? I feel like I could do much better.
Do you know what I miss?
What? Power?
No.
The quietness when Megan isn't around.
That too.
He got that for 6 years. Never again.
I miss year 7.
Oh, I don't. I hated year 7 most of all.
Oh, I'm faded. No, I actually maybe.
Genuinely, I did. Then again, think about the circumstances around my year 7.
Right, I tell you what I miss most of all. Are you ready for this?
I miss year 10 when it was pandemic.
Early years.
What, like primary?
Yeah, the year before you get to year 1.
I don't miss people. I miss.
No, I miss that.
I miss the jungle.
Do you know why I miss that? I only did half the day.
Yeah, because you got to come back.
I miss Zara. That's what I do. Zara right now. That's Zara's.
I miss Zara too.
Why aren't they coming back?
I don't know.
Hello, little owl.
Don't know.
What?
Hello, little owl in the chat.
Oh, right.
I don't know when.
I miss primary a bit. I do.
When was? Well, when a children's summer break?
July.
Oh, I found out.
Oh.
August.
Oh, that's
Yesterday. John
Yes.
Wicks was at my old junior school.
John Wicks?
Joe Wicks.
Oh, Joe Wicks. Isn't he that PE guy?
I don't.
Yes.
Hey,
He is.
look. You two had healthy eating at your schools, yes, but I had bloody Jamie Oliver. Jamie Oliver destroyed the screw males, and I will not stand for it.
Wait, did one bring you pack up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you think? Jamie Oliver destroyed them.
Is that why she forever brought pack up for me?
Yeah.
Just like not sending my kids to school with anything other than pack up. So I remember this lunch lady who constantly made us eat the sandwiches. She made her go cry once.
JT,
She loved me.
Little Al's got the wrong server link. He's got F2 instead of F3. He needs F1 and F3.
He's got F1 and F3.
Oh, you have got F1 and F3 in your roles.
That's the thing. All the teachers, which all the other students like, oh, they're so mean, and like the teachers got annoyed by them.
Oh.
They loved me and I loved them.
Oh, he needs F2. He's doing F2. Sorry, I thought. Sorry.
Hold me F3, JT.
He's changing it. He's changing it. He's changing it.
I remember this one history teacher.
I've got 3 cameras here. Which one am I talking to? That one.
I remember this one history teacher, and she was amazing at her job.
Do you like me, Mr. Birch?
It's because I've mistaken FP3 and F3. Carpenter across the line. Last lap time, 2:14 is this lap. Oh, Carpenter's moved up. 2:32.547. He's up to 13th. Carpenter's actually got a decent run time here. It would put him 7th, no, 8th overall. It'll put him 9th overall in the combined times if he can improve on these lap times.
That's good. Do you know, I genuinely do not miss being a child. Not at all. I just don't.
I miss 18. I miss 19. I miss 19 years and 18 days ago.
So you miss the day before I was born. You're just happy I wasn't born on your birthday and decided to pop out 9 days later. Just be glad our birthdays are not like Mum and Uncle Keith and being literally a day from each other. Next day.
Carpenter backed out of his lap time. Now we take a look at Scott McLaughlin, who has just improved up to 3rd position overall. McLaughlin puts it at a 2:34.102 on his opening lap. So he is really finding the delta speeds now.
You would have been miserable without me.
We know.
Besides, Mum and Dad needed to have 2 sets of children.
2:33.664 for McLaughlin. Average of 2:33.885. That puts him 2nd overall at the moment. McLaughlin's coming up big time here if he can keep it together for the next 2 laps, next 5 miles.
Woohoo! I just realised no one listening would know what I mean by 2 sets of children.
Yeah. Also on USON.
It's like they just had it in like a time gap of children. They had boy, girl, and then waited a while, and then boy, girl.
No, they had
girl,
boy,
then boy, girl. They swapped it.
Shut up. 3rd lap time for McLaughlin, 2:33.508. He's keeping that advantage up. 2:33.7. Now, on the average, he was faster on the last lap time around than he was on lap 2. McLaughlin finding pace out there in this qualifying simulation, and he is about to rocket to the top here. Scott McLaughlin out of the last corner. Turn 4, gives it the full throttle at the exit, heads down towards the yard of bricks. This will be a new 2nd position on the board to disrupt the top 4. And it's a 2:33.623, the best 4-lap average. Lap 4, 2:33.222. So in the 4-lap averages, McLaughlin goes 2nd, but it's Larson who has the top time in the speed trap of 234.2. Much better lap time there. Catherine Legg comes out for her another run. Yeah, you can go.
Yay, I've entertained people. I can go now.
Right. Are you coming back?
I've just realised I've been left all
Probably
by myself on cam. I'm sad. Takuma Sato out on the track, by the way.
Yeah, we're in the comcam.
The yard of bricks.
JT, we're in the comcam.
I can't see you in the comcam.
Well, we were there.
Can we rejoin?
Where are we joining?
Are you in the comcam?
Yeah, is it not you that's been kicked out? Right, JT, we're in the comcam.
Hello, I see you. Hi.
Yeah.
There we are.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Hold up. Let me just that I see you. There you go.
Right, excellent. Hello. Bye, Max. As into the pit lane. Oh, the track force silent. Good time then to head it downstairs. Yeah, pit lane.
Taku cannot find that sweet spot and get comfortable. As a two-time Indianapolis 500 winner, he knows what it feels like. He knows what he's looking for, but they can't find it at the moment. And Sato is 34th and last on the speed chart.
And he's just done so little running. I mean, today, obviously, a lot of drivers have it. 13 laps is all he's done. That's not the least. That's kind of in the middle of the pack. A bunch of drivers in that range, but added on to the fact that yesterday he was focused on qualifying sims, even though they were still at race power. It does all seem a little bit strained right now for Takuma and the 75. Catherine Legg, we chatted to her earlier. Some nervous laughter out of the driver of the 51. See a big lift in turn 3. Must be. Looks like she's still on it, but not happy with the race car. That amount of lift. For that big of a lift, I'm surprised it wasn't knocked down a gear. She's still sitting up there in top gear, only 11.5 on the RPM, a little bit of lift in 1, just not happy with that race car. Yeah. That lap was a 2:23. Again with a big lift. It's funny, you look at the bottom of the timing charts right now on single lap pace, Stiff, and you've got 2 Indy 500 champions. Marcus Ericsson down in 33rd, Takuma Sato right now in 34th. This guy right here, Christian Lundgaard, he's up in the top 20 at the moment.
Top 20 on single lap speed, 23rd on 4-lap average.
Hey, comfortably in compared to where they were last year. That is still a decided improvement. Teammate Graham Rahal, 22nd. Christian, I do this every time. Pietro Fittipaldi down in 24th. So all of the RLL cars comfortably in right now. If qualifying were to be happening.
Christian's an old friend of ours, so I'll get him to call you and say, I'm not Pietro.
I mean, I'm just going to start calling him P. Fitty, because I refer to him as P. Fitty in real life. I feel like on television I'm supposed to sound more professional than that, but I just end up screwing it up. So.
Let's get a bit.
To answer the Little Owls chat, 4 p.m. British summertime.
This is his first flying lap of this 4-lap run. Gonna be able to tell you the story here any second. 231.8 miles an hour.
Not terrible. If he can keep consistency, again, as the track temp goes up, consistency tends to go down. Seems to have to work the steering wheel a little bit on the entries. You see the lights on the right-hand side of the dash, now the left, reminding him about the weight jacker. Car not as compliant over some of the small bumps and undulations in the racetrack as some of the other ones that we've seen. There are other cars on track, but they're far enough ahead that it's a pretty honest run from a 2:31.8 to 2:31.4.
They're good consistency.
Average after 2:31.6. That would put him somewhere just outside the top 12. But still 2 laps to run. All about deck management at this point.
Highest in the Rahal camp at the moment, and he's only going to climb if he can keep it here.
A little bit of understeer off of 3, just a little bit of scrub. You can just see the steering wheel attitude at a certain part of the corner, a little bit more locked in than you want to see.
Keep it going, Christian. This is going to be productive, even if it's not exactly what you want it to be.
Big lift.
And he's going to avoid.
6th gear down the back, 5th gear down the front.
I'm going to go and cool it off. While on track, we have the 78 of Agustin Canapino. We have Ryan Hunter-Reay about to start a run in the 23, but in the number 3, Scott McLaughlin's back on pit road. Did caught up with him.
Sorry, Hitch. Yes, I did just catch up with him. He's taking a deep breath there. It seems job well done and task accomplished today. How do you feel about it?
Well, it's the fastest I've ever gone around here. That's a good thing. Seeing a 234 on your dash takes a little bit to concentrate going turn 1, like to make the corner, because you're just like so excited by it. But Pennzoil Chevy feels really good. I'm really proud of the hard work on all 3 cars. Put a lot of work into the team for about a year now, probably 4 years, and it's nice to see that we've got some pace, but this isn't where the money's made. So we'll keep working, and hopefully we come out with some fast cars tomorrow.
Can you believe you went that fast without the red suit that Rick gave you earlier?
That's pretty fast, that thing, for sure. They wanted me to wear it aviators like Rick did back in the day, but I'm not Rick Mears. I can't pull them off. So he's such a legend. I'm so lucky to have him on my car with me and the whole team. We privileges. It's an honor to work with him, to be honest. And he's become a good friend. So yeah, we're excited. We're all excited. He's excited. I think he's got to be impartial, but I think he really likes that yellow submarine.
And you're telling me this face can't pull off aviators? Come on.
No, ask my wife. My wife said no. So
they get the last word. Hey, well done today, Scott McLaughlin, guys.
I think he could do it.
Yeah,
I think he could pull him off. Come on, Carly. Let the man wear some aviators.
Here is the 4-6's Ranch Chevy Dreyer Reinbold Cusick Motorsports entry of Captain America. So good to see Ryan Hunter-Reay back at the Speedway in this 2-car effort along with Connor Daly. And here is Ryan at the moment. That last lap showed some good pace. 232.5 for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Bit of a drop off, 231.7.
A bit more than ideal from one lap to another, especially that early in the run. Let's see if that's kind of the big cliff and he can keep it around that 231.7, 231.6 mark, or if it's a continued degradation. This goes kind of into what Pato O'Ward was talking about. You can do that big first lap, but if it takes so much out of your tires and you have to take so much downforce off to do it, it's not going to pay dividends over the 4 laps. Down into the 229s there for Ryan on top speed. That was a 231.1, another big drop.
Intrigued to see where this is going to put him overall on that 4-lap average. His teammate Connor Daly's 26th at the moment over the 4 laps.
Well, where the driver track is frozen, but it is actually from their side, not ours.
But it's not really. Not when you go through the cadence and the cycling of runs.
And as you heard Dixon mention, sometimes you got to get your car through tech. That takes some time. 230.7 to finish it off. So a 231.5 essential average. That sets him in the 16th spot on the 4-lap average. It's very respectable.
This is Augustine Canapino a few moments ago. Whoa.
Beauty. Love it. It's a little high, but that's just, you can just open your hands up on the exit there, especially if you have a little bit of understeer. You don't want to add wheel and scrub. If you can afford to just open the hands, let it creep up the racetrack. Still room to spare, man. I think that was good. Good run.
20th on the 4-lap average for Argentina's Augustine Canapino. That'll do. There's Marcus Ericsson, the Indy 500 winner 2 years ago with his then Chip Ganassi racing team, now in his first year at Andretti Global. So Ryan Hunter-Reay is done. We're going to pick up Santino Ferrucci out on the track. Kyle Kirkwood is also on track. And here he is. He's had some good single lap speed and good 4-lap average.
Yeah, and Carter Kirkwood looking really strong here, actually, coming out the last couple of corners. coming across the yard of bricks, and I think as well, the timing towers had a paddy on us. JT, this is a good, strong run here. Last lap time for Kyle. 2:33.321. Hello, wrong camera. There we go. Good lap time, though. You're on mute. Ha ha! He's done a Jess. He's done a Jess.
I love being on mute, and that is because we're going in between all of the different com cams, and I love making an echo for Josh right now as well. So I'm going to mute that so I don't get shouted at. Carl Kirkwood goes across the yard of bricks for the next time. I can see he's writing a note, so I'm a little bit concerned. Wow. Lap 2 was a 232.790 as well. Average 233.055. You look happy with yourself, Josh.
Yeah. It's not just me who forgets to unmute. Coco's flying here at the moment.
Well, no, you don't forget to unmute, but you forget to mute.
I don't know what on earth are you on about? That is an absolute lie. Cross the line then, 232.260. Anybody who can lip read? I apologise.
I absolutely have no idea what you just said as well, because the cam mic isn't off.
I said, JT, that is an absolute lie. Carl Kirkwood across the line. What time did he do? 2:32.285. 2:32.664.
Okay.
Oh, Kirkwood's moved up into 6th position with that, ahead of Larson and O'Ward.
I rest my case of me having to mute the Comcam for having because you forgot to mute that when you started talking. Anyway, I've got a delivery. Hold up. I'll be back.
Okay, food delivery. As out on the track now comes Connor Daly. Is this timing screen ever going to work again? Just frozen from the website itself. Let's see if the telemetry's frozen. Because Daly's out there on the lap. What's right?
I have got the goods. Let me see if I can show Comcam. Hold on. I have the goods.
It has just frozen, by the way, the timing towers. Someone else coming off the road.
I have this good.
Oh, crisps.
And I have this goods.
Oh, okay, that's better. Big Pepsi Max bowl.
And I have triple chocolate ice cream downstairs, apparently.
Oh, I forgot. Okay. I've got strawberry ice cream. Yeah.
My dad walked around a mile to get this because the cop. I told him not to. He did it anyway.
Need supplies. Who says we don't sponsor GTA Omega here?
Ah, these chairs are incredible.
They really are. They are so comfy as well. What were we talking about? I just sort of leant back in the chairs.
This is a life.
All we need now is some actual, track action or a break. Oh, 27-minute break. Colton, do what you usually do at the Indy 500 when it gets serious. Hit the wall.
Sure.
He's done it the last 2 years. Come on.
I'm just gonna commentate like this now. So, Colton Herter out on track. Carl Kirkwood, I believe we've got some team communication.
So it's interesting because
there wasn't any. It wasn't there. You had to go at me when I was laid down during the break. During that caution an hour ago.
Colton Herta, 239 miles per hour, nearly 240 miles per hour. Didn't hit 240 miles per hour as he goes into turn 1. But also out on track.
Oh, timing tower's working.
Rahal, do we?
It's nearly working. Yeah, Rahal's out there too, right in front of Herta actually. So Herta's lap time's going to get spoiled here if they don't get out of the way quite quickly. Herta's out of turn 4. Rahal's just going to begin his lap time. Colton Herta! 234.974 and nearly 235
Did
mile
I
an hour
just
lap.
hear that correctly?
234.974. Herta's, and he's backed off now, but that is nearly the 235.
An incredible lap time from Colton Herta. Should have continued with the 4 laps, in my opinion. As well.
Don't want to let anybody know what pace they've got.
I mean, valid. Very valid, but they've just have told everyone what pace they have. So, yeah.
It's getting tasty now, isn't it? Colton Herta, 234.974. What a lap time. He has not only punched it, he has drop kicked it out the park. He is 0.7 of a mile an hour faster than Larson.
Can I sit back down now? Thanks.
Yes. So much so that
Shift wing 2
ILOT's out on the
is what
track.
they put on the driver tracker monitor.
Hang on a minute. Which one's correct? Because I've got ILOT in 11th. And, oh no, it's right. It said 21st for a minute. Time screen wasn't updating right. Which one was right?
Callum Ilot's out on the lap, by the way, across the yard of Brix.
And he's
236 I saw, 239 I saw. As a max as well. I believe that was the start a lap time as he's in 5th gear, down through turn 2, gets very low, gets very high up to the wall, very nearly gets into the wall. Callum Ilott as he goes down the backstretch towards turn 3. 240 I saw, 241 I saw, 242 I saw for a moment.
He's twitching a lot. Don't get it too rocked up into 4. He's kept it nice on the line. This is a good strong lap here from Callum Ilott. It's a personal best for Ilott on that last run, by the way. 231.277. He's backed off at the time. 233.136. His new top time puts him to 11th.
JBMotorsports are now the official savers of Julius Caesar's fingers.
He's got it! He's got it! Hey, don't leave us. We're better than... We use NBC anyway, but we get better laughs.
I mean, we did have... Yeah.
Oh, pit road. Yay, break.
Explain that to us and how you're feeling as well about the car.
No, I think we honestly feel pretty good. I think I need to really understand what's going on with the 75. They haven't really seemed to be able to run today. We need to understand what that is. But no, we made sure that we got one run in and just to see where the pace was, because I think in the past couple of years we haven't really been able to gain speed throughout the day, and the first run was kind of just what we had, and then we went slow after that. And I think this year we're seeing the changes that we're making to the car is actually making it faster. It also makes it tougher to drive. And we wanted to do a 4-lap run here, but I think the wind gusts at the moment. I got through turn 2 and I had a massive push. Obviously, this is the day where you don't really want to end up with half a car, so we just came in and we're discussing it, but I think we're in the right direction.
So Takuma all week was the one that was kind of working on the qualifying setups, and I'm assuming you guys were just kind of strictly race runs. So was that an adjustment to just kind of bolt on the qualifying setup and go fast right away without any laps in it, maybe a day or two before?
I mean, obviously, it's all changed. It's all been upside down with the weather. You know, Tuesday we wanted to do qual runs. We did one run, the rain came, and Wednesday we started out with a qual run, and then it went a little back and forth. And Takuma obviously being primarily, don't get run down here.
It's tight down here.
Oh yeah. Takuma primarily doing qualifying runs, and he's actually been quite happy with what he's had. But for sure, I think that the 45 high V cars has been one of the better ones. I think it's the 15 and the 45. I think we're feeling more comfortable. I think Pietro and Takuma are a little bit on the back foot right now, but they'll get there. You know, Takuma's won this race twice, so I'm not at all worried for him.
Thanks, Christian. Kevin.
That's Takuma Sato, you see, who just found some pace. 232.388 jumps him up to 16th just like that. He's in the middle of a qual sim, so obviously the veteran knows what he likes, knows what he wants, and even though the car seemed to have outright pace, the handling wasn't there. Sato knows they cannot afford throwing it into the wall, so he has been meticulous of telling them what he wants, and they might be finding it. Now, with that transfer, Graham Rahal just pulled into his pit box, and listening to his debrief on his scanner on the cool-down lap, he sounded frustrated. He said just we're simply sliding through two, don't have grip, and mentioned the lateral alignment, I believe is what he said is an issue, Hinch.
Lateral alignment.
So that's what I was asking you. I'm not 100% certain of that. I've not heard that before. Have you?
That's a new term for me, but Marco Andretti was also talking about standing up on corners. Here, let's listen in to Graham.
Balance isn't great either. Felt like it's getting slower each run was the feedback from Graham Rahal. And Hinch, again, we saw Takuma Sato abort on his run.
But he did it after setting two pretty competitive laps. He went significantly faster on that second lap, and then almost immediately pulled the cord and abandoned the run. So not sure what's happening over there on the 75. You say he looked like he had found something and he was happy, but
when we heard Dylan talking to Christian Lundgaard kind of in the beginning, you know, wasn't too interested in answering about his car. He said, I really need to find out what's going on with the 75. Why?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, he kind of said, I think Takuma's pretty happy with what he's got. We seem to think differently. I don't know if he's totally up to speed on what's going on with the 75, complaining about balance, obviously not finishing a lot of runs. But no, you want to know what your teammates are doing, but that almost makes you think he thinks Takuma's strong.
He thinks that's the point car. That's where the marker is at. Here's Marco Andretti.
Okay, again, you know, we lost the run from Colton Herta because of Graham going out in front of him there. So now we've got Marco out on track, trying to respond to what his teammate Kyle Kirkwood did. Kirkwood bringing his average up to the 232.6. If anything, the track temp is actually starting to creep down now. A little bit of cloud cover. It's down 4 degrees from where Kyle ran. Ambient's the same, so let's see what the 98 has, because it does look like in the second half of this day, Andretti Global's found a bit of pace in some of these cars.
And there was plenty of space on the high side for Marco Andretti. So this will be interesting. Tell us, Marco, what do you have on lap 1 of this 4-lap run? 232.9.
Not bad at all.
That's encouraging.
That's the kind of pace you want. I love that line for Marco in turn 1 there. Again, just kind of hovering at or above the white line. You got to go a little bit below it in turn 2. Trying to keep your hands open. Again, you have to think of the steering wheel like a brake. The more you turn it, the more you're slowing that car down. It's all about trying to keep your hand as open as possible, letting the car rotate naturally. That's what you're trying to get the setup to do. A little bit of gap there to the wall, off of 4, not using all the racetrack. Mario Andretti looking on and across the line.
232.6. So not much of a wash off of time there, just 0.3 of a mile an hour. Thought I saw a shake of the head from Mario.
Well, yeah, it's not 237.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
we're going to go ahead and pit.
There we go.
Wonder why the abort order came.
Maybe Mario knew something ahead of us there. He was listening on the radio, and that's why he shook his head. He wanted to see his grandson get another 4-lap run to get a better picture. Here's Pietro Fittipaldi in the 5-hour Energy Honda for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. Whoa.
An issue
You're
with
still all clear here. Whatever you need.
issue with the 30.
Come on, then. What happened?
Clutch it, buddy. Clutch it. Clutch it.
What's happened there? So, a big problem. We heard it on board for Pietro Fittipaldi coming out of 3, JT, similar to what we had earlier on in the day. And he just went, and he's died.
Sound great at all.
They might have to throw a yellow here for track inspection. What do you think?
Well, that's what you're hoping, Josh.
I would throw a yellow for track inspection because if he's dropped oil at turn 3 and 4, that's the last place you want to have an accident. It's so fast through there.
Marcus Ericsson, yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. He hit the pit wall, big accident. Julius Caesars is still going to listen to us and watch TV pictures. That makes sense. Right, let's take another look. This is Marco Andretti, and an unsafe release into the path of the 6.
Oh.
That was tight. There's a mosquito.
And by the way, for what Josh said earlier on in the broadcast, you trusted your mic, you trusted your mute button a lot, JB.
I know.
And you're having a go at a fly. I know you are.
Oh yeah.
Right, this is.
So power starts time. They're not red flagging it. Oh. Oh well. Power through 1. Oh, on the apron almost. Gets it a little bit untidy. So this is Power's turn now, isn't it, to do a fast run? We've seen the others attempt it. Newgarden and McLaughlin have made it 1-2 in terms of the 4-lap averages. Now it's Power's turn. Aborted one of it. Yeah. Should we hear from Marcus Ericsson on the lap? Yeah.
Front about it was only 2 corners.
Yeah, we did a few runs earlier, and then we went out now and was gonna do like a proper quali run. Earlier was with more downforce and less engine power, and we turned it up a bit now, but the balance just wasn't right. I felt it was
233.308.
and there's no point going around then. We need to tune a bit more on the car, so we're going back to the garage and making some more changes, and then hopefully get out here again before end of the day.
How concerned? Oh, so you're going to try to get out one more time?
Yeah. I wanna make some changes and see if we can get a proper quality run in here before the end of the day. That would be nice going into tomorrow.
Great, thanks, Marcus. Reminder, Lee, the cars have to get through tech today before 5 p.m. local time, so they can still go out after that, but they got to get through tech before 5. Good.
Yep, and Powers this time around, 2:33.308 on the first lap. Second lap is a 2:33.507. So faster than that first lap time as well, JP. Where can you watch this session? It's on Peacock, and it's on Sky Sports Mix and Sky Sports F1, TSN Plus if you're in Canada, and it's also on IndyCar Live worldwide. So there you go.
Yep, absolutely. 241, I see. Not to.
No, not improving.
Well, there was maybe a tiny little flash of 242 from Will Power as he goes through turn 4. And was that a little bit of tyre smoke? I don't think so. I think that was just from the ground.
2:33.621. He's getting faster lap on lap. How's this possible? You lose speed.
Will lap 4 be faster than all of the other laps? We'll see as Will Power heads down towards the backstretch towards 3.
I'm sorry, JT, but usually it's the reverse. How's he doing this?
We have seen this happen before.
Yeah, but what? He's getting faster and faster, lap on lap. Is that mosquito still flying around? Power. 2:33.3. 6.9. Average 2:33.451. Power makes it a Penske 1-2-3 in the best 4 lap average.
Yeah. For the second time today as well, with an hour and 12 on the clock. Will Power definitely brought his willpower to the track today as well, as we've got one of the Junkers Hollinger cars, I believe, of the 78 of Agustin Canapino out on track. Also out on track is the 60 of Felix Rosenqvist as well.
Still battling hard out here. That's what they need to do. They need to keep the pace up and keep the times on and see where we go from there. But this is shaping up to be an interesting last hour, isn't it? If it stays dry. It should stay dry. As they fly out. So who's this coming across the line? Power said he came in the pit lane. Now he's come out of the pit lane again.
Watch out. That was close.
That's Power slow.
I think Power went down on the line and then cut up to get out the way, even though he was still in the way of Agustin Canapino. That was very close. Canapino was drifting down low, but then decided to pop back up high. And here we have
the 30.
Yes. Engine cover off. Pietro Fittipaldi.
Laptop frozen again. There we go. No, yeah, hello. It's glitching the whole system. Laptop's connected to the PC, obviously, and the PC's glitching. So everything glitches because IndyCar's glitching on the timing screen. So one thing glitches, the whole thing glitched. Fabrice says Penske seem like they're getting their speeds up for longer, even getting faster lap on lap. I wonder how they've worked that out. Magic button.
Physics.
Magic button. Santino Ferrucci doing a lap time for a 4-lap average.
What could go wrong?
Well, he's got his mobile phone in the car, so should be fine. Say mobile phone as well. Mobile, it's not even a mobile phone anymore, it's just a phone. Mobile phone was mobile.
It'll become mobile once he throws it out of his car.
Santino Ferrucci.
Fourth gear. On the apex of turn 3, back up to 5th.
You don't know how to drive. What's that time then for Ferrucci across the line?
I'm going to say 229.
He's 8th at the moment, and it's a 219.072.
Okay. Well, that proves your point, John.
Slowest so far.
Actually, I hate to break
Larson.
it, but we did have like a 150 something.
Catherine Legg, wasn't she like 0.997?
I think it was less than that.
Oof.
That was under the red flag, eh?
Second lap time for Ferrucci is a 2:33.2. Okay, so
we say it's the red flag. It's normally a red flag for caution here at Indianapolis 500 practice, but for once we actually had a caution here at Indianapolis 500 practice because the pit entrance was blocked. Well done, Ericsson. Brilliant place to park your car, and I'm surprised. And I haven't looked at Twitter. Sorry, it's now called X.com as they've finally changed the URL, which is one of the first things you should do, so people actually know to go to X.com instead of Twitter.com.
And they've been busy.
And I wonder what, launching rockets as
this is his push lap now. Yeah, so it's 232.9.
Yep, average 233.102. But I haven't looked, but I bet there was a couple of jokes about Marcus Ericsson where he parked yesterday was, you can't park there, mate.
Should have gone to Specsavers would be one of them as well. Always a few, isn't there?
I mean, yeah.
I would have done the same thing. Last lap for Ferrucci was a 2:32.647. So it's a 2:32.9 average, puts him actually up into 5th position ahead of Rosenqvist if he can nail this last lap time, which he should do. So this is actually a very decent run from Santino for AJ Foyt Enterprises.
Not do what I did last time and use a drawing pin to get rid of the label because we're monetized and accidentally pierce the bottle. That happened with a 900ml bottle, so that was a very quick run to get some tissue.
Ferrucci does a 2:32.620, puts himself 6th fastest on the average time for the best 4-lap speeds, 2:32.867 average speed.
So now it is literally just the recycle me bottle of liquid.
Yeah, no ad sponsors, unfortunately. Otherwise,
GT Omega, that's different.
That is different. What's this? Puff of smoke?
Smoke?
This is from Pietro Fittipaldi. Ah, this is what happened.
Again over that bit of concrete.
Do you reckon it's sticking up something and damaging a line or something underneath the cars?
Possibly, but I don't doubt the AMR safety team.
No, neither do I. If it was Formula 1, yeah.
Maybe.
But AMR, no.
Sorry, AMR and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Rescue Team.
That's true. Two, the best in the world. Right, what happened here? It just bumps over, doesn't it? It says I've got no Wi-Fi connection for the timing screen.
Marcus Armstrong out on track, currently developing the newest iOS version in his car as he circulates around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at 230 miles per hour down the backstretch and increasing speeds.
If this is how it goes, Catherine Legg might have to face bump day. Let's hear from Will Power.
It was comfortable. It also seems like it's pretty fast. So how happy are you with your car?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely at the front, but obviously it's so difficult to have a year where you get the quickest team, which I feel like we are this year, with the quickest car in the team and the engine that goes with it that year. So to get that combination is hard. I'm not sure that we have that. I think Joseph looks the strongest, maybe, in our team, maybe Scott, but we're thereabouts, certainly, yeah, definitely be hoping to fight for the front row.
So for tomorrow, you know, you don't want to put too much stock in a practice day like this. So for tomorrow, what can change, what potentially does change just with some added temperature and everything else, kind of the intensity ramping up?
Yeah, a little bit hotter. We're pretty comfortable, so we got room. You know, I could have trimmed on that run a bit more. So yeah, it's fast. Not fast enough for pole right now, but definitely fast enough to get in that top 12 and maybe a top 6 as well.
Can you trim enough to be fast enough for pole, do you think?
The problem is you trim, you almost go slower. You just slide more. There is that fine balance. Like, you know, I was more trimmed before. I did go faster, but the drop-off was more. So that's sort of the tightrope you walk, you know. Can be frustrating when someone's car's just faster and you think trimming will help, but you actually end up going slower. You've got your own program, you just got to try and make the most of that on your car.
All right, Penske cars are good. Will's third right now.
Yeah, that was a really impressive run. Townsend Bell rejoins us in the booth. You went for a walk and a wander up and down the lane, I imagine. What'd you find, mate?
All kinds of stuff, really. Marcus Armstrong's teammate, as you know, Alex Palou, working through an engine change right now, came all of a sudden. Mike Holt joked maybe it was a result of his donuts after the Indy GP, but then I thought, well, maybe not joking so much.
Yeah,
Those were some aggressive donuts. So who knows? You know, the engine issues that we've seen so far this month, they seemingly come out of nowhere without any warning like normal. But in the case of Alex Palou, it was a pretty comprehensive, looked like a bottom end failure and punched a hole in the crankcase and pretty big deal there. So lightning strikes seemingly at any time with the engine issues so far.
So I don't want to say all he has to do, but if Marcus Armstrong just does what he just did there, he will be in the field for the Indianapolis 500. That was 28th on the 4-lap average.
Another guy that I talked to just a few minutes ago was Marcus Ericsson. He was walking quite purposefully back to Gasoline Alley. Did not look like he was having a whole lot of fun. He said his car was really loose on that last run. I asked about just kind of pure car speed. He said, we really just don't know yet. We've got to get the balance right first to know exactly where we are on straight line speed. But I mean, you look at 32 laps and Marcus Ericsson and Andretti Global coming back from that crash. They are dead last right now, and they've got some questions and some concerns.
Some big concerns. There's no way around it. Ed Carpenter using every inch of racetrack off of 2.
I did also go look at the damaged race car from Nolan Seagull. That was quite a bit more tub damage than I expected. The front of the bulkhead where the nose cone mounts, I mean, it ripped all kinds of core tub material out. It was amazing to see the aero screen survive like it has. But let's learn more about a two-time winner. Kevin?
Yeah, it looks like Takuma Sato might have found something there. What were you dealing with early, and how was this most recent run?
In the early one was a little bit unexpected issue. So there was something it's not right on the car. Okay. I felt it, so I did a 2 attempt, and obviously I bought it. And then I go back to the garage, and we found a critical part was missing. So we put it back, and then we just checked the run now. So it wasn't too bad.
So I don't think you did 4 full laps, but was there any reason you aborted early? Did you learn what you needed to learn in the 2 or 3 that you did?
Yeah, every outing you learn a lot, and you did 2 laps and 3 laps, and now I need 1 more lap. So you know, just to get the balance right.
Are you trying to get 1 more run in before the day's over?
Yeah, I think at least we do 2 more attempts.
Okay, thank you, Takuma Sato. Car's back in the garage, be back out soon. By the way, one we might see soon is the number 10 of Alex Palou. It's all put back together. The gearbox is on. They might be ready to roll out in the next 15 minutes or so.
Good stuff, Kevy, good stuff. And a quick reminder of what Taku has done here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
The white flag is out. Takuma Sato now.
As Takuma Sato's here, the heartbreak and then the immense happiness of not only winning that first but the second in the strangest way, of course, in 2020 when nobody was here. Just bizarre. First time ever in the history of the Indianapolis 500. It was crowdless. We will never forget that year for sure. So he just detailed to Kevin, they're unlocking the story there within the 75. Uh-oh. Santino started something at AJ Foyt Racing. Uh-oh.
That's not a wig, ladies and gentlemen. That's authentic.
What is that? LMFAO?
Yeah.
Let's crack it open.
It's happy hour.
It's happy hour.
A couple minutes late.
This looks like
we're in the middle of a Sato feature, which just didn't seem appropriate.
Do you remember the old days when Boris Said used to race and they had the Said heads?
Mm.
But they were wigs. This is for real. Is Ed Carpenter of his own team, Ed Carpenter Racing. Let's go inside the organization. Have a listen.
Frustrating. You may go by or come in. Come in. You may go by or coming in. Coming in. Coming in.
Traffic, sounded like. Par for the course, especially as we get to 57 minutes left to go. The gentlemen's agreements start to fade, Hinch, as many of these teams and drivers will be desperate to get their final runs in and try to go back to the barn and back to bed tonight with confidence, knowing that they've exhausted every option and they go into the first day of qualifying with their ducks in a row.
Yeah, exactly right. This is where it starts to get a little bit tenuous on track. We already saw the 15th stand send Graham Rahal out in front of Colin Herta on a flyer. And now with an hour less than an hour to go. Those last runs are so crucial. We talked to Pato walking back to the garage. Kevin had a chat with him saying, yeah, tried the 7 setup, didn't like it. Going back to the car I liked. I know it's fast. So this is a very important run for them to make sure that going back on the setup has brought the feeling back to Pato's window, what he likes. So this will be a crucial run for the number 5. And running no more is the 30 of Pietro Fittipaldi. Kev caught up with him.
So Pietro, what did you feel in the car?
No, we were having a decent run. It's much hotter now, so the conditions are more difficult. So we're like, let's just have a clean run, 4 laps. And yeah, I just felt something strange. So then we immediately boxed. It's never good to take risk here. You never know what it can be. So that's why we decided just to box immediately. And then, yeah, the guys are taking the car back to the garage and, yeah, see what's going on.
We still don't have confirmation on what the issue is. Laps have been in a premium this week. Nobody has a whole lot of track time. For somebody in their first Indy 500 in 4 years and their second overall, what kind of challenge is this for you?
Yeah, it's challenging. I mean, every time we've been trying to, you know, get some consistent learning and running, yeah, we've been hit with some adversity. So, yeah, yesterday as well, we had some adversity, and then you add the weather and stuff. Hasn't been, yeah, clean, but we're doing the best we can, and the team is putting in behind, you know, a lot of effort and stuff. So, yeah, see what happened now, and then try to go back out and get ready for tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Pietro.
Thanks for that update, Kev. Pato O'Ward we ride with at the moment. He's sitting currently below his best 4-lap average of a 232.5.
So we've been watching a lot of onboards over the week, guys, and as we moved into qualifying trim, and we're seeing the fast jacking technique in full effect, different drivers having different ways of doing it. Pato kind of on a unique program right here. He has basically a button that he has to hold down, so that way you can't forget to undo it going into the corner. So as you come out of 2, just watch that left thumb.
Got a question for you, Hinch. What happens if you need to make a rear bar adjustment? I don't like that. I don't like that setup.
I don't like it either.
For that exact reason, your left hand is completely compromised on the straightaways, which is when you would need it to reach down and make a rear bar adjustment, or potentially get after a dial with your right hand while you're upshifting with your other hand. So I recognize that this is a foolproof way for Pato to not forget, but I think you give up some valuable adjustment during a qualifying run with that technique.
So right down there is where the rear anti-roll bar is located. And so like you say, Townsend, if you've got to keep your finger on that button, the thumb on that button, you can't take your hand off to make an adjustment without potentially sacrificing a little bit of straight line speed. A 231.9 average for Pato on that one, slower than his best 4-lap average right now of 232.5.
If of all the techniques we've seen on the fast jacker, I think I like the Graham Rahal style, which is the triggers on the back of the wheel, keep your thumbs available. But everybody does it a different way, and rest assured, Pato's probably capable of changing a roll bar with his left knee.
So here's something for you to give you some more feedback from Kyle Larson. Doing the double, first since Kurt Busch 10 years ago. Indy 500, Coke 600 next Sunday. He said he hears the noise, even though the aero screen's there, he hears the noise of the wind more than the motor. He was telling Hinch and I asked him, what about the sensory, like like in your environment, in your new environment, what's it like? And he said, well, it feels fast. I'm certainly a lot faster than my Cup car, and that I acknowledge that. But I'm handling that. It feels good. I'm enjoying it. But I do notice the sound of the wind more than the motor. Let's take you back and show you a recent podcast that Kyle did with our very own NBC Sports Nate Ryan. Have a listen.
I was excited. Kyle's a guy that deserves to run Indy 500. He's one of those drivers that he's a unicorn. He's just one of those naturally talented guys that you can put him in anything and he can drive it.
All of us are fans at some point, right? And when you hear a guy like Larson running all these different races, like he's the most versatile type of guy our generation will ever see. Similar to the days of A.J. Foyt.
So some comments there from Tony Stewart, Kurt Busch, about doing the double and about this guy. Sam Schmidt Remember Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports, that is now Arrow McLaren. Sam was down there behind the pit box when Hitch and I went down and spoke, and Sam Schmidt was just in amazement. He just said, this guy is a generational driver.
Yeah, he's a special talent, no doubt. He's also the most experienced racer in this field. You got to remember that. Kyle Larson probably has double the most experienced drivers in this field in terms of just racing. Most of that on ovals, James. Certainly Indianapolis is unique, but if you just talk about pure seat of the pants experience, no more so than with Kyle Larson at just 31 years old. That's what makes his career so insane. The success he's had, the frequency at which he's in a race car racing counts for a lot. And James, he's a quick learner. His fast jack behavior looks like a veteran already. He wasn't even touching it yesterday in practice.
Getting better every single run. He admitted to Diff and I, he still doesn't feel like he has it completely sorted. He's actually adjusted the lights, it looks like, based on what he used to have. He had it to where both came, both sides of the dash. The three lights on the side of the dash. We'll highlight it here for you when he gets on to the back straight. This is actually interesting, Diff. I think you may have listened to our advice. So right here,
hey, it wasn't my advice. It was yours.
Another set of three lights on that side. Previous runs, he had both light up to let him know that he was in the right-hand position for the weight jacker, and he knew he had to hit it left to turn that off. Now it looks like he's just got the right side coming up on the exit of the corner to remind him to go right, although it doesn't pop up there, so maybe I'm
just smiling at the visual of Diff leaning in and saying, listen, Kyle, here's what you got to do.
Yeah,
here's how to set up your wheel.
I didn't say that. 2:33.8 was that last lap. And
probably had a little help. Yeah, a lot of help from the number 4, Kevin Simpson.
He's eased out of it, and this is the reason why.
It's looking very good, though, for Kyle Larson, and I was hanging around the pit stand there during my very brief break from the booth, and I'll tell you, the vibe when Tony Kanaan puts on a headset with Kyle Larson and Kyle gets out of the car, super calm, everybody's very much locked in, but in a good way, if you know what I mean. It's just like a calm intensity of focus, and I like everything I'm seeing, hearing, and just the vibe that you feel down there with TK. I think also feeling more confident in this role. I mean, Tony Kanaan is like, he looks like strategist, team president, and,
right.
and you know, Indy 500 winner that he is, in that ring on that right ring finger. Every time Tony's explaining something to Kyle Larson, that Indy 500 winner's ring is no more than 14 inches from Kyle's nose. It's a great reminder of who's helping him.
Talks with his right hand an awful lot,
I noticed that.
Yeah, it's weird because he's left-handed, but can't think of why that might be.
Is Kiffin Simpson in the Journey Honda. By the way, I can tell you that Marcus Ericsson, who has had an eventful couple of days, has the helmet on, hands device on. He's getting ready to climb aboard that Delaware Life Honda one more time. He told us earlier that he's getting out. There's Marcus, suiting up, kitting up, ready to go. 48 minutes left on the clock here on Fast Friday. Get those laps in while you can in the lead up to qualifying.
Flag, white flag.
230 flat for Kiffin Simpson, the teenage rookie. He's 30th on the single lap speed chart, and he's 29th on the 4-lap average.
At a 230.2, so has the potential to improve that slightly.
Checkered flag, Kiffin. Checkered flag.
And listen, 24 hours on, if he hears that and he's still in 29th position, he's in the field.
He goes faster.
Yeah, we're locking in 13 through 30 tomorrow. And if he does what he does there, he's in the field for his first Indy 500.
He improved his average, not his position on the chart, still sitting 29th on 4-lap averages. But guys, the story of Kiffin Simpson's season hasn't been raw pace necessarily, but it's been mistake-free, consistent, finishing the laps, checking off the boxes that rookies have to go through, all those experiences, all the firsts, and he's done it very calmly and very completely.
27 car field, right? They've 27 full-time entries. He's finished 12th, 19th, 14th, and 15th. So kind of trending towards the top 50% of the field in his maiden season.
It's a great point, Diff, and all the while finishing well ahead of where he started. Started 23rd, 26th, 23rd, 25th. So methodical, stable, solid, and collecting the laps available.
Staying out of trouble. It is such a big deal in these IndyCar races. There's so much calamity that happens. We see it all the time.
Hey, where's Russ? How are we going on that Cayman Islands answer? He is the only one from the Cayman Islands. So we thought it was true. It is true.
So just going back.
First step is, where in the world is the Cayman Islands?
Oh, you know where.
Very nice place.
You know where.
I hear. But we talk about, the laps just knocking them off. Laps completed this season. He's completed all but one lap, and that's just getting a lap behind in one of the races. It's not through a mistake or anything like that. So no incidents, no accidents. One of a handful of drivers that have done a good job completing all the laps so far, 4 races in.
All right, so as Linus Lundqvist continues this run, let's check in with Dylan Welsh for Kyle Larson's first interview this week. No.
I know. We're wearing him out, poor guy. He's been gracious with every interview we've done, though. And done for the day here. So first Fast Friday, first Big Boost Day. What was the most challenging part of today for you, though?
Not like it was less than what I expected. I expected it to feel like, you're going way faster than before, but surprisingly, I think when the balance is okay and the grip is still there, it definitely feels faster, but it's not like scary fast, thankfully. So, that was good. I just think our balance was pretty comfortable, so I was happy about that. We had one run where we trimmed out some, and the sun came out, and I was like, okay, maybe I can kind of feel the rear, being closer to the limit. But overall, happy with the day, happy with the speed. It's hard to say kind of still where you're at yet, because I feel like every run there's some bit of toe. But I think the good thing is just the balance seems comfortable. So I don't feel like I've got a bunch of understeer or tight for the stock car racers listening, but and I don't feel super loose either. So it's pretty balanced, which is nice.
So tomorrow and potentially Sunday, if you do have to really kind of trim out to go for a good qualifying run, do you feel personally comfortable with that?
I don't know. I think you just kind of got to, I guess, play it by ear and see how much you're off or whatever. But the Penske cars seem really fast. Rossi, I feel like, seems fast. I feel like the McLarens are next best maybe to the Penske cars. So I think just got to just kind of see where you are on speed and then adjust. But I don't know. I felt like the one run where I felt closer to the limit, I would have made it a 4th lap. But I don't know. I guess that's not a fun feeling. You being on the limit, I guess, at this place. But no, overall, I thought it was a decent day and good to have it go smooth for once. With no weather delays or anything pop up. So just happy about today.
What goals for this weekend do you have? What makes it a good weekend for you?
I'm not sure. I think it'd be pretty neat to make the Fast 12 and then the whatever they call Fast 6 maybe after that. I think that'd be pretty neat, but being a rookie and all that, I don't know if that's to be expected, but it would be pretty cool to make that and line up in the front couple rows of the race. But just want to get a good smooth run in and make the show first. Being the top rookie, I guess, would be cool in qualifying as well.
All right, good day for Kyle Larson. They're done here with 40 minutes to go. He's the 2nd fastest on 1 lap speed and in the top 10 for 4 lap averages as well.
I would say that's pretty impressive. Very impressive.
Much better, boys.
Much better from Helio Castro Neves. It was much better from Linus Lundqvist as well. Linus is 21st on the 4 lap average, and Helio Castro Neves is feeling comfortable. Lots of positives here in the final 45 minutes of Fast Friday.
14th on the 4-lap average list for Castroneves with that run. And now Marcus Ericsson back.
This is a big one.
On the track. This is going to tell us, I think, quite a bit about how much trouble potentially the 28 car is in after what happened yesterday.
Nobody more curious than Marcus Ericsson. I think he knows how serious the situation is, having to go to a backup car, and hasn't been easy out of the gate or even through the middle of the day. So they went back for more changes, and he told me about an hour ago that it was loose as a goose. So trying to lock down the back end of his race car is priority number one. Balance first.
Well, when we last heard from him, is we show you a replay of what went down yesterday. This was not nice at all for the 2022 Indianapolis 500 winner, and into the attenuator before ending out in the middle and blocking pit road entrance. But the last time we heard from him about today's progress or today's situation, he put on a pretty brave face. So warm-up lap was 220 miles per hour.
A little bit of a lift on the exit of one there, but that trap speed going into one much faster than what we've seen out of this car in its previous runs.
A little bit of help there from Alexander Rossi, it looked like, who comes to pit lane now. 238, 239 going into 3, but what I didn't like is the back of the car looked a little squirrely through the middle to exit of one. That's something that Ericsson can adjust around with the cockpit controls. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting is that the tires appear to be peaking on lap 2, not 1.
All right, at 232.388, much closer. And that was with
speed in front of you.
That was 2 little lifts getting up to speed in front. That's Catherine Legg. She is on a warm-up lap. Again, this is very frustrating for Marcus Ericsson with the day he's had to have a car be sent out right in front of him.
But at least he gets a feel, and hopefully it's a positive feel.
It's definitely better. You know, he's definitely feeling better. He's got more just pure pace in it. We were commenting on how we were seeing 232s as a top speed. He's bailed out on this run.
Well, he went from 34th and last on the single speed chart to 20th. So that's a huge leap, but he wants to stitch together 4 laps, and watch the reaction here on the timing stand.
Yeah, that's to the 51 being sent out. Again, just want to be clear. Nothing against Catherine Legg. This is not nothing against Graham Rahal earlier in the day.
This is not qualifying blocking.
The drivers don't have a say in when their car gets launched. That's purely on the stand. But as Townsend said, all the gentleman's agreement goes out the window, and it's every car for themselves at this point of the day. So Catherine, you know, being sent out, not of her decision to record, and just ruining the run for the 28 car. You saw the exasperation on the stand of Marcus Ericsson. They've had a heck of a day. The last thing they wanted was this run to be interrupted, but 38 minutes, plenty of time to go out and give it another whirl.
All right, let's see how we go here. Catherine Legg, 230.2 is her best 1 lap speed.
Mix 3, please, mix 3.
Not what you want to hear going into the corner. Typically, you want to get that information right about here before the long straightaway, so you got time to reach down.
Small crack of the throttle coming off of 4. Not ideal coming around to start your, or to finish your first flyer. 229.9.
She sees about 234 into turn 1. That sounds like a lift, and it looks like a lift on the data. Massive lift in turn 2. She might be coming to pit lane.
Yeah, she's out of it.
Not happy with the race car underneath her right now. She does not feature in the top 30 on the 4-lap average list at the moment. Running out of time to sort that out.
Here's a brave young charger, Christian Rasmussen, for Ed Carpenter Racing. One of the 7 rookies for the 2024 Indy 500.
And I believe the rightful credit taker of the unfortunate passing of the snake on track earlier this this session. He hit it first.
Two complete.
2 complete.
Last speed only a 229.4.
A little less than I would have expected there based on the lap 1 speed, so must have had to make a pretty big adjustment with his right foot mid-run, because 2:31.6 on lap 1.
Third lap down for Rasmussen. Did he find a little bit more pace? No. Exactly the same time.
Oh, wow.
And they've bailed on the run.
That's uncanny, isn't it? Let's show you something interesting from earlier in the day. Here we go. Look at that.
Yeah, there it was.
Well done, Chad Smith.
It was not...
Hang on, I don't believe it. Was there actually a snake? What? JT, there was actually a snake on the circuit. I've gone back to the camera. There was actually a snake. I don't believe that.
And the photographer captured it.
How do you get a snake at IMS?
How do you get Josh Birch at Eurovision?
Well, you've been editing. Really? No.
Number of birds. How much time have you guys spent at Button Willow?
Is it real? Is that real? Can someone Google that? What?
That is real. That is why there was debris at turn 1. The first caution.
The remains of a snake at turn 1. Right.
Yes. Let's go down pit road.
We're back in 5 minutes for our segment as well. Here's Graham Rahal.
Of where you're at and maybe just the team as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's going to be tight here. Forget about the Penskes, the McLarens, a couple of the Shank Andretti cars, but the rest, it's tight. It's going to be tight with the Ganassis, with us. Carpenter cars, it seems, but it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. I mean, we started off our day, I thought, solidly, but we've got to find another good mile an hour at least to feel like we're maybe a top 15 car. But I think from like P12 to P15 to P28 is going to be separated by basically nothing tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
For tomorrow, do you feel like at least you're in a better, safer place than this time a year ago?
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about that. I think, we're in a safer spot. But look, we still don't want to be at P25, P26. Yesterday, the indication showed us that we were looking good. Unfortunately, between yesterday and today, a lot of the Chevys gained about 12 miles an hour, and we only gained 9. So the mile an hour that we had over them became a 2 mile an hour deficit, which is a lot. So, we've got work to do. There's no doubt about that. The biggest thing was this morning, the car was extremely stable, very consistent. As the track's really gotten hot, it's kind of gone away from me. So we'll see. Of course, it's happy hour now, so I'm sure things will be a lot better in a minute, but we'll find out.
Well, it sounds like, and this is always the case, but you maybe won an early draw tomorrow for qualifying. Is that true?
Early draw is going to be God's gift to whoever gets it, and hopefully it's us.
Thanks, Graham.
And well, Dylan's conversation there with Graham Rahal brought up the topic of last year and would you be in a more comfortable position. For those of you who don't remember, Graham Rahal was bumped from the field. The team, Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan, they were going up against each other, the teammates, the drivers, and it came right down to it where Jack Harvey got into the field and the legend, the man behind the name, Rahal, Bobby, Graham's dad, knew that feeling. It happened to him once in his career, and Graham couldn't believe it. He had his wife and daughters there consoling him. He did end up getting in the field after the Monday practice crash of Steph Wilson, but that was the worst feeling Graham's had in his IndyCar career, and he does not want to be back there again tomorrow. With the multi-phase qualifying, as Colton Herta is on it at the moment, we're going to lock in positions 13 through 30 tomorrow. We'll deal with the fast 12, fast 6, and the bumping on Sunday. Something that
a lot of the non-Team Penske contenders have to think about is being careful, James, of not tipping the car over and getting a big bleed-off moment that hurts your average, you know? Like, the Penske car is really untouched today in terms of consistency at the sharp end of speed. Colton Herta with a decent lap 1 now for the conditions at 2:33.0, but that lap 3 down to the 2:31, that's the story tomorrow for me, is who tips it over and goes too big and then ends up 17th when they could have easily been in the top 12 of the contenders. Does that make sense? Like, do you swing too much and then bite off more than you really should have when maybe you didn't have the fastest lap, but all you need to do is get into that top 12 to advance?
Absolutely, and you are going to see that tomorrow, and it's not even necessarily an intentional thing. It's not always the case of a team's really swinging, going for that extra fraction of a mile an hour to get into the top 12 or something like that. You could try to set up what you think is a fairly consistent, comfortable baseline, but you could just misjudge the conditions a fraction. You can get a gust of wind that you weren't expecting, and you can just have that one lap where you're forced to have a small lift, and that can just kill the whole run.
And we've seen before those small lifts or those issues on the first run kind of get people in a hole, to where now they're making their second, their third runs. You get into the lane 1 situation where you're pulling times, and you can see this downward spiral almost if you get it wrong on the first attempt.
All right, guys, car 9, PNC Bank Honda, Scott Dixon. He is 16th on the 4-lap average here on Fast Friday. Just half an hour left. First lap, 2:31.7 for Dixon.
Not anywhere near where he needs to be fighting for the top 12, Diff. Right now, the cutoff for 12th best, that's Rinus VeeKay at a 2:32.52. You see all those drivers in the 2:32.5 range. To Graham's point, just how tight it is.
So first lap there for Dixon was a 2:31.701. I think he's backed off now coming out the last corner. He would do when we take over, wouldn't he? So we've got half an hour left then here in the day. We've had a bit of a break. We needed it. We've had a busy, busy day, JT.
If we have a bit of fun.
Yeah. Right.
Well, Scott Dixon. Hey, he comes down pit road.
For God's sake. Sarto and Grosjean are out, though. What could possibly go wrong? Putting Sarto and Grosjean on the same track is like putting, I don't know, God and water and Moses. We will have a flood. We've lost it, by the way. You've tuned in for the last half an hour and we've completely lost the plot.
Shall I get the recent image that I sent up in Madis's channel up?
Yeah.
The waiting for Indy 500 fact. It'd be like one.
Get it up.
Alright, awesome.
Palou's going to get back out on the track. So is Pietro Fittipaldi. They'll get some runs out. And Palou's car is now being wheeled down pit lane. Amazing work from the team. The 10 team as well. He's got out there and he's ready to go. So great job from Chip Ganassi Racing there as well. For DHL sponsored liveries.
Just got to save it as an image. Let's not get the other one, which is not podcast friendly on.
Yeah, we've been busy.
I mean, it is after Watershed, not in the US.
That is also true. So we've got out there on the circuit Romain Grosjean and Christian Lundgaard. Sato's coming to the pit lane. As we've seen the fastest runners out there so far. This driver tracker sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. On board with Lundgaard.
Let me cook.
Right, find his. Lundgaard starts a lap time, across the yard of bricks, 232 mile an hour through turn 1 and 2. Takes a tight inside line, nearly clips the inside apex. Runs up high, downhill through 2. A lot of cloud cover in that first 2 corners. Then you get a little bit of sunshine and open stretch on the run in towards turn 3. 236, 237, 238 I saw flashing as he touched the apron inside of 3. Nearly loses out, stays in 6th gear through 4, 231 mile an hour maximum. Keeps it pretty straight in the exit as he hurtles across the yard of bricks. And Christian Lundgaard's first lap time, His is 2:31.854. Fraction off his fastest time of 2:31.980. So Lundgaard staying 24th overall in the fast times, but this is now the best lap average run that he's finding out there as well.
This is what we've been doing.
Waiting for Indy 500 practice to finish, be like, yeah, that's what it's been like for the past however long, half an hour or so, or maybe a bit longer actually. We've been off air.
Let's cut off a little bit so
Yeah.
that we make it a bit smoother.
Yeah, we've had a break, a well-needed break. Second lap time for Lundgaard is a 21.589, average now 2:31.721, which puts him outside the top 10. But he is 24th at the moment, so he's gaining time in there, JT. Dixon's out now on the track. So's Pato O'Ward. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and Catherine Legg.
Christian Lundgaard exits turn 4 up the front stretch. I believe Takuma Sato has just pitted as well. Christian Lundgaard across the yard of bricks down in towards turn 1. Lap 1, 231.854. Lap 2, 231.589. Lap 3, 232.092. He's improving on lap 3.
Must admit, that's a new personal best for Lundgaard, and it puts him up into 23rd position. So he is finding that delta he needs out there on the circuit.
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy.
Yeah.
It's not hard for Christian Lundgaard. He has been struggling.
Okay, you've gone a bit quiet. Go on.
Here at Indianapolis.
Last lap time speed, 2:32. 2:32.570. That puts Lundgaard 17th. He got fast. What's going on out there? They're all getting faster the longer it goes. That's not usually how it works. Usually it's a fast lap, then they get slower. It's reversed this year.
Red one who I just deafened.
Yeah, you've gone quiet again.
Have I gone quiet? Or just
Really
you?
struggling to hear you tonight.
I think it's...
That's better.
I think it be you.
Yeah, that's better. Whatever you just did, that's better.
I did nothing.
Must be the... I bet you there's an auto filter on something on Discord.
6th gear for Pato O'Ward as he goes through turn 4. Back down to 5th gear as he goes up towards the yard of bricks. Does he go back up to 6th? Yes, he does. But I believe we've got pit road with the man who hit a snake.
Rasmussen.
Faster, or does it feel comfortable?
Yeah, it felt good this morning. I thought, it got used to it quick, and I thought we have a good balance and everything. I think in the afternoon, when it warms up and, everything gets a little more dicey, I think we had a lot of wind this afternoon as well, which didn't help it. So that definitely has a big impact. But, yeah, a lot of valuable lessons learned today. Got comfortable with the high boost and ready to go into qualifying.
How close is the car, both in qualifying trim and even in race trim earlier this week? How close is it to where you feel like it needs to be for you to be comfortable?
Yeah, we haven't done a lot of race running, but I think I got to a decent spot on that. I thought I could follow close. Qualifying-wise, we'll see.
Fair enough. Thanks, Christian. Dave.
Talking to Colton Hurt now, and his car about 11th in 4-lap averages right now, so not too bad. Improvements on that last run?
Yeah, I don't know. We can't trim any more than what we did on the last run. That's the max that the car will allow us. So, considering that, it was probably all right. I had to lift one time, but if I rerun it, I don't have to lift. But it's super sketchy, and that's kind of how it is. How you have to have it. We seem to be down a little bit on speed. We can't do what a lot of these guys can do, but we're a lot more consistent. So, see how that plays into our cards tomorrow.
And that little occurrence with Graham on track there, is that just an annoyance or more to be discussed between the teams?
I mean, it's not Graham's fault. It's the team's fault for sending him. But it's just, I don't know, it's one of those things. But they had a long time to let us by, and they just never did. So it's a little annoying. But, yeah, I don't know. It's what it is.
You feel like it took you off your cadence on the day?
Sorry?
Did it take you off your cadence on the day, what the team was doing?
But it definitely took one run away from us, which sucks, especially because it gets such limited runs. You have to wait for the engine to cool down, go back to the garage, check over everything, and then make your changes. So it takes a while to get another run in, so it's annoying when you don't get all of them, but we're bound to have one go like that.
Thanks, Colton.
I like the sound of that about the consistency. Very honest.
Yeah, it is consistency out there as well at the moment as they come into the battles. Still running up here. 2:34.063 as we now take a look at Alexander Rossi, who is circulating now on the circuit.
I love trying to sort out settings.
That's better. We can actually hear you, JT.
And it's gone down again.
Nearly there.
Every time I talk, it's going down.
And if it's good, if an application has permission to change the volume, usually that's something as well. And 2:33.879 for Alexander Rossi, and immediately backed out of his lap time. But that should have been his. Is that a new fastest first lap time for him? No. 2:34.006. So Rossi still stays fifth, and Rossi backs out of his lap time. I think he's had a moment coming out of turn one. Yes, he did! A big twitch towards the wall. And out of two, Rossi nearly hitting the concrete wall. Big slap there. How he got away with that, I don't know. Mid-corner, touches the apron, JT, and drifts up towards the wall and lifts out immediately.
Yeah, absolutely as well. That was a massive, massive problem there for the Arrow McLaren. And as I talk loudly, it'll adjust my volume down even more. Never mind, it's not. What is going on?
It's
I
fine.
don't understand Windows automatically doing it. I don't.
It's going nuts today. All the PCs are going nuts, so yeah. It's that type of day, I'm afraid, everyone.
Just leave me alone. Please.
He knows what he's doing. Hello.
I put it at that mic volume for a reason.
Hello, Castaneva's now on a lap time.
Because Josh is deaf, so I have to be loud.
I'm not that deaf. Megan sometimes calls me deaf, but I swear it's these ear cups. 2:31.495 first lap time for Castaneva. 2:33.396 second lap. 2:31.996 average now. Gone away.
I go into the sound properties. Audio.
Was
Allow
that Snake?
apps and Windows to use this device for audio. Yay. To change all of the stuff. Yeah.
So we had a snake earlier on the track.
We did indeed have a snake on the track.
I didn't know there was snakes in Indianapolis. I'm never going to Indianapolis again. Ever.
We've never been there.
No, I'm never going again. I'm never going. Snakes at Indy? No, thank you. Maybe like that airplane movie. Not snakes on the plane. Airplane. It's an entirely different It's an entirely different type of flying altogether. It's an entirely different type of flying. Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley. I love Airplane. Airplane is so good. If you've never seen Airplane, go watch it. Funniest 90 minutes of your life.
I mean, yeah. Okay. Property. Am I getting something?
If we don't land, these people will die. They must be getting to a hospital. A hospital? What is it? Well, it's a big building with patients in, but that's not important right now. On board with Pietro Fittipaldi. With the 5-hour energy. We've been on air for 6 hours. Now you know why we haven't got any energy. In fact, I've been on air for 12 now. Longer than that, actually.
Yeah.
It's been that.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Awesome. Right, let's have a go at that. And hopefully, hold up. I'm just gonna mute myself and have do a proper commentary, say something really loudly and see if it changes. Hold on.
I'm just muting JT so that he doesn't actually, What? He's deafened now. On board with Fittipaldi as he comes across the line. You want to know about Pietro Fittipaldi? Here he is. Last lap time, 231.345. So he's remaining remarkably consistent, but down in 28th position at the moment. What's happened to our timing screens? Hello. There we go. Fittipaldi's doing really well here, actually. The 4-lap average run is going to go incredible as he comes through 3. Downshifts to 5 from 6th gear, takes the apex speed. Cloud cover's gone. Got full speed again. Don't know what happened there. Fittipaldi's last lap time was a 231.039. Average is 231.324. I can hear you, yes.
You absolutely love to have proper issues.
Oh, it's just technical issues that have been revolving around us all day. Now you've got it for once. Here's Fittipaldi out of the last corner. This is a very strong lap time from him. He's 28th at the moment. Come on, does he improve? 231.039 across the line. Last lap time for Fittipaldi is 231.307. He improved back. 231.320 in the run. And where does that put Pietro Fittipaldi in the best 4-lap average? 28th still, I think. 22nd for Fittipaldi on the... Yeah, there we go. 22nd on the best 4-lap average. So he moves up a couple of positions, but 28th on the single-lap speeds. 15 minutes to go, everyone. Of day whatever this is. Practice 5. And it's Fast Friday here. It's going so quick this year's Indy 500. Mainly because we had day 1 rained out, I suppose. And a shortened day 2.
I mean, you could say that, yeah.
This has got day 3 and 4 sorted. Tomorrow, though, practice 6. You're on. I'm not, you are.
Unfortunately, yes.
I think Matthew Owens is with you then, isn't it?
If everything is all good with him, I believe so, yes.
Oh, am I going to have to do qualifying without Matthew Owens? Sacrilege. Hope he's okay. So just running in then to the end of this race day. Everyone is so tired.
I will just warn you that if you lose me, it's because I'm messing around in control panel in the middle of all of us, which isn't probably the best thing to do.
Well, if it is, yeah, I'll still have you there. Hello to the Little Owl, who will join us in the box tomorrow for F2 sprint race and F1 FP3.
Maybe if I just talk quietly for now and don't
shout.
Don't scream and shout and let it all out.
Yeah, I'll do.
There's a song in there somewhere.
Wake up, shake up. 231.
That's the other one.
Yeah, 230. That mosquito's back. There's another one now. Oh! Where'd it go? I didn't hit it. I missed it. It's... don't know. Vanished. Sure we'll find it again. Fittipaldi, last lap time. Sorry, Palou, last lap time. 231.707. Oh, Palou, fast. He was fastest at one point today. Oh, he's dropped. But with a new engine, JT, Palou is out there already hitting the top marks. That's mighty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully I have fixed it now, as I've changed a couple of stuff in settings. But yep, Alex Palou back out on track, and this is where I can get my sound at and commentate on Alex Palou and actually do it. So Alex Palou goes across the line. It's a 232.135 for lap 3, an average of 231.921. His lap 1 was a 231.921. Lap 2 was a 231.107. 238, 239. Does he hit 240? No, he does not. And my mic is all good.
It's very good. And got Blomqvist starting a lap time now as Palou heads down to complete his qualifying simulation. And does a 2:32.127. Average lap time 2:31.972. So that moves Palou in the timing screens up to 23rd. And where does it put him in the overall running order? It's not actually telling us. Well, it must be 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, in that area. Palou is 17th on the 4 timing sheets.
There was a setting in control panel which allowed apps to control the volume of my mic.
I turned it off ages ago because it was interfering with
I
OBS.
turned it off, but it's re-enabled it.
It does that if it resets itself.
Then
Hopefully-
again, I did reset Windows Audio a couple of weeks ago, so...
That'll do it. The little owl, Jack, will be joining us tomorrow, and hopefully he'll be joining you. Hope to join you more afterwards. You will. Yeah.
Let me just do a...
Another robot camera there just swinging around.
Mic check. Let's go. Awesome.
Yeah, it works. 10 minutes to go. Everyone is so tired here in the commentary box, by the way. We are waiting to go off air.
Newgarden, what a run, by the way. That was an
Oh,
incredible
God, yeah.
run.
2:34.063, 4-lap average speed. But Herta, Larson, 1-2. 2:34.9 for Herta. We're getting faster and faster in the 1-lap speeds. Sato isn't one to be taken out either. Don't worry the little owl, it's fine. Honestly, as JT and me can say, commentating is super easy.
Don't go back to the first broadcast, which I was in with camera. I was a wreck. And look where I am now.
Everyone is a mess the first time they're on camera. But don't worry, it'll be absolutely fine. I talk a lot. Excellent, means we don't have to.
Let's go.
There's 3 golden rules. 1, don't talk over the start. That's my job. 2, don't talk over the end. That's my job. 3, if there's a major incident, that's my job. It's basically it, isn't it, JT?
Rule 4, follow the line, the order.
The order, yeah. Rule 5, don't interrupt with useless information.
Unless if your name is Josh T, who does that a lot.
Yeah. Or Megan.
Or Megan. I mean, Megan has... Megan, where she stands, has the umbrella closer to her.
Yeah,
so,
she can stab me, it's fine.
Yeah.
Rule 6.
Expect pointless memes in commentators' chat and managers' chat. Which I have been cooking today.
You have. Rule 7.
No.
Rule 7, if Megan goes on a rant, everyone shuts up. Because we just can't stop her. Rule 8.
I've sent the waiting for Indy 500 practice to be like an Indy.
Oh, that's it. Actually, Rule 8 is wait for the clear signal before you start talking at the end of a show. When we sign off, it's silence until I say clear, because it signs off, so we've got to let everything go through. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Honestly, it'll be fine. I'm looking forward to it. It's your first broadcast. You'll ease into it. After 2 or 3, you'll be a pro. Everyone's a mess the first time they're in the box.
Yes.
Plus, Omi's lag is going to be a nightmare. Don't know what's causing that problem.
Yeah. And sometimes on the first broadcast, the rules kind of go out the window a little bit.
Oh, they of course they do, yeah. We're not as strict, are we? In fact, I don't think we are strict.
No. In fact, Commentator, We need you.
Yeah. We do. We're running low. Don't worry. Everyone's come out of the woodwork for Monaco, I've noticed, though. And the 500, and the 500, and the Le Mans 24 Hour. All the big ones they've come out for. And all the minor races, they've gone, Eep. Hi.
The little Alec has already been made a meme. Let me DM it to you.
Tell you what, though, I told Maddie Patterson that I'll be at the Donington round for the British Superbike. Well, yeah, so the World Superbikes, the British Grand Prix at Donington. And she went absolutely nuts. She can't wait.
You said?
Yeah. I can't wait for that. That's going to be so fun. May have also asked Tom Brooks if he's going. And he now may also be looking to see if he can go. It's just going to be you better get there, JT. It's going to be a massive meet-up.
What, Donington World Superbike?
Yeah. Don't know how the hell we'll do IndyCar.
I have officially rest in peace the little owl with the meme.
Ericsson's come back out on the track now as well. Oh, it's been one of those days. Oh, we got an interview. Great. Hello.
That done. How important were the laps for you and for the team?
Yeah, I mean, they just changed in like an hour and a half a complete engine, and we're back on track. So yeah, we did an install, which was the most important to make sure everything was right, and then also our fastest run of the day. So happy about how the day ended. We'll find some speed tonight, and yeah, we'll get ready for tomorrow.
I was going to say, does that mean you're stoked for tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not easy. We're struggling on speed overall. It's not news now, but we'll find some speed. Like, the night is very long. The Ganassi crew works really, really hard, and I'm sure we'll find some speed.
I have one final question. It comes from Townsend. Hold on.
Yeah, Dave, had a nice chat with Ramon, Alex's father. I didn't realize his younger sister's racing motocross. Tell us about that.
Your younger sister with motocross? He got out of that?
I think she's still doing it. Yeah, she started probably 3 years ago, and she likes it. So yeah, she's still going for it.
You fear for her sometimes? That's a dangerous sport, you know.
Absolutely, that's crazy. I mean, it's only 2 wheels. I have double wheels, I have bells, I have helmet, hands. She has helmet as well, but it's a lot more dangerous than what I do for sure.
Townsend, a racing family, right?
Gotta love that. Certainly sounds very Spanish. Moto runs deep in Spain diff, you know that.
Tom.
And I thought that was pretty cool. 15 years old, I think, his younger sister Julia. I got some pictures. We'll try to get those maybe on a Peacock show tomorrow of Julia airborne on her dirt bike. So runs in the family. And the father, just recently, never a racer in his life. Alex Palou's dad just started racing off-road like Baja buggies in Spain. So
yes, he has. Started racing buggies. Worst time to end when you take an inhaler. Thank you very much there, guys down there in NBC.
Scott Dixon pulled out of his final run of the day. His first lap of his run was a 231.935, I believe it was. It said.
Hang on. Are we done? Is that it? Are we done?
No.
Oh.
Stay.
I want to run. I'm so tired. I've been in this box all day. I know I'm going to do them on, but yeah.
Josh, that is the biggest cap I've ever heard. I've seen you walked out of this commentary box multiple times today.
All right, fair dues. I came back, though.
Yes. After, like, 10 minutes after the session restarted after a crash.
All right, this is why I don't like ComCam.
You weren't even in ComCam when this was happening because you would...
I was in the bathroom. I'm not going to take ComCam to the bathroom.
Yes, but your phone wasn't left on in ComCam because you were charging it, so...
No, I had my phone with me. Why do you think it was off? I was keeping an eye on the YouTube stream, which is why I wasn't on ComCam because I was in the bathroom and my phone was on the table in the bathroom, keeping an eye on the YouTube stream.
That sounds like excuses.
Believe me, I wish it wasn't.
out.
Because then I walked back into the commentary box to see Megan sat like this in the chair. I got the shock of my life after I opened the door to see my mum, walking quietly back into the door. So I got 2 jumps.
Classic.
And Megan's left her headset on the desk.
To burn.
Nah, the heat's not on. She can't do that twice. Or 3 times.
Nevers. Out. What do you mean it can't happen twice? It has happened twice.
Actually, Megan's burnt the commentary box down 3 times. She once blew up an extension lead by plugging 2 heaters into it. Then she once burned it down by blowing up a fan again. I set it on fire once with the heater exploding. Yeah, all right, that's fair. So that's 4 times. The better one, of course, is when Megan actually forgot she was wearing headphones and walked across the commentary box and dragged me along with it and broke all our equipment at the end of Abu Dhabi. In 2016!
2016.
A title decider, and I'm being dragged across the commentary box head first by Megan. The look I gave her, honestly, she was angry with me for the rest of the night.
I'm just waiting to see what it looked like on the
We have it
stream.
recorded. We have a comcam. I will find it. We had a comcam back in 2016 for that race. I will find it and bring it on.
Go on.
I will find out where that footage is. It's a lot of swearing as well. Right? And Cash Up is going to get 1 more lap. It's a lot of me going like, what the bleep, we've missed 9 laps. Honestly, yeah. Not the greatest.
Welcome to end of the night, JB Motorsports. Again.
Do you know what's even worse?
He's been getting faster every single lap.
He really has been.
Check this out, by the way.
And now the iPad brakes. Do you know what's even worse? I had a problem in Russia 2016 where my headset broke on the opening lap, so I had to use a sort of combo. The headset mic detached, so I had to plug that into the bus mixer and sort of hold the dictaphone to record it, the commentary. And I replaced it in the 2016 Spanish Grand Prix. I then had to replace it at the end of 2016 for 2017 when Megan broke her headset and mine, and so I had to get a new dictaphone. And then in 2018, I had to replace everything because we got these.
Name me 1 year that Megan has not broken anything in the commentary box.
What,
Level impossible.
Yeah, Abu Dhabi. Something always breaks in Abu Dhabi. It's like, it's a bad thing. Something always breaks in Abu Dhabi.
Easy. Don't let Megan in the Abu Dhabi race.
Unfortunately, she has to. So, yeah.
Well, at the end of the day here at Indianapolis, we were expecting rain. Didn't happen.
Is it done?
Yes, it is done.
Right.
There's the at the Indianapolis 500 trophy and the Indianapolis 500 schedule.
Yeah.
Gosh, looks like.
Tomorrow you can join us for practice 6 and the qualifying day. That starts at 4 p.m. British Standard Time. And then, of course, you can join us for all the action on Sunday with all the racing as well. F3, F2 and F1 on tomorrow and the IndyCar sessions. JT will be taking you through practice 6. I'll be back for qualifying after about 15 minutes or so.
Practice 6, of course, starting at 1:30 BST, 2:30 CEST for Europe and 8:30 Eastern. An early start at Indianapolis for day 1 of qualifying.
JT will take you through the first 10 minutes of qualifying as well, actually. Oh, and the leaderboard's now disappeared. It kicked us out because we've been too long. So, it's Colton Herta, 234.974 mile an hour from Larson, Newgarden, McLaughlin, Rossi, Power, O'Ward, Kirkwood, Sato, Ferrucci, the top 10, Canapino 11th, from Rosenquist, Hunter-Reay, Ilott, VK, Rob, Andretti, Lundgaard, Carpenter, and Cashnevers takes us to 20. Dixon, Ericsson, Blomqvist, Palou, Grosjean, Armstrong, Rasmussen, Lundqvist, Fittipaldi, Rahal to 30. Daly, Simpson, Legg, and Seagull crashed out and flipped upside down earlier on. And the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air finished in 34th position. JT, how did you make of today's Fast Friday?
Well, an incredible run from Joseph Newgarden, I think we can all agree. Scary crash for, well, what you're calling a Westminster fella, as known as Seagull. And, well, looking down at the bump day for tomorrow, if it happens, Connor Daly, Kiffin Simpson, Catherine Legg, Nolan Seagull. A little bit better for what we saw earlier on in the day, where it was going to be Marcus Ericsson and Romain Grosjean in there as well. But we shall see who is taking part in the Fast 12 and bump day tomorrow, JB.
1988 was the last time Team Penske swept the front row here at the Brickyard. Can they have an opportunity to do it tomorrow? Fabrice says, thanks guys, been with you like 8 to 10 hours today and you've been brilliant. You've been brilliant at home as well. Thanks to JT and Omi and Megan and everybody who's joined us today. We'll be back with you tomorrow when it's time to start qualifying for the greatest spectacle in racing you do not want to miss tomorrow here at the Brickyard. Good night to you all.